Chapter 5:15 Legendary Item. After hearing the system notification, Shi Feng felt both stunned and hesitant. Both the dark blue crystal ball he had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard and the God Crystal he had stolen from the Orc King were extraordinarily precious items. They were even more valuable than an epic item. Yet he was required to merge them. If he agreed, he would lose one of the two items. To a reincarnated soul like Shi Feng, epic items were not particularly precious. As long as his team was sufficiently strong, he had plenty of ways to obtain more epic items. However, one could not obtain items above epic rank with strength alone. A certain amount of luck and opportunity were required as well. If he disagreed, he would have to look for some other way to activate the two items. Forget it, let's just go for it. Shi Feng gnashed his teeth as he agreed to the merger. Suddenly, the two crystal balls transformed into two bubbles of liquid. The crystal ball Shi Feng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard transformed into a blue liquid, whereas the transparent crystal ball Shi Feng had stolen from the Orc King transformed into golden liquid. The two liquids then merged, and as if they tried to devour one another, the newly formed liquid turned blue in one moment and gold in the next. Meanwhile, the divine might exuded by the both grew stronger as more time passed. Is this really a merger? Immersed in the divine might from the two liquids, Shi Feng's discomfort was unbearable. After several minutes of resisting each other, the two liquids finally became one. The dark blue crystal ball from the Eternal Courtyard had emerged victorious. After merging, the shape of the crystal ball had also changed. Instead of a crystal ball, it was now a dark blue metallic cup. Countless tiny blue runes were engraved around the cup's exterior. There was also a faint purple ring of light flowing around the cup. At this moment, the cup's divine might was far stronger than the one Shi Feng had felt before. So powerful, Shi Feng exclaimed. He even dared to guarantee that this was the most powerful item he had ever seen. Even the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's breath was far from matching this blue metallic cup. If not for this place being a private warehouse, he would have definitely caused a commotion inside the bank's hall. Meanwhile, any players caught within the blue cup's divine might would find it impossible to move. After all, if even a Tier 1 blade saint like himself struggled, Tier 0 players didn't have a prayer. If he could control this blue cup, he would have no problems dealing with even an army of thousands of elite players. Immediately, Shi Feng checked the cup's information. However, just after Shi Feng clicked to check the cup's attributes, he received -5,000 frost damage, even with his finger still a distance away, instantly losing half of his HP. Damn, isn't this a little too intense? Shi Feng looked at his completely frozen hand, a layer of purple frost covering his entire arm. If his finger had moved even a little closer to the cup, he would most likely have lost his life on the spot. Shi Feng then took a look at the cup's attributes. Holy Grail, legendary item. Legend has it that the Holy Grail belongs to the Goddess of Life and that it holds the power to bestow eternal life. However, after Ragnarok, the God of War had destroyed the Holy Grail and placed it in the Eternal Courtyard. The Holy Grail's restoration requires sufficient God's power. Only with an eternal heart can one truly hold the Holy Grail. Activatable skill dash. Power of evolution. Sacrifice one's own life force to evolve an item of the player's choice. However, there is a small possibility that the evolution process will fail. An evolved item's quality cannot exceed the fragmented legendary rank. Cooldown, 10 days. By the time Shi Feng finished reading the cup's attributes, his jaw hung to the floor. Legendary item. This was the first time he had ever actually seen one. Although the Holy Grail was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment, among the various types of items found in God's domain, tools such as the Holy Grail were the most difficult to obtain. They were far rarer and more precious than weapons or equipment. Moreover, looking at the Holy Grail's description, it was obvious its rank could still be increased. However, he needed power of God to do so. Items such as the God Crystal should be able to supply it. However, looking at the streams of light overflowing from the Holy Grail, Shi Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. Although he had completely unsealed such an amazing item, he could not touch or control it. Shi Feng had also never heard of an item called the Eternal Heart before. Just how and where was he supposed to obtain one? Fortunately, he could still use the power of evolution. After all, he didn't have to control the Holy Grail to use the skill. He only needed to sacrifice some of his life force. The term life force referred to a player's HP. For all Shifeng cared, the Holy Grail could have as much of his HP as it wanted. That's not right. Shifeng thought it over for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. A skill capable of evolving an item, such an OP skill should not only require a sacrifice of HP. Even the skill's 10-day cooldown was insignificant. God's domain always followed the rule of equivalent exchange. However, this was obviously not an equivalent exchange. Otherwise, even if the success chance wasn't 100%, having an opportunity to obtain a fragmented legendary item once every 10 days was still astounding. Obviously, Shifeng wanted to try it. The Holy Grail had a cooldown of 10 days. If he did not activate it now, wouldn't it be a waste? Which item should I evolve? Shifeng looked through his warehouse and bag, feeling very indecisive. He only had one chance to evolve an item every 10 days. If the item he evolved now had little use to him, he would suffer a huge loss. Should I evolve the 7 Luminaries ring? Shifeng could not help but stare at the 7 Luminaries ring around his finger. As the replica of a godly relic, it was already frighteningly powerful, even at only epic rank. If the ring were upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, it would be godlike. No. Shifeng immediately shook his head. If he upgraded the ring to fragmented legendary rank, the equipment requirement would definitely soar. He wouldn't be able to equip the ring. The impact on his current strength would be painful. Moreover, Shifeng did not doubt that the success rate of evolving an item to fragmented legendary rank would be abysmally low. It would be a huge pity to waste an opportunity to evolve an item. The best choice he could make right now was to evolve a dark gold item to an epic item. With this idea, Shifeng shifted his gaze to the Purgatory's shadow. As a dark gold weapon, if he could promote it to an epic weapon, then it would increase his overall combat power significantly. At that time, even Summer Sunshine would easily suffer defeat at his hands. As the leader of a guild, however, his first and foremost priority was to increase his guild's strength. Currently, his personal strength was sufficient. Even if he became slightly stronger, it would not impact the guild. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past Shifeng's eyes. That's right. How could I forget? There's still the Icarus's heart. Shifeng laughed. If he evolved Icarus's heart, it would help the guild tremendously. Just the meager 5 points of luck it provided had allowed him to obtain so many Tier 1 set equipment. If he could evolve Icarus's heart further, raising the luck it provided even a little, couldn't he obtain even better items? Although Icarus's heart was already capable of evolving, he needed the souls of Lord-ranked monsters to do so. Even so, based on Shifeng's estimates, he should only be able to evolve Icarus's heart to dark gold rank at maximum. After all, it was an item he got from a dark gold treasure chest. It was utterly impossible for him to obtain an epic-ranked necklace. I'll choose you. Shifeng smiled as he removed Icarus's heart from his neck. He then adjusted the 7 Luminaries ring to the aura of water and activated Life Bloom, healing himself. Previously, he had received a significant amount of damage just by approaching the Holy Grail. He would have to touch it again, so he had to heal himself back to full HP. He could not afford to miss any. In a moment, Shifeng's 10,000 plus HP recovered to full. Shifeng then tapped on the touchscreen that was very close to the Holy Grail, choosing to use Power of Evolution. The instant his finger collided with the touchscreen, Shifeng lost 7,000 HP. However, Life Bloom quickly regenerated a significant amount of the missing HP. Only when he recovered to full HP did Shifeng proceed to select Icarus's heart as the target of evolution. System: are you willing to permanently lose 400 HP to evolve the Icarus's heart? Crap, that's the requirement? Shifeng could not help but curse. It was actually a permanent loss. No wonder it could allow an item evolve to a maximum of fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 5:16 Successful Evolution. In God's domain, aside from leveling up, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain permanent attributes. Losing 400 HP or the equivalent of 20 endurance points would significantly weaken a player. Even Shifeng would mourn the attribute loss, let alone other players. However, despite having seen the true side of the power of evolution, Shifeng still chose to sacrifice 400 HP, albeit begrudgingly. Although 400 HP was precious, it could not beat being able to upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Moreover, Shifeng knew of several methods to increase his endurance permanently. He could easily make up for the loss he suffered now. Shifeng then clicked agree, and suddenly the strength of the Holy Grail's divine might soared. In the next moment, strands of green light flowed from Shifeng's body and into the Holy Grail. After the Holy Grail absorbed 400 HP from Shifeng, it fired a purple ray at the Icarus's heart. Immediately, the Icarus's heart released a brilliant golden glow, forcing Shifeng to shut his eyes. After the golden radiance faded, Shifeng opened his eyes and looked at the Icarus's heart, discovering that the necklace now emitted a faint purple glow. Was it a success? Shifeng was somewhat nervous as he examined the necklace's attributes. If it had failed, then he had permanently lost 400 HP for nothing. Moreover, he would also have to wait for 10 days before the next sacrifice. However, after investigating the Icarus's heart's attributes, Shifeng's tightened fists relaxed as excitement quickly overtook him. That's right, it was a success. Icarus's heart, necklace, mysterious iron rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement. All attributes 120. Level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 18. Luck plus 7. Additional skill. Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 25 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 45 minutes. Evolution condition. Absorb the life force of 300 players to evolve to Secret Silver rank. 0/300. After evolving, Icarus's heart's rank had upgraded from bronze to mysterious iron. The luck it provided had increased from 5 points to 7 points. Aside from that, Divine Providence's cooldown had decreased from 1 hour to 45 minutes. This would save Shifeng a lot of time. However, the best improvement by far was the change to the evolution conditions. Originally, the Icarus's heart required Shifeng to kill Lord-ranked monsters. Moreover, it required 100 kills. Lords were extremely rare and Shifeng would have to waste a lot of time to kill 100. Now that the conditions had been adjusted, Shifeng only needed to kill 300 players and absorb their life force instead. A lord was very difficult to find, but players crowded the streets. As long as Shifeng worked hard, he could upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank very quickly. At that time, he would gain massive profits from opening the Twilight treasure chests. At the thought, Shifeng could not help but grow restless. If not for the ongoing war with Overwhelming Smile, he would have struggled to find opponents. Now, however, his target was clear. He would use Overwhelming Smile's players as sacrifices for the Icarus's heart. Now that Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch has been defeated, it won't be easy to find large groups of players. I might as well make a trip to Maple City and have a look at the situation there. After some consideration, Shifeng felt that Maple City was the best location to take action. Overwhelming Smile had already become Maple City's overlord. The Overwhelming Smile members there had nothing to fear within the region of Maple City. It would be far easier for Shifeng to find targets there than in White River City. Shifeng then slipped the Icarus's heart over his head and headed for White River City's teleportation hall. Shifeng very much looked forward to upgrading the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Not even the night in God's domain could hinder Shifeng's yearning. The sooner he upgraded the necklace to epic rank, the sooner he could obtain better items from the Twilight treasure chests. One could obtain even epic items from the Twilight treasure chests. If he could get his hands on several epic items, he could help the guild tremendously. Naturally, he would upgrade it sooner rather than later. As for the matter regarding the light stones, he fully trusted Melancholic Smile's capabilities. Shifeng believed that it wouldn't be long before the light stones raked in a massive income. Just as Shifeng arrived before the teleportation hall, the sound of his communicator rang near his ears. The caller this time was none other than Gentle Snow, who had been busy consolidating her power as the new guild leader of Ouroboros. Although Gentle Snow had chased away her biggest competitor, Chao Qinghua, the resulting internal struggles within Ouroboros had resulted in the first-rate guild falling apart. If Gentle Snow wished to consolidate her power, she would need to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. In addition, a more powerful opponent, the first-rate guild Star Alliance, lurked, waiting to strike. Feng had never thought that Gentle Snow would have the spare time to contact him with the burdens she currently shouldered. Guild leader Black Flame, may I ask if you have the time to speak right now? In the video call, Gentle Snow still wore the calm and elegant smile she usually displayed. She looked like a goddess that was high above mortals. It felt as if she were in control of everything. However, though she appeared completely fine on the surface, her act did not deceive Feng. He could feel that Gentle Snow had grown frilier than before. Seeing a superwoman like Gentle Snow so exhausted, one could just imagine how terrible Ouroboros' current situation was. However, giving the situation some thought, Feng felt that such an outcome was expected. Gentle Snow had just taken control of Ouroboros. The number of people she could trust was limited. Meanwhile, after ruling Ouroboros for so many years, Cao Qinghua would not give up so easily after being kicked out of his position. In addition to a great enemy like the Star Alliance threatening the guild, it would be very difficult for Gentle Snow to cope. Miss Snow, there is no need to mince words. Our guilds are allies, so feel free to speak your mind, Feng spoke candidly. Gentle Snow revealed a bitter smile on her pure and delicate face upon hearing Feng's words. Guild leader Black Flame's senses are as sharp as always. I'll speak openly then. I'm calling about the candlelight trading firm that suddenly appeared on one of Star Moon City's golden lands and the candlelight trading firms in White River City. I can't think of anyone in the entire Star Moon Kingdom other than you who is capable of launching such firms. That's right, I am indeed the founder. Feng did not try to hide it. To begin with, he had no need to do so. He had spoken with Gentle Snow about his plans to establish a lifestyle guild long ago. Back then he had hoped to utilize Ouroboros' fame to promote his trading firm. Even without Gentle Snow's call today, he had prepared to seek her help to promote the candlelight trading firm at an appropriate time. As a first-rate guild, Ouroboros had a large number of members scattered across Star Moon Kingdom. Practically every major city in Star Moon Kingdom housed the guild's members. There were even branches in other kingdoms. If the guild helped with promotion, the candlelight trading firm's business would flourish. However, the supply of basic strengthened armor kits simply could not meet the demand. Even if Ouroboros promoted the firm right now, it would not significantly increase the firm's income. Hence Feng had decided to hold off on seeking Gentle Snow's help for the moment. Excellent. This will make things easy. I want to invest into the candlelight trading firm. I don't want a lot of shares. 20% will do. Naturally, I will compensate you appropriately. The compensation will include 30% of Ouroboros' shares, as well as funds, channels, and materials, which will allow the trading firm to develop quickly. What do you think of my offer? Chapter 517. Fate Makes Fools of the People. One had to admit that Gentle Snow's proposal was tempting. Even Zhao Yueru and the elders of Ouroboros standing beside Gentle Snow were shocked by her offer. After all was said and done, Ouroboros was a bona fide first-rate guild and possessed a massive fortune. The guild had only achieved its current status after striving for many years. Although the guild's internal struggles were serious, the guild itself was still frighteningly strong. Second-rate guilds were still no match for it. Yet just for 20% of the shares of a trading firm, Gentle Snow actually intended to trade 30% of Ouroboros' shares for 20% of the trading firm, in addition to providing various funds and channels. This decision was simply insane. Snow, have you gone mad? You only hold 50% of Ouroboros' shares right now, yet you're actually going to give Black Flame 30%? What will you do if Black Flame joins hands with Cao Qinghua? Zhao Yueru persuaded her friend softly. Although Zhao Yueru trusted Black Flame, 30% of Ouroboros' shares was simply too important. If utilized properly, Gentle Snow could easily persuade more of the guild's elders to her side. That way Cao Qinghua would not be able to impact the guild so easily. Utilizing the guild's shares to boost Gentle Snow's strength and solidify the guild was far more valuable than obtaining 20% of the candlelight trading firm's shares. That's right, young Madam Snow. You have to consider this carefully. Those shares are the last resort left by young master for you to keep Cao Qinghua in check. Although Cao Qinghua can no longer play God's domain in the real world, his authority in the company has not been affected in the slightest. If you give those shares to someone else and lose this protective talisman, he can easily join hands with the other shareholders of the company to oppose you. A man nearing his 50s in butler clothing similarly attempted to persuade Gentle Snow. You don't have to say any more. I know what I am doing. Gentle Snow shook her head, waiting for Shifeng's reply. She was no fool. She knew this was not a worthwhile transaction. Even so, she insisted on conducting such a trade to deepen the relationship between their two guilds. Although she was the guild leader of Ouroboros and one of the major shareholders of the company, neither her authority nor her words were of any use. Unfortunately, although she had tried to nurture plenty of people herself, there were too few capable personnel under her command. It was especially true for experts in God's domain. Xianxia had managed Ouroboros for many years now, so he had previously had the time and resources to nurture plenty of experts. Due to her premature victory over Xianxia in God's domain, he had decisively ordered all of the experts under him to abandon the guild. In addition, Xianxia had also roped in many of the guild's elders and had secretly been transferring personnel out of the guild, gradually splitting Ouroboros in half. If Ouroboros split in half, then the share she had on hand would be meaningless. Hence she might as well use it to pull Zero Wing to her side. Although Zero Wing seemed only to occupy a single city right now and looked to be inferior to many second-rate guilds, Zero Wing's city had the second highest population in Starmoon Kingdom. That was far better than occupying 3 to 5 minor cities with a population of only several 100,000 players. In particular, after seeing Yi Feng's and Violet Cloud's performance. Although Zero Wing was still a fledgling guild right now, Gentle Snow had seen Zero Wing's small but sharp fangs. When the time was right, Zero Wing would rip apart all enemies in its way and become Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. At this moment, just the fact that Black Flame had managed to establish a candlelight trading firm on one of Starmoon City's golden lands displayed the man's capabilities and power. Meanwhile, Shifeng was similarly stunned by Gentle Snow's proposal. He had never expected Gentle Snow to make such a tempting offer. However, Shifeng still shook his head and said, Miss Snow, your offer is indeed very tempting. However, please allow me to refuse. Refuse? Why? Gentle Snow asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening with shock. Her proposal was no different than shoving money at Shifeng's face. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros joined forces, not only could they make up for each other's deficiencies, but it would also become more convenient for their two guilds on their paths to becoming the overlords of Starmoon Kingdom. She could not fathom why Shifeng would reject such a proposal. As I understand it, I know that you hope to deal with Ouroboros' internal problems quickly, but I do not want Zero Wing to get mixed up in the internal struggles of other guilds, Shifeng explained. However, I have another proposal that Miss Snow might be interested in. Another proposal? Gentle Snow could not help but ask curiously. It's very simple. Miss Snow simply needs to bring Ouroboros' members into Zero Wing. I can give Miss Snow 15% of Zero Wing's shares. Although Shifeng's voice was utterly calm, his words were astoundingly shocking. Are you trying to annex Ouroboros? Gentle Snow said, slightly indignant. Ouroboros did not belong to her entirely. Originally, it should have been her brother's. Only, due to her brother having an accident, Xianxia had taken the opportunity to weasel his way to the top. And all this time she had been thinking of a way to help Ouroboros recover its past glory, so how could she possibly agree to merge Ouroboros and Zero Wing right now? Is there a difference? Shifeng countered. Ouroboros exists only in name now. Although you have acquired the position of Ouroboros' guild leader, you do not possess the corresponding authority. Sooner or later, Ouroboros will split in half, so why not join Zero Wing instead? Shifeng had his own considerations regarding Ouroboros. In reality, Ouroboros was not all that important to him. The only reason he had decided to offer 15% of Zero Wing's shares was solely due to the war goddess herself, Gentle Snow. Everything else meant little to him. In the past, Xianxia had defeated Gentle Snow. With the entire guild pitted against her, it was only natural that she had lost. Aside from Gentle Snow's most trusted followers, not a single person had stood with Gentle Snow. How could she have won? Even if her own abilities were amazing and her strength famed throughout God's domain, the people's aspirations could not be easily swayed just by strength alone. Although Shifeng had helped Gentle Snow win the competition this time, her fate had not changed much. In this life she was simply the one standing on the righteousness rather than Xianxia. Even so, the majority of Ouroboros's members were still Chao Qinghua's subordinates. He could just withdraw his men and form his own guild. Only the price he would have to pay would not be small. However, Chao Qinghua had no other choice. In the end, Ouroboros would disband. What point was there for Gentle Snow to strive so hard? It would be much better for her to take the opportunity, while a small portion of the guild still supported her, to join Zero Wing. Time crawled by. Both sides silently looked at each other. At this moment, complex emotions filled Gentle Snow's heart. She had won the competition but lost the guild. This sentence fit her situation perfectly. Despite her desperate efforts to preserve the guild, at the end of the day she could not escape her fate. Fate makes fools of the people. Gentle Snow quietly exclaimed. She then looked at Zhao Yueru and the several guild elders beside her. They were all people whom she trusted the most. By the time Chao Qinghua extracted all of his underlings from Ouroboros, the guild would only exist in name. At that time, it would be very difficult for the guild to continue in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were sworn enemies. Even if Ouroboros only existed in name, the Star Alliance would not let it off the hook. Only when the guild had thoroughly erased Ouroboros from God's domain would it rest. Chapter 518. Breaking the Balance. After some time, Gentle Snow released a small sigh. Sure Feng could see the helplessness Gentle Snow struggled with through the screen. However, her reaction was only natural. After all, who would willingly merge the guild they had spent an endless amount of effort to establish with another guild? However, Sure Feng had his own considerations as well. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros were allies, the guilds resided in two different cities. And as no one could predict the future, both Zero Wing's upper management and its guild members had to keep up their guard constantly. In order to avoid adding to Zero Wing's worries, the best result would be to annex Ouroboros. It was truly hilarious. A little guild like Zero Wing actually dared to annex a first-rate guild. However, Sure Feng possessed the strength and confidence to succeed. Zero Wing currently possessed many experts. There was also a continuous supply of funds from the candlelight trading firm, so Zero Wing could afford to annex a gigantic existence like Ouroboros. Moreover, after receiving Ouroboros's trade channels, the candlelight trading firm could profit further. In addition, after operating in the virtual gaming world for so many years, Ouroboros must have accumulated plenty of old customers, who were very rich and willing to spend lots of money in virtual reality games as well as corporate sponsors. Otherwise, the guild would not have such an impressive income. Zero Wing Workshop was currently still developing their customer base. If the workshop could claim Ouroboros's old customers, it could very quickly earn large sums of credits, unlike the workshop's current state where it was without a stable income and required Sure Feng to look for a source himself. Guild leader Black Flame, I need some time to consider this matter, Gentle Snow said after calming down. Since Guild leader Black Flame has no intentions of selling the candlelight trading firm's shares, may I purchase some coins from you? Although there were plenty of people selling their coins on the virtual trade center, the available volume was very small. Moreover, every other guild in the game was also attempting to purchase coins in bulk, making it practically impossible to purchase large sums. Thus, Ouroboros could only rely on its own money farming teams to cover the guild's daily expenses. Miss Snow, you should know how tight the various guilds are for coins right now. However, if you're only interested in purchasing a small sum, there should be no issues. May I know how much you're looking to buy? Sure Feng asked. Although he had spent quite a lot of money already, both the Starstreak trading firm and the Candlelight trading firm provided him with a significant daily income. He could easily sell 1 or 2,000 gold. I don't want much. 5,000 gold will do, Gentle Snow stated after giving the matter some thought. I can transfer 50 million credits for them immediately. With 5,000 gold, she should barely be able to stabilize Ouroboros's current situation. If she established a guild residence and gave the guild members some hope, it would make it more difficult for Chao Qinghua to lure players away. 5,000? Miss Snow, you think too highly of me. Sure Feng smiled bitterly. How about this? I can sell you 2,000 gold at market price. However, I will require Ouroboros's help to purchase a few plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 cities and to promote the candlelight trading firm. Coin's market value constantly depreciated. Currently, one gold coin was worth about 6,000 credits. One could roughly purchase a piece of level 25 mysterious iron equipment or level 20 secret silver equipment with that kind of money. Gentle Snow's offer to purchase 5,000 gold at 50 million credits was far above market value. However, even if she had 50 million credits, she couldn't even purchase 4,000 gold, much less 5,000. Otherwise, those corporate giants would have long since bought up all the available lands in major cities. One could say that coins were at their peak value right now. If one could purchase a good plot of land now, they could earn back the money spent by 10 or even dozens of times. These massive corporations naturally would not hold back from spending their credits. Unfortunately, such a thing was simply not possible. 2,000 gold? Gentle Snow was immediately stunned. Before, she had only mentioned 5,000 gold with the intention of probing Zero Wing's bottom line. Throughout God's domain, there was not a single guild that was capable of revealing 5,000 gold, yet Shifeng had just casually mentioned that he would sell her 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. In order to acquire so much money, she would have to spend several days relentlessly trying to purchase coins and draft the guild's money farming teams and her confidants. On the other hand, even after purchasing so many golden lands, Shifeng could still afford to sell 2,000 gold. His financial prowess was unmatched. Is it not enough? Shifeng pondered for a moment before saying, I can offer you 3,000 gold at most. If it is still not enough, you will have to look for other avenues yourself. Gentle Snow had helped him plenty of times, so he would not kick her while she was down. He would help her to the best of his abilities so long as it was within his capability. Although he had a lot of money, he needed that money to purchase lands and set up shops in other cities. Besides that, he also needed to leave some for the guild in case of emergencies. Thanks, I'll transfer the money to you right away, Gentle Snow said, inwardly feeling overjoyed. With 3,000 gold in addition to the 2,000 gold she currently had on hand, she would have enough to purchase a plot of land and establish Ouroboros' guild residence, as well as maintain the guild's daily expenses. This way, Chao Qinghua would find it far more difficult to tear the guild. After Shifeng sold 3,000 gold to Gentle Snow through the virtual trade center, he then teleported to Maple City. Maple City was also considered a major city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city had nearly 1 million players. This was also one of the reasons that many people had an optimistic opinion of Overwhelming Smile. Aside from a few small guilds, Overwhelming Smile was the only large guild residing in the city. It had already chased any major competition out of Maple City. One could say that Overwhelming Smile had fortified itself in Maple City. It would be very difficult for other guilds to cause even the slightest bit of trouble here. At this moment, as Shifeng wandered through Maple City's streets, the majority of the players he saw on his walk consisted of Overwhelming Smile's members. Every one of these Overwhelming Smile members flaunted their arrogance, and players of other guilds could only do their best to avoid standing in the way. Overwhelming Smile has set up a trading firm in Maple City. The shop's name is Overwhelming Trading Firm, and it's in the Central District. The items there are much cheaper than the ones in NPC shops. They also offer plenty of items that are not available in NPC shops. If everyone is interested, please go take a look. Many Overwhelming Smile members loudly promoted the Overwhelming Trading Firm, attracting many players' attention. After all, player-owned shops were far better than NPCs. In particular, none of the NPCs' shops sold whetstones. Normally, they could only purchase such items from forging apprentices. Unlike White River City, Maple City did not possess a Starstreak trading firm that allowed players to purchase many items not normally found in NPC shops. Overwhelming really is the dominant force here. Unfortunately, that will only hold true for now. Shifeng currently sat under a small outdoor pavilion, sipping wine as he observed the lively streets of Maple City. In a moment, a middle-aged man close to his 40s arrived before Shifeng. Respectfully, he said, "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. My name is Liang Chen. Guild Leader Snow has sent me to you. Here is the agreement stating that I will purchase land on your behalf. Please look through it. Thank you for your efforts." Shifeng received the agreement and gave it a quick glance. After making sure that everything was in order, he signed his name and said, "Let's head to the city hall and proceed then." Chapter 519 Silent Massacre. Inside Maple City's City Hall. At this moment, Liang Qin, the person whom Gentle Snow had delegated to assist Shi Feng in purchasing land, was utterly stupefied. Without hesitation, Shi Feng had purchased a plot of land located in the central district of the city that cost over 2,000 gold. Immediately after, he established a luxury shop for 1,000 gold. In total, Shi Feng had spent over 3,000 gold in a span of just a few breaths. Liang Qin was someone whom Gentle Snow trusted absolutely, so she had already shared her knowledge regarding Shi Feng. Hence, Liang Qin knew that Shi Feng had sold Gentle Snow 3,000 gold not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the fact that he already had enough reputation in Maple City to become a baron. Although Maple City was not as good as White River City, the number of players who had reached the reputation of a baron was still extremely low. There should only be 2 or 3 such players throughout Maple City right now. Previously, Shi Feng had spent 3,000 gold. Now he had spent over 3,000 gold once again. This level of wealth far surpassed Ouroboros. With such financial prowess, who could possibly challenge Zero Wing in a war of attrition? Only now did Liang Qin finally realize why Overwhelming Smile, a guild that had managed to dominate Maple City, had failed to defeat Zero Wing, and why Zero Wing was publicly acknowledged as White River City's #1 guild. The other first-rate guild's upper managers believed in their hearts that, although it was no match for Zero Wing in White River City, particularly in terms of the number of experts each guild possessed, Overwhelming Smile would still emerge victorious. After all, Overwhelming Smile possessed ample funds, whereas Zero Wing was a guild with no background or capital at all. At most, Zero Wing could only hold out for a bit longer. However, now that Liang Qin re-examined the situation, even 3 Overwhelming Smiles would not be enough to defeat Zero Wing. It seems the sky in Maple City will change soon, Liang Qin inwardly sighed. After learning more about God's domain, the various guilds had obtained a general understanding of its rules. If a guild wanted to become an overlord in the game, they required 3 things: experts, financial prowess consisting mainly of coins, and member count. Among these 3 points, member count was the least important as it was very easy to increase a guild's population. As long as a guild possessed sufficient financial prowess, they could increase their member count indefinitely. God's Domain was different from past virtual reality games where member count was a guild's top priority. In past virtual reality games, the differences between each individual player were simply too small. In these games, numbers equaled power. If one person was not enough, then they could just send a group. If a group was not enough, then they could send 100 players. Sooner or later they were bound to exhaust their enemies to death. Unfortunately, God's Domain was different. A single top-tier expert could single-handedly dominate an entire region. Moreover, unlike in past virtual reality games, the top-tier experts of God's Domain were not easily produced. In the past, one could easily become a top-tier expert if they had sufficiently powerful equipment. Now, however, players needed sufficiently powerful combat techniques to qualify as a top-tier expert. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was far behind Zero Wing regarding both experts and financial prowess. The result of the confrontation between the 2 guilds was already self-evident. In reality, so long as Overwhelming Smile hurriedly established their trade and earned large sums of money through it, they would have a fighting chance. Only now that Shi Feng had arrived, how could Overwhelming Smile contend with Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger with its few lifestyle players? Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm possessed 3 bona fide forgers. They were several times more powerful than advanced forging apprentices. The Candlelight trading firm also possessed the tactical weapon known as the basic strengthened armor kits. Simply put, Overwhelming Smile stood no chance of victory whatsoever. After Shi Feng obtained some information regarding Maple City from Liang Qin, he hurried towards the city's teleportation hall. From the information Liang Qin had given him, Shi Feng basically knew all of Overwhelming Smile's elite members' preferred grinding locations. He could use this chance to sacrifice these players to the Icarus's heart. Guild's elite members were different from ordinary players. When night arrived, ordinary players would usually return to their respective cities to rest or log out of the game, whereas elite players would continue leveling out in the fields. Because of their equipment or combat techniques, elite players had no reason to fear the monsters at night. Only their leveling speed would slow somewhat this time of day. Even so, it was much better than others who could not level up at all. Even if their leveling speed were slower at night, they would gradually widen the gap between themselves and other players. As a result, the levels of guild elite members were usually a lot higher than ordinary players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile's main grinding location was the Dragon Ridge. Dragon Ridge was a level 25 to 30 leveling area. The monsters inside consisted of dragon men. Dragon men were born with thick scales and had inherited the unparalleled strength of dragons. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, as they were a small branch of the dragon race, dragon men also had an innate love for collecting treasures. Hence, dragon men had significantly higher drop rates. There were also many quests available in Dragon Ridge that required players to deal with the dragon men, so many players loved to level here. However, Overwhelming Smile monopolized the high-resource areas within Dragon Ridge. So, other players could only complete some kill quests for dragon men in areas with low monster populations. Shortly after Feng teleported to Dragon Ridge and was in the midst of searching for Overwhelming Smile members, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I've completed the task you gave me. Sure enough, they tried to steal all 3 advanced forging apprentices who have learned the lightstone forging design regardless of cost. In the end, all 3 defected, Melancholic Smile said excitedly. With all 3 advanced forging apprentices poached, that meant the firm had received the compensation for 3 lightstone forging designs. They had earned nearly 50 million credits just like that. As for the loss of the 3 advanced forging apprentices, Melancholic Smile was utterly unaffected. After the candlelight trading firm had developed itself, the benefits it provided its members were extremely good. The firm's forgers also received an unlimited supply of materials. As long as they worked hard, they could earn a lot of money. Hence, many forging apprentices had arrived to apply to the firm. Among them, there was no lack of intermediate forging apprentices. As long as the firm nurtured them a little, it would have another batch of advanced forging apprentices in no time. Although Overwhelming Smile had successfully stolen many players from the candlelight trading firm, the firm's advanced forging apprentice count had not decreased since its establishment. On the contrary, they had accumulated more forgers. Good. Feng similarly smiled. With this sum and what he received from Gentle Snow, he could soon carry out his expert training plan. Right, how many light stones have been produced so far? I have secretly recruited dozens of advanced forging apprentices in other cities, and they are frantically producing light stones in their respective cities' forging associations. They are still unfamiliar with the production process at the moment, so their production is somewhat slow. Even so, we already have several hundred stones. In 1 or 2 days, we should accumulate up to 20,000 pieces, Melancholic Smile said confidently. At that time, Candlelight will become a household name. I guarantee that Candlelight will become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Melancholic Smile had spoken these words not out of arrogance, but because the light stone's value was simply immeasurable. Both elite players and ordinary players could afford them. Considering the number of players producing the light stones right now, they could supply several cities' worth of players. After Melancholic Smile finished her report, Feng had stealthily arrived at the inner region of Dragon Ridge. At this moment, one could see lights flickering occasionally through the dark and quiet forest, coupled with the sounds of explosions. The cause of these phenomena was none other than Overwhelming Smile's elite players grinding dragon men. These Overwhelming Smile elites were very organized. Forming groups of 20, the team of 100 took turns battling the dragon men army. They fought with great efficiency. While one group fought, the others would rest and remain vigilant of their surroundings, preventing other monsters from ambushing them. You guys will be it. Feng smiled. Chapter 520 Expert Hidden in the Dark. Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team currently grinded a dragonmen nest in shifts. In the Dragon Ridge, dragonmen nests were considered treasure lands. One could find various treasure chests inside these nests. Moreover, at least one boss guarded every nest. These bosses were usually chieftain and lord rank, but rarely the latter. Nests were also high-resource areas, and they were suitable locations for elite teams to level up and upgrade their equipment. This 100-man team from Overwhelming Smile had not noticed Feng's slow approach at all. However, when Shifeng was roughly 100 yards away from the team, he suddenly stopped. Why is he here? Shifeng was confused when he saw the thinly built man standing at the forefront of Overwhelming Smile's team. Shifeng's equipment and attributes far surpassed current players of God's domain. Moreover, with a powerful identification skill like the omniscient eyes, his vision was naturally superior to ordinary players. Even during at night, his vision was not significantly affected. Meanwhile, the thinly built man he saw was none other than Wolf, a true top-tier expert he had met several times before. At this moment, Wolf was already a level 27 Tier 1 shield warrior. His equipment had also undergone major changes. Currently, he wore nothing but level 25 dark gold ranked items, and his HP was close to 7,000. Compared to Zero Wings Chief MT Kola, Wolf was only slightly inferior. However, the most significant change about the man would have to be the guild emblem on his chest. Shifeng had once attempted to recruit Wolf to Zero Wing. However, the latter had expressed his dislike of being bound by a guild, so Shifeng had given up. Yet now not only had Wolf joined a guild, but the guild he had joined was also Overwhelming Smile. How could this not shock Shifeng? No wonder Overwhelming Smile's dungeon raiding progress in Maple City is so fast. Turns out that they have his help. Shifeng came to a realization. He had personally witnessed how skilled Wolf was. With the help of the Tier 1 shield warrior, Overwhelming Smile would not need long to clear a team dungeon. However, Shifeng could not figure out just how Overwhelming Smile had managed to persuade Wolf. On this 100-man elite team aside from Wolf, Shifeng could also see several more experts. These people were clearly different from the elite members of Overwhelming Smile. A decisive aura surrounded their bodies, and in terms of attacking and dodging, they were obviously a cut above Overwhelming Smile's elite members. Several of these experts had even reached the level of a true expert. No matter which guild they joined, they would be their guild's top combatants. Regarding combat techniques and experience, none of these people were less than Ouroboros' soaring snake. Overwhelming Smile really knows how to hide its secrets. Fortunately, I discovered this ahead of time. If these people gradually accumulate their power in the dark, they will become a vicious threat to Zero Wing in the future. After watching for some time, Shifeng discovered that there were 7 true experts in this 100-man team. Including Wolf, there were 8. Not even Zero Wing possessed so many true experts. Although the 7 others were inferior to Wolf, they were most likely stronger than Kola and the 5 demon generals. Only Flying Shadow of the 5 demon generals was close to being a match for these 7 experts. If it really came down to a battle, if Flying Shadow did not possess the advantage and attributes, he would not last against any of these experts. The only ones who could contend with these 7 people were Fire Dance, Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. Of course, regarding growth potential, Kola alone was already far above these 7 people, not to mention Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud who had the potential to reach God tier. In God's domain, every peerless expert capable of reaching God tier was an extraordinary existence. Experts who had only touched on the refinement realm stood no chance against them. Furthermore, these experts' combat techniques resembled Wolf's. It was clear that they had only achieved the skill they had today after training with Wolf for many years. Meanwhile, Kola, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow and the others were only ordinary people. In the past, they had to rely on themselves and undergo countless trials and errors to attain what they had. The number of experts in God's domain is limitless. I really can't afford to take things lightly. After seeing these experts, Shifeng suddenly felt that he was too negligent. The world's population was massive. Adding to the fact that this was an era of technology and humanity as a whole focused on physical fitness, there were countless capable people throughout the world. Even though he had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past, he had only seen a small fraction of God's domain. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well. There were still plenty of secrets about God's domain that a minor character like him was not qualified to see. Take Wolf for example. In the past, Shifeng had never once heard of the man before, yet the strength Wolf displayed was already so powerful. He definitely had a high chance of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the future. Meanwhile, this was only Star Moon Kingdom. There were hundreds of kingdoms and empires in God's domain, and kingdoms held the fewest experts. One could just imagine how many experts and secrets there were in God's domain that he was still unaware of. It seems that I'll have to proceed with the expert's training plan quickly. Although Shifeng had wanted to train Fire Dance and the others, pushing them into the refinement realm to become true top-tier experts as soon as possible, he was simply too busy to do so. He also did not have the appropriate facilities or supplies. Hence he had told Fire Dance and the others to train by themselves for now. Seeing that Werewolf and his team ventured deeper into the Dragonman's nest, Shifeng did not rush to take action. Instead he followed after the team secretly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was not because Shifeng was incapable of killing these players. Rather, he hoped to take care of these experts in one go. It was especially true for Werewolf. Before, although Werewolf was not his friend, they had not been enemies either. Now that Werewolf had joined Overwhelming Smile, however, that meant that Werewolf stood against Zero Wing. Naturally, Shifeng could not let him go. However, Shifeng was only one man. Facing a team of 100 players, if these elites focused on escaping with their lives, how could Shifeng possibly kill every one of them? Not to mention there were 8 top-tier experts in their midst. Among them there was also a thorny existence like Werewolf. If Werewolf and the 7 other experts cooperated to deal with him, even Shifeng would face the threat of death. Hence Shifeng was not in a hurry to attack. First and foremost, a good hunter required patience. A hunter also needed to have a firm grasp of timing. The first ambush was particularly important. Shifeng had long since become familiar with ambushing his enemies. Unfortunately, the terrain was simply too spacious. Forests also covered the surrounding environment, making it easy for players to escape and hide their trails. Naturally, Shifeng could not act rashly and prematurely expose himself. Moreover, time was on his side at the moment. It was already nighttime in God's domain, and players' vision significantly weakened during this time of day. If Shifeng hid under the cover of darkness, it would be even more difficult to discover him. In addition, Shifeng was currently level 30. He was much higher leveled than the monsters inside the Dragonman's nest, so it would not be easy for monsters to detect him. Time passed slowly and Shifeng followed Werewolf's team as they pushed deeper into the nest. With nothing better to do, Shifeng opened Twilight treasure chests whenever Divine Providence was ready. After the Icarus's heart had evolved, the luck attribute it provided had significantly increased. Upon activating Divine Providence, Shifeng's luck could reach a maximum of 32 points. That was 7 points higher than before. With each use of Divine Providence, Shifeng could open up to 9 treasure chests, and among these 9 treasure chests, there was a very high probability of Shifeng obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment. After Shifeng had tailed Werewolf's team for close to 4 hours, he had completed the Hurricane set equipment, the Tier 1 set equipment for swordsmen. As expected of a godly tool. I've only gone through half of the treasure chests and already I've completed a set of Tier 1 set equipment. If I can upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and open up the remaining Twilight treasure chests, I might complete the Tier 1 set equipment for all classes. Shifeng grew excited as he smiled at the brand new Hurricane set equipment inside his bag. As a Tier 1 set equipment for swordsmen, the Hurricane set was only inferior to an epic set equipment. It was far superior to the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Dragonclaw set equipment he currently wore. Moreover, unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set specifically catered to swordsmen. Chapter 521, A Monster That Evolves. As the closest thing to an epic set equipment below level 50, a Tier 1 set equipment was naturally extraordinary. Initially, Shifeng had not been very confident of wiping out Werewolf and the others. However, now that he had completed the Tier 1 set equipment for swordsmen, his combat power would soar once he equipped it. His chances of defeating Werewolf's group of 8 top-tier experts would also significantly increase. Shifeng then replaced the Dragonclaw set equipment with the Hurricane set equipment. Unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set was specifically designed for swordsmen. The silvery blue streamlined armor did not hinder its user's body at all. Shifeng now felt much lighter in the Hurricane set equipment. As expected of a set exclusively for swordsmen. Not only does it have strong defense, but it also increases the player's dexterity. Ordinary equipment cannot compare. After testing his range of movement, Shifeng's lips curled into a smile. Hurricane set equipment. Level 20, level 50. Equipment requirement. Tier 1 Swordsman. Set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs and feet. Binds when equipped. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Damage increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 20%, and all swordsman skill effects increased by 20%. 4-piece effect. Strength increased by 15%, and agility increased by 15%. Obtain sword aura release skill. Deals 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards, knocking back all enemies by 12 yards and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown, 1 minute. 5-piece effect. All swordsman skill cooldowns reduced by 20%. Receive 1 stack of hurricane energy every time you deal damage to the target. Each stack increases attack speed by 2% and attack range by 1 yard for 20 seconds. Maximum of 10 stacks. Obtain hurricane skill. Deals 200% plus 30% asterisk number of hurricane energy stacks. Weapon damage in a cone to enemies within a range of 20 yards and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. With the set's basic attributes, Shifeng's strength finally broke past the 500-point threshold even without entering a berserk state. His agility also passed 600 points. Regarding movement speed and attack speed, Shifeng was confident he would not lose to any player unless said player wore an epic set equipment. Moreover, even if they wore an epic set equipment, it was not necessarily better than the hurricane set equipment. Once equipment reached dark gold rank or above, it would undergo a unique transformation. This transformation was not reflected in the equipment's information. Rather, the set provided a hidden advantage. This advantage came in the form of the equipment's compatibility with a player's movements. It was similar to how a person would find it uncomfortable wearing shoes and clothing that did not fit. Every class and player had different movement habits. Ordinary equipment was standardized, not adapting to a player's movement habits, and was somewhat inconvenient for a player. Although the inconvenience might seem negligible to ordinary players, to experts, this inconvenience was like having a nail in their shoe. It would cause their movements to become awkward and significantly affect their performances. A Tier 1 set equipment's quality was higher than dark gold. Hence, in the system's settings, the set equipment would adjust to fit the player's class movement habits. Currently, Shifeng felt as if the nail that had been inside his shoe was finally gone. He could now move unhindered. Following which, Shifeng resumed his wait in the shadows. Warwolf and the others were already close to the heart of the Dragonman's nest. The terrain was narrow with mountains looming on each side. The team could only advance or retreat. There was no third option. This place was the best location to set up an ambush. Boss Wolf, I've already scouted ahead. Aside from some elite dragonmen, there aren't any traps or mechanisms throughout the path towards the heart of the nest. However, the boss guarding the treasure is a level 30 lord. Moreover, it leans towards magical type, so it will be somewhat difficult to deal with. A Tier 1 assassin in black named Shadowless Rat reported. A magical type? Warwolf, who had a sickly complexion, frowned slightly. Magical type bosses usually possessed many AoE skills and had a variety of attack patterns. However, the most frightening aspect of such bosses was their ability to instant kill players. They were different from physical-type bosses that could be contained using a variety of methods. The biggest difference between physical-type attacks and magical-type attacks was that physical-type attacks were normally very straightforward. They did not have any compound attack patterns. Although physical attacks were a lot faster, it would not be a problem if one reacted quickly and defended against the attack. On the other hand, magical attacks were usually compounded. Because of this, these attacks could easily instant-kill players. In the past virtual reality games, monsters' attack patterns were monotonous, unlike the monsters in God's domain whose attack patterns were very realistic. Moreover, with the increase in level, monsters' attack patterns would also evolve, transforming from the initial monotonous attack patterns to the current compound attack patterns. In other words, players had to guard more than one area, possibly up to 5 or 6. Most ordinary players already struggled to defend against single-fold attacks, much less two-fold attacks. The simplest example of a two-fold attack was an attack that came in tandem. In a panic, there was a high chance that both attacks would strike ordinary players. They would have to train rigorously to avoid such tandem attacks. Meanwhile, although the members of the various large guilds had killed plenty of monsters with compound attack patterns only began appearing after level 25. Hence, a majority of players would usually suffer the first time they encountered such monsters. Against a boss, even team wipes were common. Let's take a look at it first before coming up with a strategy, Warwolf said. Warwolf then led his team and advanced towards the Lord-ranked boss quickly, killing everything in their path. Magic Eye Dragon Man Lord rank. Level 30. HP 16000/1600000. As an area boss, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP changed according to the number of players in its area of influence. The minimum limit was 20 players, and if there were more than 20 players within range, its HP would increase accordingly. In other words, having more players wasn't necessarily an advantage. The moment Warwolf's team of 100 stepped into the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP instantly increased to 8 million. Shadowless Rat, the 19 of you will stay with me. Everyone else, leave the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, Warwolf immediately commanded upon seeing the boss's HP increase. Facing such a boss, having more people would only increase the team's burden. Their team had 8 experts who could easily deal with compound attacks, while the other 12 were veteran gamers who could deal with compound attacks relatively well. By forming a team of 20 players like this, they could deal with the Magic Eye Dragon Man as easily as dealing with an ordinary lord. Very quickly, the others left the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, hiding in a corner and watching quietly. Once the 80 players left the area, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP returned to 1,600,000. Okay, I'll go first. Everyone else be careful of its aggro. Saying so, Warwolf dashed forward, charging at the Magic Eye Dragonman who had a pitch-black tail and was covered in scales. When the Magic Eye Dragonman caught sight of the shield warrior charging at it, it activated rapid charge and arrived before Warwolf, swinging its hammer fiercely down on the intruder. As it swung down its warhammer, a massive black eyeball appeared above the Magic Eye Dragonman's head, silently firing multiple black rays at Warwolf. Boom! When the massive hammer the size of a small car landed, even the ground shook. However, after the dust settled, it appeared that the warhammer had not actually struck Warwolf. Instead, the weapon had landed right before the shield warrior, missing its target by a fraction. As for the black rays, they had also failed to damage Warwolf as they only brushed past his body. Immediately after, Warwolf swung his sword. Second acceleration. Although Warwolf's sword seemed slow, while the weapon was in mid-swing, it suddenly vanished. Unknown as to when it happened, Warwolf's sword had struck the Magic Eye Dragonman, causing over -400 damage to the Lord. Following which, Warwolf and the others began to bombard the Lord with attacks. For a time, attacks flew back and forth, the extraordinarily intense battle shocking the overwhelming Smile members who watched from a distance. If they recorded this battle, they could enjoy it like watching a sci-fi movie. It's time. Shi Feng, who had waited for a long time, revealed a faint smile. At this moment, Shi Feng downed a bottle of Haunted and activated the Ring of Nothingness. Upon entering a state of nothingness, he charged forward. Chapter 522, One Hit. While Warwolf's team of 20 cautiously faced off against the Magic Eye Dragonman, the other overwhelming Smile members watched excitedly, hoping to learn Warwolf and his team's techniques. They yearned to become one of those 20 players on the team and were enchanted by the battle. They paid no attention whatsoever to their surroundings. It was not because they were foolish, but because overwhelming Smile's prestige in Maple City made them untouchable. No one would dare to provoke them. Furthermore, it was currently nighttime and there were fewer players out in the field grinding and leveling up. Even if someone were plotting against them, they had so many players on their team. There were even top-tier experts in their midst. They had no reason to fear anyone. Boss Wolf is really amazing. Despite facing so many magical attacks, he has not once received any magical damage from the boss. I know, right? If I had just half of Boss Wolf's abilities, I could easily become the chief MT of other first-rate guilds. Half. In my opinion, 1/3 would be enough to become the chief MT of Starmoon Kingdom. Didn't you see how Boss Werewolf tanked the final boss of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon all by himself? Even when the previous two MTs had all of the healers on them, the final boss still took them out easily. Meanwhile, after Boss Werewolf arrived, he tanked the boss all by himself and only required one healer to keep him alive. My jaw nearly hit the ground. When the spectating crowd spoke about Werewolf, admiration for the shield warrior filled their hearts. Due to Werewolf's appearance, the 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons that had previously given Overwhelming Smile a headache had become very easy to raid. If not for the 50-man large-scale team dungeons having too high of a requirement, Overwhelming Smile would have long since obtained the first clear. Huh. Why does it suddenly feel hot? Hot. Now that you mention it, you're right. Isn't it nighttime right now? Several players began to glance around, searching for the source of the sudden heat. However, they had not noticed anything in particular. Wait, above us, a vigilant assassin shouted as he pointed towards the sky. Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes upward, only to find an endless stream of fire-type mana gathering above their heads, condensing into a fire that rained down on them. Meanwhile, a spinning wall of flames had appeared around them. The ground beneath their feet also began to boil. This phenomenon was none other than Shifeng's firestorm. After Shifeng had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, the level 7 firestorm now had an effective radius of 30 yards, and the skill shrouded all 80 spectating players. Before Overwhelming Smile's elites could react, a damage of over -10,000 points appeared above each of their heads. Werewolf had the highest HP in Overwhelming Smile, yet even he only had close to 7,000 HP. After a storm of flames swept through the crowd, silence permeated the area. All 80 members of Overwhelming Smile had been reduced to ash. Due to Haunted's effect, the drop rate of all of the players Shifeng had killed had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shifeng absorbing their immortal souls. Not only had these players lost their levels and equipment, but they were also barred from logging into God's domain for a long period. Good. Only you guys are left. Hiding a short distance away, Shifeng revealed a satisfied smile. This was the fearsome aspect of large-scale destruction spells. In the past there had been a saying in God's domain. One would rather incur the ire of a god-tier assassin rather than provoke a player with large-scale destruction spells. God-tier assassins were only powerful against individual players. However, a player who knew large-scale destruction spells could annihilate an entire army by themselves. If a god-tier assassin was likened to a sniper rifle, then a player with large-scale destruction spells was like a strategic missile. They were a guild's worst nightmare. In the past, the Midnight Tea Party had stood on equal footing with super guilds because they had a mage god and curse god on their team. These two players had possessed an arsenal of large-scale destruction spells. To them, an army of thousands was no different than floating clouds. A single Tier 6 large-scale destruction spell could easily wipe out the entire army. After killing the 80 Overwhelming Smile members, Shifeng did not bother picking up the loot scattered across the ground. Instead, he charged towards Werewolf, who currently raged against the Magic Eye Dragon Man. Firestorm's commotion would not have escaped the notice of Werewolf's team. While both sides were engaged in an intense battle, Shifeng could not waste this opportunity by picking up loot. Boss Wolf, the members on standby have been wiped out. What are we supposed to do now? Shadowless Rat asked, a lingering fear in his eyes as he watched the raging inferno that faded gradually. At this moment, the names of their team members on standby had turned gray. Retreat for now. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be too low if we have to fight the boss while dealing with this new enemy, Werewolf immediately shouted in the team chat. I'll cover for you guys. Everyone retreat. One had to admit that Werewolf's team was very skilled. Despite realizing that a new enemy had arrived, they still retreated in an orderly manner. Werewolf also retreated slowly as he held off the boss. Only one person? While Shadowless Rat pulled away from the boss battle, he suddenly noticed a black figure dashing towards them. He sighed with relief at the sight. Licking the corner of his lips, he sneered and said, "Boss Wolf, leave this bastard to me. He actually thinks he can provoke us and plunder our treasures? I'll teach him a lesson." Saying so, Shadowless Rat activated Wind Steps and dashed to meet the cloaked figure. Initially, Werewolf had intended to stop the assassin. However, after giving it some thought, he changed his mind. Seeing the enemy's movement speed, War Wolf had already managed to judge the enemy's strength. Although the enemy was an expert and possessed good attributes, he was still far from being a match for Shadowless Rat. War Wolf was very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength. Among the 8 top-tier experts, the assassin ranked 3rd in one-on-one combat. He was more than enough to deal with an ordinary expert. Moreover, they had already destroyed 50% of the boss's HP. It would be a huge waste if they had to start all over again. Before, he had worried that the enemy was very powerful due to the fact that the latter possessed a large-scale destruction spell. Ordinary players could never possess such skills. At the very least, the enemy should be an extremely powerful expert or someone with the backing of a large guild. If it were someone targeting Overwhelming Smile as a whole, they would have no choice but to retreat. After all, with Overwhelming Smile's high prestige in Maple City, the enemy would have sent a team of several hundred players to deal with their 100-man team. However, since there was only one attacker, it should only be an expert trying to plunder their items. Shadowless Rat was more than enough to deal with such an expert. If Shadowless Rat was not enough, they could just send someone to help the assassin. With their combat techniques, it was very dangerous for them to fight against the boss while fending off several hundred players. However, since the enemy was alone, one person should be enough to deal with the problem. The rest could focus on the boss. When Shadowless Rat was only 30 yards away from Shifeng, he activated stealth. He intended to finish off Shifeng with a chain of attacks. However, who was Shifeng? Under the gaze of omniscient eyes, no enemies could hide from Shifeng. Up till now, Shifeng had intentionally lowered his speed. He had not used his maximum. Suddenly, Shifeng's speed increased. Xiao. Only an afterimage remained in Shifeng's original location. So fast. Shadowless Rat immediately panicked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. However, it was too late to retreat. The distance between him and Shifeng was less than 20 yards. Activating Wind Blade, Shifeng's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived before Shadowless Rat. He immediately swung his sword down towards the assassin. Shadowless Rat was greatly surprised. However, his instincts as an expert allowed him to react to the attack. After grasping the trajectory of Shifeng's sword, he quickly moved his daggers to receive the attack. In the next moment, however, a black streak of light cut across Shadowless Rat. The assassin was then forced out of stealth, a shocked expression on his face as he looked at the black hooded figure before him. How could any attack possibly be so fast? Shadowless Rat looked at his bloodied chest, his heart palpitating as his HP quickly bottomed out. He then crumbled to the ground, motionless. Chapter 523, Cooperation. Shadowless Rat's instant death stunned War Wolf and the others, who watched the entire encounter. As his teammates, they were very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength and skill. Moreover, Shadowless Rat was a Tier 1 assassin who had grasped Omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemy's attack trajectory and respond appropriately. In addition, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, his total HP being over 4,400. Even War Wolf would have to expend a significant amount of effort to defeat Shadowless Rat. If the assassin focused on escaping, War Wolf would be helpless against him. Yet now he had actually been killed with a single hit. Meanwhile, they didn't even know what had happened exactly. They only saw the pitch-black sword in the enemy swordsman's hand transform into a streak of light, and in the next moment Shadowless Rat was dead. How could they not be shocked? After killing Shadowless Rat, Shifeng did not stop. Turning, he dashed for War Wolf and the others. This time, however, he did not hold back as he sprinted at full speed. In the dead of night, his cloaked figure looked like a ghost. He was extremely difficult to locate. He hit his strength. All those who aren't Tier 1 classes fall back. I'll hold off the boss. The rest of you delay him. Maintain your distance. His sword is extremely fast, so do not approach him no matter what. War Wolf shouted his orders in the team chat. Although War Wolf's instructions had been appropriate, he still felt as if something were off about this situation. Why had such an expert ambushed them? Moreover, based on the enemy's behavior, it was clear that he had aimed for them from the very beginning. This situation greatly confused Werewolf. Among the various teams in Overwhelming Smile, their team had always strived to maintain a low profile. They have never provoked anybody. They were an elite team that Overwhelming Smile had formed in secrecy to serve as the guild's trump card, and even the normal members of the guild did not know they existed. However, the enemy had clearly chosen the best possible moment to launch his attack. The ambusher's strength was the most usual aspect. He was definitely one of the rarely seen top-tier experts. Although the enemy had only attacked once, Werewolf could tell how powerful he was. Comparing basic attributes alone, this enemy was far superior to Shadowless Rat. Even if both sides fought without any combat techniques, Shadowless Rat would not have an easy time blocking that person's sword. Not to mention there was also the attack that contained no excess movement. Being caught unaware, it was only natural that Shadowless Rat had been defeated. In fact, there was not the slightest bit of error with Werewolf's judgment. In front of absolute power, all tricks were futile. Shifeng currently wore the Tier 1 Hurricane set equipment. He also possessed the epic ranked 7 Luminaries ring and the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. With one hand he wielded the top-tier Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, and with the other he wielded the magic weapon Abyssal Blade. He was a Tier 1 Blade Saint, and his one-handed sword mastery had reached the level of a sword master. In terms of basic attributes, he was leaps and bounds above Shadowless Rat. Even though Shadowless Rat had already reached the threshold of the refinement realm, in the face of absolute power, all combat techniques were useless. Not to mention, as an assurance, Shifeng had even used flowing water acceleration in his attack. How could Shadowless Rat possibly block an attack with that kind of speed? However, Shadowless Rat's bad luck was partially to blame for Shifeng's ability to kill him with one hit. Even with Shifeng's powerful basic attributes, it was still impossible for him to eliminate over 4,400 HP, killing the assassin with a single hit. At the very least, he needed 2 hits to finish off the assassin. However, the attack that struck Shadowless Rat had triggered a triple critical hit. Even death would find it difficult to avoid the assassin at that point. In the span of a few breaths, the remaining 6 experts in Werewolf's team had already managed to block Shifeng's advance. Among these 6 players, 3 were melee classes, with 1 being a swordsman and 2 being berserkers. The remaining 3 consisted of a cleric, an elementalist, and a ranger. All 6 players were Tier 1 classes. A party of ordinary Tier 1 players would be more than enough to deal with a 20-man elite team, not to mention that these 6 Tier 1 players were true experts. Their coordination was certainly something to behold. I refuse to believe that the 6 of us cannot defeat one of you, a level 27 male berserker in silver armor said irritably as he watched Shifeng dash towards his team. It's better to be careful. This person's attack power is very high. Even plate armor classes like you will not survive more than a few hits. Focus on pinning him down. Leave the attacking to us ranged classes, the tall and slender level 26 female elementalist suggested. We know, relax, another level 26 male berserker in black armor laughed. They were very confident that they could deal with Shifeng. Normally they often held practice PvP matches against each other. As long as the 3 melee classes worked together, even their boss Werewolf would suffer defeat. They also had 3 ranged classes on their side. They refused to believe that the black-cloaked swordsman before them could turn the tide of the battle by himself. The Tier 1 ranger then fired a series of frost arrows, sealing off Shifeng's movements. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 elementalist used a combination of ice spear and ice wall. Both the ranger and the elementalist had grasped omnivision, so they could see through Shifeng's actions and send their attacks ahead of time. Under the combination attack, Shifeng was forced to stop his advance temporarily and evade the incoming attacks. Take this. Seizing the opportunity, the silver armor berserker tightened his grip on his greatsword and used flame charge on Shifeng. Flame charge could force the target into a fainted state for a slightly more than 1 second. As long as they incapacitated Shifeng for 1 second, under everyone's focused fire, even his 10,000 plus HP would not last. The black-armored berserker had also used charge on Shifeng, though he purposely timed his skill's activation so that he would reach Shifeng a moment after the silver-armored berserker. Even if Shifeng activated a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge, He could only defend against the first charge and not the second one. Most importantly, both berserkers attacked Shifeng's sides, making it even more difficult for Shifeng to force his way through the attacks. There were also the 3 ranged classes blocking off Shifeng's paths of retreats. If Shifeng tried to evade, the attacks would strike him. Die. The black-armored berserker readied his battle axe as the silver-armored berserker attacked Shifeng, waiting for the moment when Shifeng used a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge. When that time arrived, it would then be his turn to finish Shifeng off. Shifeng's only choice was to evade the charge and in turn, sacrifice some of his HP by enduring the ranged class's attacks. That way he would at least keep his life. In the long run, however, he would only find death here. It was only a matter of time. Why isn't he dodging? The Tier 1 female elementalist muttered, confused as she watched from afar. Even when the silver-armored berserker arrived before Shifeng, the latter had not moved in the slightest. In the next moment, the silver-armored berserker swung down his greatsword with all his might. Dang! Dazzling sparks scattered to the surroundings as Shifeng blocked the silver-armored berserker's full-powered slash with one of his swords. You're dead. On the other side, the black-armored berserker sneered. Shifeng had actually decided not to evade the attack. He had not even used a skill to defend himself. He was simply insane. After being incapacitated by 2 charges, not even a miracle could save him from death. When the black-armored berserker arrived before Shifeng and swung his axe, everyone heard the sound of clashing metal once again. How? The black-armored berserker was shocked as he stared at Shifeng blocking his axe with the Purgatory's shadow. Does he possess a skill that makes him immune to control effects for a short time? The 2 robust berserkers standing beside Shifeng had failed to inflict any damage. Even an immunity skill won't save you. Shouting angrily, the silver-armored berserker's body increased slightly in size. It was obvious that he had used a berserk skill, allowing his strength to grow. He then used cross-slash. The other black-armored berserker used whirlwind slash. It should be my turn now, right? Shifeng asked softly. Chapter 524, Ganging Up. Before the fight with Warwolf's team had even begun, Shifeng had activated the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring, becoming immune to all control effects. Whether it was the Tier 1 elementalist's ice wall or the Tier 1 ranger's frost arrows, Shifeng had intentionally dodged both the Tier 1 elementalist's ice wall and the Tier 1 ranger's frost arrows with the goal of tricking the 2 Tier 1 berserkers into approaching him on their own accord, saving him the time of going after them himself. Releasing a low shout, Shifeng used the skill unique to the Hurricane set equipment Sword Aura Release, dealing 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards and knocking all enemies back by 12 yards, stunning them for 1 second. Crap. The silver and black-armored berserkers immediately realized something was amiss and hurriedly activated block to defend themselves, swinging the greatsword and battle axe. Boom. Both berserkers felt as if they had just been hit by a truck, their bodies flying backward and slamming heavily into the ground. Before either of them could react, Shifeng advanced. He could easily cross a distance of 12 yards with a single step. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before the silver-armored berserker and sent a chop down on the man. Currently, both berserkers were in a fainted state. They could not defend against Shifeng's attacks at all. However, the instant Shifeng's sword descended, he immediately changed his weapon's trajectory, directing the chop behind him. Ping, ping, ping. Before anyone noticed, a Tier 1 swordsman had appeared behind Shifeng and similarly used chop. Hence, Shifeng had abruptly changed his target. When the swords of light collided, the impact sent the Tier 1 swordsman flying, 3 damages of over -400 points appearing above his head. How can someone possess such horrific strength? Is he a human-shaped lord? The Tier 1 swordsman stared at Shifeng in disbelief. He had flown over 6 yards and had only managed to stabilize himself after much difficulty. Even so, the hand he used to grip the sword that collided with Shifeng's blade was completely numb. During this brief exchange between Shifeng and the Tier 1 swordsman, the silver-armored berserker recovered from his fainted state. Shock filled his heart when he saw a single hit send his swordsman companion flying. Immediately he used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to scare Shifeng away. When the silver-armored berserker used Whirlwind Slash, the elementalist and ranger at a distance promptly begun to launch cover fire. What a joke. Shifeng was capable of sending a level 26 tier 1 swordsman flying with just one hit. Such an attack struck them directly, they would die instantly. Facing the barrage of attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to evade, opting to chase after the black-armored berserker. After all, not only were these attacks overwhelming, but they were also experts' attacks. If he really tried to take the silver-armored berserker's life, it was highly possible he would have to sacrifice his own. Seeing Shifeng retreat, the level 27 silver-armored berserker unconsciously released a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly lost my life there. If he had not instinctively used block, allowing him to negate one instance of damage coming from his front, he would have lost his life during Shifeng's first attack. Not to mention that alarmingly dangerous second attack. Despite being in a fainted state, he could clearly feel the killing intent, which was intimidating enough to cause one to freeze during battle, contained within Shifeng's attack. Even if he were not in a fainted state, he was not confident he could block that lightning-quick attack. Although he possessed high HP and defense as a berserker, his HP was just slightly more than 5,300. With Shifeng's frightening attack power, even a plate armor class would die from a single hit. Only a brief second had passed since they had begun fighting Shifeng. However, this was the first time in his life the silver-armored berserker had experienced such a long second. His life very nearly flashed before his eyes. When the black-armored berserker saw Shifeng come for him, without hesitation he turned and fled. He had also experienced Shifeng's power. Not only were Shifeng's basic attributes leaps and bounds above theirs, but his combat techniques were also far beyond them. Facing such a person head-on was nothing short of suicide. While the black-armored berserker fled, the distant female elementalist cast ice wall and ice spheres to hinder Shifeng's movements. Although the spells could not reduce Shifeng's movement speed, they still dealt damage. Hence, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge the attacks. Besides that, the ranger consistently fired accurate attacks at Shifeng's movement trajectory, hindering the Blade Saint's chase of the black-armored berserker. The Tier 1 swordsman also trailed behind him, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. This is really annoying. Although Shifeng had expected such a situation, he could not help his slight irritation. Top-tier experts were top-tier experts for a reason. They were not as easy to deal with as other players. Although he was very fast, he was not fast enough that his enemies could not react. With the 6 of them cooperating perfectly, attacking and retreating simultaneously, Shifeng simply could not find any gaps to attack. As for using long-distance attacks such as Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter and so on, these skills' casting times were too long. With these people's skills, they could easily dodge Shifeng's long-range attacks. Moreover, using such skills would also slow his movement, allowing these people to widen the gap between them, placing him at a disadvantage. However, these people's ranged attacks were also useless as Shifeng dodged them easily. As for confronting him in melee combat, they did not have the courage. They would be gambling with their lives if they tried to take on Shifeng's attacks. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Warwolf had shaken off the boss and dashed towards Shifeng with astonishing speed. "Ha! Brat, you're finished." The silver-armored berserker could not help but laugh when he saw Warwolf running over to help them. Warwolf was a shield warrior. Not only did he possess a frightening defense, but he also had a shield. Adding in Warwolf's techniques, if he coordinated with them in melee combat, they could easily finish off Shifeng. Most importantly, while they had a healer, Shifeng did not. This battle's result was clear for all to see. "Encircle him, do not let him escape," Warwolf hurriedly shouted in the team chat. "Boss, you can count on us." Overwhelming smiles. 12 other elites suddenly emerged from their hiding spots, each of them holding a crimson bead. Once they circled Shifeng, they immediately began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a massive flame barrier rose from the ground, creating a dome that trapped Shifeng and the others inside. "Brat, you're really not simple. We even have to use the sealing beads that we obtained from Hell Mode Team Dungeons after going through much difficulty to deal with you. Don't even dream of escaping now," the silver-armored berserker laughed. No one was allowed to leave the ceiling barrier. Unless Shi Feng possessed a skill with tremendous destructive power, he would have to wait until the barrier exhausted its power. Meanwhile, the barrier had a duration of 15 minutes. It was more than enough to deal with Shi Feng. Isn't he just one extra person? Do you guys really think you can handle me? Shi Feng retorted with a laugh. You underestimate the effect one extra person can have. Even before this, you couldn't do anything to us. With Boss Wolf's help, we will break the balance and kill you. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. You're the one who ambushed us. Next time, make sure you think twice about who you attack, the silver-armored berserker sneered confidently. If 6 of you are just barely a match for me, I wonder how the 7 will cope with 2? Shi Feng could not help but ask. Although Shi Feng's voice was soft, everyone's chests tightened. Even with War Wolf's powerful aid, they felt that they would only have a 60% chance of taking down Shi Feng. If another expert popped up, then... Do you think I'm a fool? Once this barrier is up, nobody is allowed to enter or leave. The silver-armored berserker refused to believe Shi Feng's claim. However, the moment he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared by Shi Feng's side. Moreover, this person was a twin of their enemy. The killing intent this person radiated could similarly make one's heart skip a beat. Chapter 525, Instant Kill. Every member of War Wolf's elite team was stunned when they saw 2 Shi Fengs in front of them. What's going on here? One Shi Feng had already given them plenty of trouble, and they even required War Wolf's help if they wanted any hope of defeating him. Now that there were 2, what were they supposed to do? A doppelganger, huh? War Wolf remained calm despite the sudden appearance of another Shi Feng, and he immediately thought of a possibility. In God's domain, aside from the skills of the various classes, there was also a large variety of general skills. A skill capable of producing a doppelganger was not entirely impossible. It was just like how summoners could summon powerful monsters. When the others on the team heard War Wolf's statement, they realized that this was actually quite possible. Otherwise, how would they explain the situation before them? Everyone instantly released a sigh of relief. Although a doppelganger possessed some lethality, at the end of the day, a doppelganger was still a doppelganger. However, they quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. They were outrageously wrong. The instant Shi Feng's doppelganger showed itself, it dashed towards the Tier 1 swordsman. Although the speed of the doppelganger's sword was not as frightening as the real Shi Feng's, every one of the doppelganger's attacks forced the Tier 1 swordsman to take 3 to 5 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The Tier 1 swordsman was even forced to activate defensive blade to hold off the doppelganger's assault. I'll help you, the black-armored berserker rushed towards Shi Feng's doppelganger, brandishing his battle axe. However, even with the aid of a top-tier berserker, the Tier 1 swordsman's HP rapidly decreased. The team's Tier 1 cleric had no choice but to heal the Tier 1 swordsman constantly to stabilize the latter's HP. The doppelganger's combat power flustered every one of its enemies. Leave the doppelganger to me. Since it is a skill, there is definitely a duration. Once the duration ends, we will deal with the person himself, War Wolf snarled. He then used charge and arrived before the doppelganger. Shi Feng had to admit that War Wolf was indeed an expert who had already set foot into the refinement realm. Both his attacks and evasion were extremely accurate and meticulous. He always achieved the greatest of effects using the smallest of actions. In addition, that massive shield of his allowed him to guard the majority of his body from the doppelganger's attacks easily. Despite being forced into a constant retreat by the doppelganger's every move, his body remained as steady as a mountain. Amazing. If Kola was as skilled as War Wolf right now, we could definitely try to raid a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Shi Feng pitied his situation while he watched War Wolf. With War Wolf pinning down the doppelganger, the remaining 6 experts kept Shi Feng in check while they bided their time. However, before anyone could catch a breather, 12 swords suddenly appeared hovering around Shi Feng. Just looking at the gleaming edges of the blades made one's scalp tingle. Since you guys see nothing wrong with ganging up on others, there's nothing wrong with me using my doppelganger and these 12 swords to deal with the 7 of you, right? Don't call me a bully, alright? Shi Feng smiled faintly. He then controlled the 12 abyssal blade phantoms to attack the 6 experts. Suddenly, the silver-armored berserker and the other experts paled, their words sticking in their throats. Although the 12 abyssal blade phantoms did not contain much power, their damage was still significant. They could cause up to 45% of Shifeng's damage. In addition, the phantoms were small, fast, and nimble, making it extremely difficult to avoid their strikes. While the melee classes could cope, but barely with the phantoms, the same did not hold true for the ranged classes. It was especially true for the cleric. Preserving his own life had become an arduous task, much less doing so and healing his team. After fighting for only a short moment, Warwolf and the other top-tier experts were miserable. The overwhelming Smile members watching from outside the barrier were utterly dumbfounded. Even if everyone present was a fool, they could tell just how powerful Shifeng was. By now, it was obvious that Shifeng had merely been toying with the 6 experts during their previous exchange. At this moment, Shifeng stood on the sidelines and watched the battle. By relying on the doppelganger and 12 swords, he had already beaten overwhelming Smile's prided peak combat force into submission. If he joined the battle, couldn't he wipe them out anytime he wanted? Just who are you? Warwolf demanded, his confusion evident on his face. Such a powerful expert would not just coincidentally ambush them. He must have a purpose for doing so. However, instead of replying to Warwolf's question, Shifeng silently pointed the abyssal blade towards the sky. Suddenly, countless swords of light appeared above the silver-armored berserker and the others, completely enveloping the 7 people. Then, like raindrops, the swords of light descended. This skill was none other than the Tier 1 skill Shifeng had learned when he became a Blade Saint, Skywheel Sword. Skywheel Sword inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 20 yards. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds. Previously, 9 Dragons Slash had forced everyone to use up almost all of their life-saving skills. Among the experts, the Elementalist and Cleric had both exhausted theirs. Faced with the rain of swords, the 2 ranged players could only quietly go to their deaths. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Tier 1 Berserkers, the Tier 1 Swordsman, and the Tier 1 Ranger had less than a third of their HPs remaining after the Skywheel Sword's descent. They were also trapped in a 20-yard radius area. Using silent steps, Shifeng appeared behind the Tier 1 Ranger. Although Rangers possessed melee combat capabilities, Shifeng had caught him completely off guard. A sword of light flashed across the Ranger's body, and without offering the slightest resistance, the Ranger too fell lifelessly to the ground, his equipment scattering around his body. Damn it! Warwolf's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Although he wanted to save his companions, he already had his hands full dealing with the doppelganger before him. At this moment he was overwhelmed with regret. Just why had he used a barrier to trap his own men with this kind of monster? Moreover, the barrier lasted 15 long minutes. Everyone outside, hurry up and escape. Warwolf was helpless as he shouted this command. Boss Wolf. The overwhelming Smile team members outside the barrier nodded and scattered. As they ran, they began to contact the other members of Overwhelming Smile, asking for reinforcements. However, they knew that no one could save Warwolf and the others. There was not enough time. Inside the barrier, though the silver-armored berserker and the other 2 experts tried to attack Shifeng as a group, the gap between their strength and speed and their enemies was simply too massive. Without needing any skills, Shifeng easily finished off the 3 of players after brandishing his swords a dozen times or so. As for Warwolf, Shifeng was done playing around. He immediately instructed his doppelganger to activate Blade Liberation. Blade Liberation was a skill that he had learned himself, not a skill that he acquired with his equipment. Since the doppelganger could utilize all of the skills he had learned, it was naturally capable of using the Tier 1 Berserker skill, Blade Liberation, as well. Instantly, both the doppelganger's strength and agility increased by 80%. At this moment, the doppelganger's strength and agility had even surpassed Shifeng himself. In the next moment, countless swords of light clashed with Warwolf's massive red shield, producing a continuous stream of rings. The barrage of powerful attacks sent Warwolf flying. As he tried to stabilize his body in midair, he suddenly discovered Shifeng's doppelganger before him. Hurriedly, Werewolf raised his shield in an attempt to protect his body. Shockingly, however, the doppelganger's sword passed through his shield and struck his body, dealing over -1000 damage. This move was none other than the skill specifically meant for targeting MT's illusory shadow. Once this skill was used, the doppelganger's attacks could only be dodged and not blocked. At this moment, Werewolf's towering shield was practically non-existent. Moreover, he could not control his body while he flew through the air, making it impossible to dodge the doppelganger's attacks. Attack after attack assaulted Werewolf. The doppelganger attacked the shield warrior 6 times in a row, and of them 3 had triggered a critical hit, dealing close to -3000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Werewolf's body fell to the ground, his nearly 7000 HP reaching 0. Meanwhile, Shifeng had activated space movement and instantly appeared before the 12 escaping Overwhelming Smile members. He then finished off each player with a single hit, letting none escape the Dragonman's nest. Chapter 526 Deterring Force. After annihilating everyone at the Dragonman's nest, Shifeng began to collect the items his victims had dropped. Due to Haunted's effect, Werewolf and the others' drop rates had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shifeng's luck attribute, some of Overwhelming Smile's elites had even dropped up to 3 pieces of equipment. Shifeng had obtained more than 200 pieces of equipment, with the most inferior being level 20 secret silver equipment, just by killing this team of 100 players. In total, Shifeng had earned more than 1000 gold in equipment. No wonder so many players joined the forces of darkness. An indescribable joy filled Shifeng's heart when he looked at the assortment of advanced equipment in his bag. If Zero Wing had only itself to rely on to obtain all this equipment, a lot of time would be required. Meanwhile, Shifeng had only needed 5 minutes. However, equipment was not his greatest concern this time. The key point had been killing Werewolf and the others. After absorbing their immortal souls, Werewolf and the others could forget about logging into the game for at least 2 or 3 days. In addition to their lost equipment, they would have to waste at least 4 or 5 days to recover from this serious setback. With this one fight, Shifeng had stomped Overwhelming Smile's trump card to the ground, severely slowing the guild's development progress. If I put my back into it, I should be able to collect the 300 points of life force required before logging off. Shifeng took a look at the Icarus's heart's attributes, licking his lips. He then departed from the Dragonman's nest in search of other Overwhelming Smile members. Previously, when he had attacked Werewolf and the others, the latter had contacted the other nearby Overwhelming Smile members, hoping to attract a crowd. After all, Overwhelming Smile was the overlord of Maple City. Now that someone had dared to provoke the guild, they wanted to openly display what the consequences were for such actions. As this concerned the guild's reputation, Overwhelming Smile would take action to serve as a deterrence for others. Hence, this was the perfect time for Shifeng to hunt Overwhelming Smile members. Time gradually passed. Just as Shifeng had predicted, while he had killed Werewolf's team, the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge began to rush towards his location. There was actually someone who dared kill their allies while in their territory. Before this, nobody had dared to kill any members of Overwhelming Smile. Now that someone had emerged, naturally they needed to retaliate. Filled with rage, the members of Overwhelming Smile rushed over to the Dragonman's nest where Werewolf's team had fought, hoping to teach Shifeng a lesson. Unfortunately, only an endless abyss awaited them. The majority of the reinforcements that arrived consisted of 20-man teams, and very rarely would a 100-man team appear. Although all of these teams consisted of elite players, compared to Werewolf's team, they were significantly inferior. Whenever Shifeng discovered one of these teams, he would immediately use Firestorm. As for those that were fortunate enough to be outside the skill's effective radius, Shifeng would rush over and finish them off quickly. Each battle usually lasted around 5 or 6 seconds. These Overwhelming Smile members did not even have the time to contact the other teams. They could only watch as Shifeng devoured them, one after another, becoming life force for the Icarus's heart. After slightly over half an hour, Shifeng had collected a total of 300 points of life force, evolving the Icarus's heart to secret silver rank. The luck attribute the necklace provided increased from the original 7 points to 9 points. Although it was a minor increase, it had significantly increased items drop rates. Meanwhile, if Shifeng wanted to upgrade the Icarus's heart to fine gold rank, he needed double the previous requirement, 600 points of life force. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to log out of the game to rest. However, thinking that this was a rare opportunity, he continued to massacre the endless stream of overwhelming Smile members that stormed over to help their companions. Currently, overwhelming Smile's members still had no idea of what was occurring at the Dragonman's nest. They also did not know that many of their companions had already died. After all, players who had lost their immortal souls could not log into the game even if they wanted to, so it was not possible for them to notify their allies. Even if there were a way to make contact, that would only happen after the upper managers of Overwhelming Smile discovered that the dead could not log back into the game. Who knew how long that would take? If Shifeng waited until everyone from Overwhelming Smile reacted to the situation, searching for Overwhelming Smile members would become far more difficult. Since news of his slaughter would get out sooner or later, Shifeng intended to go all out and kill as many as he could. Ignorantly, the members of Overwhelming Smile who wanted to teach Shifeng a lesson continued to run to their deaths. Every team that came to the Dragonman's nest died. The 100-man teams were no exception. Meanwhile, inside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in Maple City. "Miss Yulan, what's going on with you? Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" A handsome middle-aged man seated on the guild leader's throne asked, laughing. This middle-aged man was none other than Overwhelming Smile's true guild leader, Laughing Heaven. Laughing Heaven had tan skin and a pair of deep black eyes. His entire person radiated a sense of majesty and gave others the impression that he was one who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although Overwhelming Smile was only a second-rate guild, it had only been established a short time ago. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was the person responsible for nurturing Overwhelming Smile from the ground up. During the initial stages of God's domain, he had accurately chosen to develop Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, leading the guild to become the city's overlord. Soon after, Underworld came with the offer of acquisition. Not only had Underworld supplied the guild with significant funds, but it also supplied many experts, allowing Overwhelming Smile to become a guild capable of rivaling first-rate guilds. However, what shocked Laughing Heaven the most were the experts Underworld had sent. Because of those few experts, Overwhelming Smile had managed to raid team dungeons smoothly and unimpeded, shocking Maple City. Overwhelming Smile had become a well-known guild in Starmoon Kingdom, and even showed signs of becoming the kingdom's #1 guild. Guild leader Laughing Heaven, now is not the time for jokes. Recall all of our members from Dragon Ridge immediately. If they can't return, instruct them to keep their guild emblems hidden, Yulan said with a stern expression, her tone sounding like an absolute command rather than a request. "Miss Yulan, did something big happen in Dragon Ridge?" Laughing Heaven was no fool. Hearing the sudden change in Yulan's tone, he could tell that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, he could not casually withdraw all those players who were out grinding without a good reason. Such an action would negatively impact the guild's development. "Are you really clueless about what is happening in Dragon Ridge?" Yulan asked quietly. "Are you talking about the person who is attacking our teams?" When Laughing Heaven realized the reason for Yulan's distress, he could not help but laugh and said, "Miss Yulan, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? Isn't it just someone ambushing us? Is there really a need to withdraw our members from Dragon Ridge? Many guild members have already gone to deal with that arrogant bastard. I doubt it will be long before that player is found and killed." Making a big fuss over nothing? Found and killed? Yulan could not help but laugh upon hearing Laughing Heaven's words, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. To actually speak such ridiculous words, do you even know what exactly is happening in Dragon Ridge right now? Miss Yulan, there is one thing that you have to understand. While you might be Overwhelming Smile's guild leader in White River City, in Maple City, I, Laughing Heaven, am the true guild leader. Laughing Heaven was not impressed by Yulan's behavior. If not for the woman having the support of Underworld, he couldn't care less what the woman said. "Since you don't know, I'll tell you. Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, is currently in Dragon Ridge. The majority of the subordinates you've sent there to level up are most likely dead already. If you don't recall them right this instant, It won't be long before he wipes out every member we have there. Yulan said sternly. That is all I have to say. Guild leader Laughing Heaven, whether you wish to act upon my advice or not is up to you. Finished, Yulan turned and left the guild leader's office. Her task in Maple City was only to develop Overwhelming Smile's trade. She was not allowed to intervene on any other matters relating to the guild, not could she. Otherwise, she would not have run all the way here to meet with Laughing Heaven. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was stunned into silence when he heard the name Black Flame. Chapter 527 Commotion at Maple City. Inside Overwhelming Smile's guild leader's office. Some time after Yulan's departure, Laughing Heaven still struggled with accepting the situation. He could not understand why Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, would go all the way to Dragon Ridge to ambush Overwhelming Smile's members. Who was Black Flame? He was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. He was someone capable of coming and going as he wished even when surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. Laughing Heaven had even heard tell that 2 of Underworld's prided 7 ghosts had died at the hands of Black Flame, leaving Underworld helpless against Zero Wing. In the end, even Underworld could do nothing but forbear from dealing with Zero Wing. This alone spoke of Black Flame's power. Shit. Laughing Heaven suddenly recalled a situation. There was a rumor going around saying that Black Flame was capable of preventing the players he killed from logging into God's domain for a long period. However, Laughing Heaven knew that this rumor was true, as after Black Flame killed Underworld's 5th ghost and 6th ghost, the 2 were unable to log into the game for 2 full days. Laughing Heaven also knew that, back in the Watch Cemetery in the White River City region, Black Flame had single-handedly forced Underworld to withdraw from that land of treasures. If what Yulan said was true, then the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge vying for revenge were no different than sheep to the slaughter. Moreover, it was currently night in God's domain. Every guild member capable of leveling up at night was an elite player. These people were annihilated and barred from entering the game for 2 days. Laughing Heaven immediately tried to contact Werewolf, hoping his team of experts could pin down Black Flame. With their strength, they should be able to deal with this matter without much difficulty. Afterward, he only needed to withdraw his guild members from Dragon Ridge. Did he log off? When Laughing Heaven opened his friends list, he suddenly discovered that Werewolf and the other experts were offline. That shouldn't be right. I heard that Werewolf was planning to raid a Dragonman's nest today. Why would they log off so soon? It can't be. Laughing Heaven abruptly thought of an extremely unlikely possibility. How could this be? Did Black Flame kill all 8 of those top-tier experts? However, when he recalled Yulan's sudden appearance in his office, it was highly possible that Werewolf had contacted Yulan after he died. This won't do. I need to call back everyone immediately. When Laughing Heaven thought about the massacre of Overwhelming Smile's members, rage and frustration filled his heart. However, who else could possibly win against this one-man army? Shortly after, Laughing Heaven sent a command to all Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge, ordering them to either head to other locations to level up or return to the city to rest. In any case, the monsters at night were not easy to deal with. They could also accumulate double EXP buff if they rested in the guild residence. What's going on? Why are we being told to leave Dragon Ridge? I'm only a short distance from the treasure chest. That's right. Our team is still looking for that little thief that dared ambush us. If we withdraw like this, won't we let that bastard get away? Who knows? However, this is a command from the guild leader, so we have no choice. The members of Overwhelming Smile were somewhat dissatisfied with Laughing Heaven's command. However, as it was a command from the guild leader himself, they could not disobey. While Overwhelming Smile gradually withdrew from Dragon Ridge, a commotion occurred in Maple City. Many players resting in the city passionately discussed these ambushes and Overwhelming Smile's withdrawal. Bars were particularly lively with such conversations. After all, Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord, and it constantly received attention from the city's players. Now that such a huge incident had occurred, how could it not attract attention? Did you hear? Overwhelming Smile suddenly withdrew all of its members from Dragon Ridge. Of course, I heard about it. It really makes you wonder what is going through their leaders' minds. Hee. I have some insider information. I heard that someone is killing Overwhelming Smile players in Dragon Ridge. With no way to deal with this assailant, Overwhelming Smile was forced to withdraw from Dragon Ridge. Oh, blow it out your ass. Overwhelming Smile is our Maple City's absolute overlord. Whoever dares attack them is just looking to die. Hey, don't deny it so quickly. That player that ambushed Overwhelming Smile is no simple character. Suddenly the players in the bar grew curious. Aside from the fact that Overwhelming Smile was the city's overlord, the guild also had more than its fair share of experts. Otherwise, they would not have successfully raided level 20 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons one after another. Even until now, aside from Overwhelming Smile, no other guild in Maple City had accomplished such a feat. With these experts, what player had even a chance of challenging the guild? I don't believe it. Who could possibly be so powerful? That's right. Unless a first-rate guild is trying to wage an all-out war against Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, who else would possess such strength? The bar's crowd expressed their doubts. They did not believe any of this information. Moreover, they always had a sense of pride regarding the guild known as Overwhelming Smile. After all, they were all players of the same city. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile was indeed very powerful. Throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom, only a few guilds could raid level 20 Hell Mode team dungeons. Even if a first-rate guild wished to take strike out at Overwhelming Smile, they would be beaten to death if they set foot in Maple City. Hee. I knew none of you would believe me. However, once I say this name you will definitely believe me. The male druid giggled. Continue boasting. Who doesn't know how to boast? Suddenly, everyone inside the bar sent contemptuous looks at the independent player. Haha, let me tell you guys then. The player attacking Overwhelming Smile is Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader and Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. The male druid said very confidently. When the druid finished speaking, the entire bar fell silent. Everyone felt that Black Flame was the only person capable of such a feat. This was because such an incident had once occurred in White River City. Back then, hadn't Overwhelming Smile's many experts been forced to withdraw from the Watch Cemetery precisely because of Black Flame? It could be said that practically everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Black Flame. One hit to deter the guilds in White River City, one battle to be crowned as god. Many players had tried to learn from Black Flame. If they could learn even a fraction of his skills, they could become experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame's title as the One-Hit Azura was something that excited countless players. He's the leader of a guild. Moreover, he is the overlord of White River City. Why would he come all the way to Maple City to cause trouble for Overwhelming Smile? Someone suddenly asked. How should I know? Maybe Black Flame plans to lay his hands on Maple City as well? The male druid joked. Silence overtook the entire bar once more. When they thought about it, there was indeed a small possibility of such a situation. After all, Zero Wing was already White River City's overlord. Why would such a powerful guild be satisfied with ruling just a single city? It had to expand sooner or later. Thinking up to this point, everyone could not help but grow excited. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the bar, a middle-aged man in his late 30s was greatly shocked when he heard this news. This man was none other than Xianxia, the person who bought land on behalf of Feng. Sure enough, the winds of Maple City are going to change. Xianxia sighed. In all of Starmoon Kingdom, most likely only an expert like Black Flame was capable of deterring the overlord of an entire city by himself. The Strongest Sword God's Revival. Chapter 528 Characteristic Skill. The news regarding Black Flame quickly spread throughout Maple City. Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing had been waging an all-out war against each other. No one was surprised that Black Flame had taken his killing all the way to Maple City, considering it perfectly reasonable. Regarding this situation, everyone's opinion of Zero Wing was still quite optimistic. Normally, Overwhelming Smile occupied all the high-resource areas located within the Maple City region, and many players were not happy about that. However, these players would not dare voice their anger as Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord. Now that someone capable of taking out Overwhelming Smile members had emerged, these players would cheer and support them. However, as news of Shifeng's hunt spread, another event had occurred that excited players in Maple City. Another player-owned shop had emerged in their city, and this shop was the Candlelight Trading Firm. The Candlelight Trading Firm sold a wide variety of goods, with the most precious item being the basic strengthened armor kit. Many players had never even seen the basic strengthened armor kits before. Hence, the moment Maple City's players laid their eyes on the kits, they rushed to purchase their own. As a result, business at the Candlelight Trading Firm was far better than what the overwhelming trading firm enjoyed. Naturally, while there were some who celebrated the Candlelight Trading Firm's new establishment in Maple City, there were others who grew worried. Although the city's players were overjoyed by this situation, Yulan, who was currently inside the overwhelming trading firm, was incensed. Candlelight Trading Firm. Yulan ground her teeth. She had truly not expected that the Candlelight Trading Firm had been preparing to set up a shop in Maple City. Furthermore, Candlelight had managed to obtain a plot of land in the central district of the city. However, this was still not the most infuriating aspect. The most detestable thing was that the Candlelight Trading Firm had actually set up its shop relatively close to the overwhelming trading firm. Due to the Candlelight Trading Firm having the advantage regarding available products, many of the overwhelming trading firm's original customers had shifted their attention towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. "Boss, what are we supposed to do now? If this continues, Candlelight will snatch all of our remaining customers," a shop manager asked, concern filling his voice. "We don't have a choice. Our only option is to start a price war. Reduce the prices of all goods," Yulan said, sighing helplessly. She did not have any good ideas about how to deal with this situation. Unless they could get their hands on some exclusive items, there was simply no way to compete with the Candlelight Trading Firm. Fortunately, unlike in White River City, the overwhelming trading firm possessed some capital in Maple City, and their two trading firms had started with the same benefits around the same time. In addition, Maple City was their home ground. The cost of harvesting materials was significantly lower here, resulting in a lower production cost. They definitely had a fighting chance against the Candlelight Trading Firm. In God's domain, shops in different cities, but owned by the same player, shared products. However, while there was no city tax for consigning products to shops in the player's home city, there was a small 8% city tax charged for items consigned to sell at shops in other cities. This was a protection mechanism of sorts implemented to protect the player-owned shops of each respective city. In other words, since the Candlelight Trading Firm's main headquarters was in White River City, there was an invisible cost added to the items they sold in Maple City. To the overwhelming trading firm, this was an advantage. Sure enough, after the overwhelming trading firm reduced its prices, other than players wanting to purchase products unique to the Candlelight Trading Firm, players quickly returned to shopping at the overwhelming trading firm. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ridge, Shifeng was currently having the time of his life. With wave after wave of overwhelming smile players marching towards their deaths, Shifeng had finally managed to upgrade the Icarus's heart to dark gold rank. He was only a short distance away from upgrading the necklace to epic rank now. Icarus's heart, necklace, dark gold rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement: all attributes 120. Level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 27. Luck plus 14. Additional characteristics skill. Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 32 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Luck, duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 100 points of life force per sacrifice. Evolution condition. Absorb the life force of 5,000 players to evolve to epic rank. 748/5000. The base luck alone provided 14 points. That was significantly higher than the initial 5 points. However, that was not the improvement that excited Shifeng the most. Rather, it was the change that had occurred to the Divine Providence skill. Divine Providence had evolved from an ordinary skill to a characteristic skill. Characteristic skills were different from normal skills in which the skill's effects would undergo a transformation when certain conditions were met. The skill now allowed the sacrifice of life force to enhance its effects. Meanwhile, depending on the number of life force points sacrificed, The effects would also vary with a maximum sacrifice of 100 life force points. Currently, Shi Feng had 748 life force points stored in the Icarus's heart. In other words, Shi Feng could enhance the Icarus's heart's effects to its maximum 7 times. Since the cooldown has already completed, this is a good chance to test its effects. Shi Feng could not contain his excitement when he looked at the bright gemstone around his neck. He could receive 46 points of luck before he had even sacrificed any life force points. This was the highest amount of luck Shi Feng had ever seen in either life. If he sacrificed life force points as well, his luck would reach frightening heights. Soon Shi Feng retrieved over a dozen twilight treasure chests from his bag, laying the chests out neatly in front of him. He then activated Divine Providence and chose to sacrifice 100 life force points. Instantly, his luck rose to 66 points, with the duration of Divine Providence increasing to 40 seconds and cooldown decreasing to 30 minutes. Hurriedly, Shi Feng began opening the twilight treasure chests. With each chest requiring 3 seconds to open, Shi Feng just barely managed to open 12 treasure chests in 40 seconds. Losing a few seconds when switching to the next treasure chest was inevitable. Although Shi Feng felt slightly disappointed about the time he had lost, when he thought about the additional effects gained from sacrificing life force, his mood instantly brightened again. If he applied that 66 points of luck when killing monsters, the drop rate would be astounding. The rarely seen jackpot might even occur, multiplying the number as well as increasing the quality of the items dropped. Unfortunately, such a powerful effect came at the cost of 100 life force points. He had only managed to kill so many players today due to catching overwhelming smile unprepared. However, after they set up certain precautions, it would not be as easy to harvest 100 life force points anymore. Of course, Shi Feng absolutely refused to commit random murder. Although there were many people in this world who did not have a bottom line, and even more so inside a game, Shi Feng was not one of them. This was a fundamental principle of being a human being. If he crossed this line, he would be no different than an animal. Shi Feng then began collecting the items inside the twilight treasure chests. Awesome! Shi Feng could not help but laugh. Sure enough, the effects of 66 points of luck are truly amazing. Among the 12 twilight treasure chests, he had obtained 4 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment, 1 for Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Assassin, and Cleric. Among them, the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were the most difficult to obtain, yet Shi Feng had actually obtained 1 piece for both classes. Up until now, Shi Feng had collected 4 of the 5 set pieces of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment for Guardian Knights. He only lacked the boots now. Currently, he had 3 pieces of the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. As for the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins like the Yin-Yang Walker, Shi Feng now had 4 pieces. He was only missing the head slot. He had 3 set pieces of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He now had 3 set pieces of the Brave Heart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warriors. He had 2 set pieces of the Ghost set equipment for Tier 1 Cursemancers. He also had 3 set pieces of the Angel Wings set equipment for Tier 1 Clerics. By now, Shi Feng was close to completing the Tier 1 set equipment for the majority of the available classes. It would not be long before he completed them. At that time, if he led a team of players geared in Tier 1 set equipment into a large-scale team dungeon, who could possibly compete with Zero Wing to obtain first clears? Just the thought excited Shi Feng. With such equipment, they could steamroll through even a 100-man team dungeon, let alone a 50-man team dungeon. Just as Shi Feng was arranging his new items, he suddenly discovered a glowing purple tablet inside his bag, his chest constricting upon this discovery. Chapter 529, Shop Promotion. Shi Feng quickly took the purple tablet from his bag. The tablet displayed a single word: promotion. However, this promotion order was not a guild residence promotion order. In God's domain, all promotion orders were extraordinarily valuable, and among them were guild residence promotion orders and promotion orders for other specific establishments. However, of these promotion orders, the rarest was the shop promotion order. The tablet in Shi Feng's hands right now was none other than the shop promotion order. All shops set up by players in NPC cities began as one-star shops without exception, regardless of whether it was a 300 gold shop or a 1,000 gold shop. Only a 1,000 gold shop was far more luxurious, and it had a few more available functions. However, after a shop was promoted to 2-star status, it would undergo a qualitative change. In particular, the benefits a lifestyle player received would be significantly enhanced. It was extremely difficult to obtain a shop promotion order. Unlike a guild residence promotion order that could be obtained from dungeons, a shop promotion order could only be obtained through certain special quests. The only other option was to gain one from treasure chests. However, not just any ordinary treasure chest would drop the promotion order. The treasure chest could not be below level 40, and it must be fine gold rank or above. There was also a certain probability to obtain one from rankless treasure chests such as the Twilight treasure chest. However, the chances of obtaining a shop promotion order were simply too minuscule. Normally, players would obtain it through a challenge quest. However, since it was a challenge quest relating to a shop's promotion, it was not so easy to receive or complete it. Such challenge quests were no less difficult than epic quests. Hence, there were extremely few shops capable of completing them. Because of this, the promotion orders obtained through treasure chests were extremely valuable, and countless businessmen would offer astronomical prices for one. Feng had only obtained this item due to a stroke of luck. With this item, I can finally monopolize White River City's trade with the Candlelight trading firm. Feng returned the shop promotion order to his bag and took out a return scroll. Since it was no longer easy to locate overwhelming smile players, he had no reason to remain here. Meanwhile, now that he had obtained a shop promotion order, he needed to go and promote his shop. In God's Domain settings, unlike in other virtual reality games where using one shop promotion order would promote every shop that player owned, players in God's Domain required one promotion order for every shop they owned should they wish to upgrade them all. However, Feng had long since made up his mind. Zero Wing's roots lay in White River City, so the shop promotion order must be used on one of the shops there. As for the shops in Starmoon City and Maple City, unless he had excess, he would not waste any promotion orders on these two cities. After using the return scroll, Feng returned to Maple City. However, Feng was in no hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he first went to investigate the overwhelming trading firm. Now he had already heavily damaged Overwhelming Smile's hidden trump card, which would severely impact its dungeon raiding process. He had also killed plenty of Overwhelming Smile's elite members, causing significant damages to the guild. Not to mention, due to a lack of resources, the development of Overwhelming Smile's branch in White River City had also been wounded. If this situation continued, the gap between Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing would only grow as more time went by. The only fighting chance Overwhelming Smile had right now was the Overwhelming Trading Firm. If the Overwhelming Trading Firm developed successfully, Overwhelming Smile would have the coins required to fight a war of attrition against Zero Wing. In addition to its ample funds and enormous background, the guild's development speed would soar. After all, a massive organization such as Underworld possessed the mechanisms required to nurture experts. Only, everyone had yet to adapt to God's Domain fully. Once they did, however, with sufficient coins and funds in addition to experts giving out pointers, it would be very easy for Overwhelming Smile to nurture a large number of experts. Although Zero Wing seemed to prosper right now, in reality, it was still significantly inferior to other major guilds, particularly in terms of training mechanics for experts. God's Domain was mankind's second world. It was not a game with a short lifespan. A guild's strength was not determined by wins and losses. Instead, it was determined by how long the guild in question could remain in power. In the past, there had been many guilds that had prospered greatly for a period. However, after some time had passed, they still crumbled and eventually faded out of existence entirely. Based on this, one could easily tell the gap between guilds. This was why Shadow had remained a second-rate guild in the past. It was because the guild had only been recently established and did not possess the necessary mechanisms to nurture experts. Although the guild had succeeded in establishing such mechanisms during the middle stages of God's Domain, said mechanisms were far inferior to that of first-rate guilds. In the end, the gap between Shadow and the first-rate guilds of God's Domain only grew wider as time went on. Hence, Shifeng wanted to establish such training mechanisms as soon as possible and produce an endless stream of experts for Zero Wing. Only then could Zero Wing become a true powerhouse. This was also one of the reasons why first-rate guilds looked down on Zero Wing. They all shared the same thought: you are only strong right now. What about in a few months? Let's see how you fare in 1 or 2 years. All guilds that had achieved the status of a first-rate guild possessed a history over a decade long. Some had even survived several decades. When Shifeng arrived before the overwhelming trading firm, he could see a constant stream of players enter and exit the shop. As for the candlelight trading firm, which was only a short distance away, although the shop also had plenty of customers, there were significantly less than the overwhelming trading firm. Overwhelming trading firm's items sure are cheap. I can buy another stack of advanced whetstones with the money I saved. That's right. Not only are the items cheap, but I never expected that it would also push out a new product. Unfortunately, the shop didn't have many for sale and I didn't have the chance to buy one. Are you talking about the magic damage potion? Yeah, that's right, it's that item. I'm an elementalist. If I drink that potion, it can increase my magic damage by 5% for half an hour. It would help significantly when I'm grinding monsters or raiding dungeons. Shifeng had initially planned to enter the shop to investigate. However, upon hearing the conversation of a few players who had just left the overwhelming trading firm, he could not help but stop and listen. Magic damage potion? Shifeng was not a stranger to this item. The recipe for the potion only had a chance of dropping from level 20 Hell Mode team dungeons. However, its production difficulty was very high. At the very least, one needed to be a basic alchemist. Even then, the success rate of crafting one hovered around 20% to 30%. Sure enough, I cannot underestimate Underworld. I just established a shop at Maple City and already, there is someone capable of producing such a potion. Shifeng was not particularly surprised at discovering this information. Overwhelming Smile was a massive guild. Its members didn't consist of purely combat players. The guild nurtured a large number of lifestyle players as well, so it was only natural for someone to be capable of producing the magic damage potion. However, this was not good news for the candlelight trading firm. The magic damage potion was not unique to the overwhelming trading firm. Zero Wing had also obtained a few magic damage potion recipes. However, even now, the candlelight trading firm had yet to successfully nurture a single basic alchemist, so they could not produce it. Shifeng decided not to linger. Immediately, he headed to the teleportation hall and returned to White River City. Upon arriving at White River City, the first thing Shifeng did was head towards the city hall and upgrade the candlelight trading firm next to the auction house to a 2-star shop. When a shop was promoted to 2-star status, the building itself could also undergo an upgrade. However, a significant sum was required for the reconstruction. Without hesitation, Shifeng spent 1,000 gold to reconstruct the shop. The reconstruction did not take much time at all. It was done in just a dozen minutes or so. Suddenly, the 3-story tall candlelight trading firm rose to 5 stories. It became an extraordinarily eye-catching display beside the auction house, attracting the attention and discussion of many players. It was common knowledge that shops could only possess a maximum of 3 floors. Throughout the entire God's domain, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop that had more than that. Yet now the candlelight trading firm's shop had 5. Guild leader, what did you do? Why has the shop suddenly gone from being 3 stories to 5 stories tall? After the reconstruction of the shop completed, Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng immediately, unable to help her curiosity. Chapter 530 Special Space. The candlelight trading firm developed very quickly, and it constantly recruited lifestyle players. Despite the candlelight trading firm having 2 high-end shops in White River City, they simply did not have enough space to house over 1,000 lifestyle players. For each of the 3-story tall shops, the first floors were used exclusively for selling products, the second floor housed the various workshops, and the third floor housed the warehouse, offices and lounges. Hence, not many workshops in each shop were available for the firm's lifestyle players' use. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to send the lifestyle players to the various lifestyle associations to produce items. Although the matter of space could be resolved this way, it significantly increased the firm's expenditures. Renting the workshops in the lifestyle associations required money. A basic workshop's impact on a player's success rate was insignificant, so Melancholic Smile mostly rented intermediate workshops for the firm's lifestyle players. Meanwhile, renting an intermediate workshop cost 1 silver per hour. If she rented workshops for 100 people, that was 1 gold per hour. If she rented enough workshops for 1,000 people, that was 10 gold per hour. 10 gold coins. That was almost a small guild's total liquid funds. Melancholic Smile even considered suggesting that Shifeng purchase a few more plots of land and establish more shops. Unfortunately, in order to satisfy the current number of lifestyle players they had in the firm, they would require 2 or 3 plots of land. However, the situation had changed. Now, the candlelight trading firm next to the auction house had been promoted to a 5-story building. Although it seemed that it had only gained 2 more floors, it was equivalent to having 2 more shops worth of workshops. In fact, the space inside the shop had also grown. It was now roughly a little more than twice the original size. With so much space, the candlelight trading firm could save a lot on rental fees. Melancholic Smile only wished that Shifeng would upgrade all of the candlelight trading firm's shops. That way, the firm would not have to spend any money on renting workshops. Shifeng could not help but laugh at Melancholic Smile's reaction. In the past, even after God's Domain had operated for over a year, countless players were unable to promote their 1-star shops to 2 stars. It was purely due to luck that the candlelight trading firm had obtained the promotion order so quickly. It was practically impossible to obtain another shop promotion order from the Twilight treasure chests. Though if he could upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank, there might be a small chance for Shifeng to obtain a second one. Shifeng then had Melancholic Smile meet him in the meeting room on the 5th floor of the firm with cream cocoa and roasted iron heart. The benefits a 2-star shop offered were not limited to an increase in space. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many players desperately trying to upgrade their 1-star shops to 2-star shops in the past, willingly spending tens of thousands of gold to obtain a shop promotion order. Meanwhile, the news of the candlelight trading firm owning a 2-star shop spread quickly. After all of White River City knew of the candlelight trading firm. A majority of the players residing in the city had shopped at the trading firm at least once before. Now that one of the shops had mysteriously grown, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Young Master Feng, there is some movement over at the candlelight trading firm. They have actually managed to establish a 5-story shop. When I went over to investigate, I found that the first floor has doubled in size. The number of items they can put on display has also significantly increased. A player specifically tasked to investigate the candlelight trading firm reported. 5 stories. Larger than before? Feng Xianyang could not help but sneer. The candlelight trading firm is certainly ambitious. While producing light stones, they also expanded their shop to prepare for the new sales. What a pity. Truly a pity. So what if they have a larger space? Now that I have stolen the 3 of the advanced forging apprentices capable of producing the light stones, that shop will only have empty shelves to show off. He still felt the sting from the large amount of money he had spent to poach those 3 advanced forging apprentices. However, the thought of how the candlelight trading firm could no longer produce the light stones soothed the pain in his heart. Right, how are we developing in Maple City? Feng Xianyang asked the somewhat chubby man beside him. I heard that the candlelight trading firm has set up a shop close to the overwhelming trading firm. This should have significantly impacted the overwhelming trading firm's business. Young Master Feng, please rest assured. Although the candlelight trading firm is impressive, Maple City is our home ground. Moreover, Miss Yulan has succeeded in inviting that great personage to help us. The magic damage potions they have produced have single-handedly driven the overwhelming trading firm's business. Candlelight has no chance against us. It won't be long before the overwhelming trading firm stabilizes its status as Maple City's #1 trading firm. Also, when that great personage's alchemy proficiency advances or when we obtain an item that increases success rate, he will be able to produce that item. At that time, not even the candlelight trading firm in White River City will be a challenge, the chubby man said, giggling. Good. It's as expected of the woman who the higher-ups favor. As long as the overwhelming trading firm conquers White River City, my status will rise along the tides. At that time my succession of the household will be set in stone. Feng Xuanyang's eyes suddenly glowed. He truly never expected that Yulan would successfully recruit that great personage from Underworld. That great personage was only a lifestyle player. However, by relying on his superb talents he had profited Underworld in many virtual reality games, and gradually throughout the years he had become a force to be reckoned with in the organization. Even Underworld's upper managers tread carefully when around him. Although Feng Xianyang had thought of trying to invite that great personage before, he simply did not qualify to do so. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulan had recruited that great personage's help showed just how capable she was. It seems that I'll have to rope that woman in the future. Feng Xianyang licked his lips as he pondered. Although he had only been interested in gentle snow in the past, Yulan's temperament, figure, and appearance were not one bit inferior to gentle snow's. In certain aspects, Yulan was even superior to the snow goddess. If he could make Yulan his woman, it would benefit him greatly in the future. His chances of becoming the master of his household would increase. In the meeting room on the 5th floor of the candlelight trading firm, Feng noticed Melancholic smile and the others stand to greet him the moment he entered. Guild leader, seeing as you were in such a hurry to look for us, do you have some sort of surprise for us? Cream Coco revealed her anticipation as she gazed at Feng with her large eyes. She knew that Feng would never call for a meeting with them for no reason, and in every meeting Feng always had something prepared for the three of them. Hence she very much loved meetings. You really are perceptive, Feng laughed faintly. He then said, follow me then. I'll show you guys something. Feng then led the three forgers out of the meeting room, arriving before a room a short distance away. The candlelight trading firm's reconstruction had only completed a short while ago. There were still many areas inside the shop that Melancholic Smile and the others were unfamiliar with. In particular, there were some rooms that Feng had locked. Not even Melancholic Smile was allowed to enter. The room he led the forgers to was one such location. Guild leader, isn't this a workshop? Cream Coco asked curiously. You'll understand once you enter, Feng laughed as he slowly opened the door. Once the door opened, the trio behind Feng was stunned by what they saw. A completely different world awaited them beyond the door. When the door opened, a fragrant smell and beautiful scenery greeted each of them. The room even contained a small creek. The most incredible part of the room was the ball of water floating in the middle of the room. That's a simulation device. Melancholic Smile was immediately surprised when she saw that floating ball of water. Originally, simulation devices could only be found in the library of White River City. It was a tool that allowed players to learn or craft their own spells. Melancholic Smile had never imagined that this workshop would also contain one. Simulation device? Cream Coco asked, confused. White River City's library also has a water ball. The simulation device there allows players to learn or create spells. However, the simulation device here is slightly different. It is meant to assist lifestyle players with producing items. Through the simulation, you guys can discover the flaws you have when producing an item. At the same time, it can also aid you in creating a completely new item. With this, you won't have to waste a lot of materials and can freely try producing as many items as you want. This is a function that only special workshops possess, Feng explained. Chapter 531, Frightening Talent. I've already set this place as a special forging room. You will have a higher success rate than even in the advanced forging rooms with any items you forge in here. The effects are especially obvious when you forge complicated and high-quality items. Hearing Feng's explanation, Melancholic Smile and the others were so excited that they were speechless. This surprise was simply too huge. Players who had never produced a high-quality item before had no idea how difficult it was to produce one. It was an extremely delicate job. Not only was the success rate very low, but the slightest mistake would also result in the item's destruction. Naturally, practicing the forging process for a long time would help significantly. However, high-quality materials were extremely rare. They had no opportunity to experiment and familiarize themselves with the forging procedures. They could rely on their experience and hope that after repeatedly producing the item, they would become proficient with the design and reduce the amount of wasted materials. With this simulation device, however, they could practice as much as they wanted to, constantly modifying and upgrading their techniques. This would be of immeasurable help to them. Moreover, after players became forgers in God's domain, if they wished to become a master forger, they had to create their own items. Otherwise, it would not be possible for one to become a master forger at all. Hence, players normally began to accumulate experience of creating items when they became basic forgers. By the time they became advanced forgers, they would attempt to create new items constantly. However, with this simulation device, they could save a significant amount of time and effort. Of course, this did not come without a price. The simulation device needed energy to run, and magic crystals supplied that energy. Fortunately, it was relatively easy to obtain magic crystals. After all, they had a certain drop rate from dungeons. Guild leader, you're too awesome. Indescribable joy filled Cream Cocoa when she stepped into the room. Although Melancholic Smile and Roasted Ironheart were not as simple-minded and pure as Cream Cocoa, not revealing their thoughts so easily, they still could not help but approach the magic water ball when they entered the room. They loved all of the tools in this room so much that they simply could not bear to part with them. They would not trade this forging room away even if someone offered them a luxury car. The value of this special forging room far surpassed those luxury cars. Moreover, one could not buy a special forging room so easily. In the Forging Association, the advanced forging room was the best one could rent. Special forging rooms were only available in 2-star shops or above. This was also why so many players in the past had dreamed of upgrading their shops to 2-star status. The fragrant aroma inside the special forging room relaxed anyone who came into contact with it. The environment inside the room could also be adjusted to suit the user. Just the impact the forging room provided to one's mental state was significant. Using this room was practically a luxury. Not to mention, the flame and tools in an advanced forging room could not compare to those in this room. Although the flame in the special forging room could not match a Tier 2 mysterious flame, it was very close. However, Shifeng had already switched the flame here to the ice blue devil flame, further increasing the forging success rate. The special forging rooms are extremely limited in number. A 2-star shop only has 5 rooms. Among them, I have reserved 3 for you guys. I've already given you the authority over these rooms, so you will only be able to enter your respective special forging room. As for the remaining 2, I've set one as an alchemy room and the other as a forging room. Melancholic, if you find anyone talented in alchemy or forging, you can let them use these 2 rooms. However, you must first have them sign another contract. The effects that special workshops provide are extraordinary. It improves a player's techniques. It is far more valuable than any mere forging design, Shifeng said sternly. Guild leader, you can rest assured. I won't allow any of those traitorous bastards near these special forging rooms, Melancholic Smile assured. While it was difficult to obtain forging designs in God's domain, it was many times more difficult to train a highly skilled lifestyle player. This was precisely the function of these special training rooms, so they would not use them to nurture traitors. Afterward, Shifeng let Melancholic Smile handle the remaining matters regarding the candlelight trading firm and logged out of the game. It was already daytime in the real world, with the sun shining brightly in the sky. I played for so long and never noticed. Shifeng smiled bitterly when he looked at the time, discovering that it was already nearing 1 p.m. However, there was nothing Shifeng could do about that. Not only had he come across such a priceless opportunity to evolve the Icarus's heart, but he had also obtained a shop promotion order. He could not log out of the game even if he wanted to. After Shifeng ate and was about to rest, his quantum watch rang. Hello, Master Shifeng. I have completed the task you requested yesterday. You can have people visit the training area at any time, the female assistant, Liang Jing, reported respectfully through the video call. Ever since the fight at Big Dipper, he had become popular in Jinhai City. Many of Jinhai City's powerful figures hoped to meet with Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected all of these requests. He had not been trying to be arrogant by doing so, he just did not have the time to spare. His future development was not aimed towards the world of fighting, but towards God's domain. Naturally, he could not waste too much time and effort on physical competition. Besides, these interpersonal relationships mattered little to Shifeng. If not for his victory over a top-tier master like Lei Bao, these people would not attempt to befriend him. If he had not defeated Lei Bao, these people would not even care if he existed. In other words, a person's strength was the key to success. As long as he continued to grow stronger, many more high-profile figures would seek his company. Hence, Shifeng had instructed Liang Jing to handle these affairs for him, and he had to admit that this female assistant was quite capable. Not only had she managed to dismiss all those who wanted to meet him, but she had also done it in a way that satisfied everyone. However, all these were only small matters. What truly amazed Shifeng was her integration of Big Dipper's inner training area and the training system's improvement. Even Shifeng admired Liang Jing's capabilities. She had actually accomplished all of this in such a short time. No wonder Chairman Shao had her as his head assistant. Shifeng read through the information Liang Jing had sent, shocked by what he saw. This was the first time Shifeng had seen such management abilities. She was leaps and bounds above a manager like Blackie. Management talent. Shifeng suddenly thought of another matter. The guild's daily affairs have hampered Aqua's progress of her combat techniques lately. Moreover, I will also need someone to help integrate the candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing. Melancholic Smile has been busy dealing with this so far, not giving her much time to improve her own forging techniques either. At this rate, the two of them will soon be buried in management work. What if I have Liang Jing handle these affairs? Shifeng pondered as he gazed at Liang Jing's image on the screen. If he had someone who could liberate Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile from their management duties, allowing them to display their original talent fully, it would benefit both Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm's development. Liang Jing was a very good option for this position. However, Liang Jing was Xiao Yu's subordinate. Meanwhile, both Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm possessed many secrets. It was an extreme risk to hand their management over to an outsider. There was also the fact that Shifeng had little to no knowledge of this female assistant. While Shifeng focused on Liang Jing, the latter also noticed Shifeng's odd gaze, and she could not help her discomfort. He couldn't be. Chapter 532, The Most Powerful Newbie. Shifeng's current status in society was worlds apart from what it had been. Although he did not exude any sort of aura from Liang Jing's point of view, this silence weighed down on her. Previously she had belittled Shifeng. Although she had not said anything, she had struggled to accept Xiao Yu's instruction to escort a youthful little brat like Shifeng to the assembly hall. Hence she had purposefully treated Shifeng with a little disrespect. Now, however, Liang Jing regretted her actions. She really shouldn't have treated Shifeng impertinently back then. After all, someone who could earn Chairman Zhao's respect wouldn't be an ordinary character, even if it were only a young man in his early 20s. He can't be thinking of replacing me, right? Liang Jing worried. There were countless people out there who dreamed of becoming the assistant to a character like Shifeng. In the VIP room that day, many of Jinhai City's influential figures had hoped to send Shifeng assistants, taking the chance to deepen their relationship with the popular young man. Meanwhile, she had only received this job due to her advantage of being Xiao Yu's most valued assistant. If Shifeng dismissed her, only tragedy would await her. She had seen countless wealthy and well-stated princelings who were immeasurably arrogant. These people got rid of anything or anyone that irked them. Meanwhile, a successful young man such as Shifeng, whose status in society was far superior to even Xiao Yu's, was even more likely to behave in such a way. Watching Shifeng's solemn gaze, Liang Jing's heartbeat accelerated. Am I going to be fired just like that? Liang Jing inwardly despaired. Suddenly Shifeng spoke. Miss Liang Jing, thank you for your trouble. I'll leave to inspect the training grounds you've arranged in a moment. Although Shifeng might appear to gaze at Liang Jing solemnly, in reality he was simply pondering how he should go about making Liang Jing one of his people, liberating both Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile's potentials. He had not paid any attention to Liang Jing herself. However, after considering the matter for some time, he had not come up with a proper solution. Hence he could only set the matter aside for now. After all, Liang Jing was someone Xiao Yu had sent. If Liang Jing became the manager of Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm, she would wield the core secrets of both organizations. Hence, Shifeng needed to be careful with his decision. Although Liang Jing's management capabilities were extraordinary, he first needed to familiarize himself with her personality. He had time to make the decision after he got to know her a bit. Liang Jing was surprised. Inadvertently, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had fully expected Shifeng to dismiss her when he opened his mouth to speak. Hurriedly, she said, "Master Shifeng, I'll have a car sent to receive you immediately." Meanwhile, at the Big Dipper Training Center, the situation had undergone a massive transformation. The training center's employees were all in an extraordinarily good mood. Even the guests who frequented the training center were in a fiery mood. The training center had regained its past popularity. By now, everyone had heard the news that the Big Dipper Training Center had finally recruited a top-tier master to serve as an instructor. In this age where mankind focused on personal fitness, everyone placed great importance on their own physical condition. Only through proper training and the assistance of medicine could one significantly improve their lifespan. In the past, people who had survived past the age of 100 were extremely rare. In today's society, however, many were easily capable of living past 120 years old. In addition, they could retain their youth for a long period. In the past, one would practically lose all semblance of youth past the age of 50. Now, however, even after reaching 70 years old, some still possessed their youthful vigor and appearances as if they were in their 40s. However, they were mostly martial arts masters. Ordinary people had yet to reach that level of health. In the past, Tai Chi grandmasters had lifespans surpassing 150 years. In the ancient world, that had practically been a miracle. Nowadays, with the support of technology, it was not impossible for humans to live that long. Hence, many people wished to strengthen their own bodies. "Master Shifeng, this is the training ground the company has prepared for you. What do you think?" Liang Jing pointed towards an exotic and elegant 3-story villa. Originally, the company had planned to turn this into a resort gold status members or above. However, when Shifeng requested a training ground that was free of disturbances, the only place they could think of that fit Shifeng's requirements was this villa. This villa was equipped with state-of-the-art training equipment, and the building's surroundings were the best Big Dipper Training Center had to offer. There was even a gravity training room in the villa that could fit up to several hundred people at a single time. When Liang Jing heard that the company had assigned this area to Shifeng, she was greatly shocked. This Greenwater Villa was Big Dipper's treasure. Now, the company had actually given Shifeng full authority over this place. Liang Jing had only realized how important Shifeng was to the company after this decision had been made. "Not bad. This is an impressive location." Shifeng nodded his head with satisfaction. In reality, he had both visited and lived in the Greenwater Villa before. It was certainly a valuable area. Shifeng had even considered moving the guild's core members here, particularly the upper managers of the workshop. Although the workshop he had bought was quite good, the facilities available there were nothing compared to the Greenwater Villa. "Miss Liang Jing, can I trouble you to ask Chairman Xiao to move all 10 virtual gaming cabins we previously agreed upon here?" Shifeng asked after giving it some thought. Nurturing experts was easier said than done. Naturally, the more advanced the training and recovery facilities were, the more progress those experts could make. In particular, the gravity training room was immensely helpful to players. Hence, Shifeng planned to move a portion of Zero Wing's core members to the Greenwater Villa. He also intended to move here. By doing so, he could give pointers to others at any time. He could also scour for talents at the Big Dipper Training Center. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game as it placed heavy emphasis on actual combat. The further one progressed in the game, the more realistic and difficult the battles would become. Producing experts would become much easier if he chose to nurture players who were already somewhat skilled in combat. "Master Shifeng, please rest assured. I will have the 10 virtual gaming cabins installed in the Greenwater Villa by today. I will have the S-rank nutrient fluids sent over as well," Liang Jing said slowly. The Big Dipper Training Center had already gone all out this time. Both the virtual gaming cabins and the S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely difficult to obtain. However, in order to rope in Shifeng, they spared no expense or effort. Following which, Shifeng notified Blackie and the other upper managers, having them come to Big Dipper's Greenwater Villa. "Brother Feng, am I dreaming? We can really live here?" Blackie asked with disbelief when he arrived before the Greenwater Villa. For commoners like himself, the Big Dipper Training Center was a place he could not visit even if he wanted to. Only members were allowed here. As for the villa before him, normal members were probably not even allowed here. Yet now people like them had the chance to live in this villa. They were merely professional gamers. To a massive existence like the Big Dipper Training Center they were negligible. Even Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the 5 demon generals standing beside Blackie were stunned into silence. They were just commoners in real life. They did not dare consider entering such a high-class location. Even the zero-wing workshop Shifeng had established had surprised them. They had never known that a gaming workshop could be so luxurious. Now they were even more surprised. They were actually going to live in such a high-class villa. Everyone had yet to learn about Shifeng being a martial arts master, much less about the fight that made him famous overnight. "Big brother Shifeng, I heard that the daily rental here is very expensive," Violet Cloud worriedly commented. "That's right. Normally, each person has to pay several thousand credits per day to stay here. However, from today onwards, this will be Zero Wing's training base." Shifeng nodded. "It is not as easy to mingle in God's domain as you think it is. Hence from today onwards I will work with all of you frequently. However, I will only instruct you on your combat techniques in God's domain. I'll leave your training in the real world to someone else." Someone else? Everyone was surprised. That's right. This is Master Lei Bao. He has only recently joined Zero Wing, and from today onwards he will handle your daily training. This is a rare opportunity that many will never have no matter how much they wish for it, so you must cherish it, Shifeng introduced the martial arts master. Although he was skilled in God's domain combat, he did not know how to train people in the real world. On the other hand, Lei Bao was a bona fide top-tier master, someone who was only a short distance away from reaching the realm of Grandmaster. When it came to training people in the real world, Lei Bao was far more qualified than he was. Chapter 533, Overwhelming Force. When the group heard Shifeng's introduction, they were dumbfounded. Everyone present knew just how precious a martial arts master was. Many professional fighters would do anything just to receive advice from a martial arts master, let alone personal tutorage. Moreover, their instructor was a top-tier master. Never in their dreams would something like this happen. For a second, Blackie and the others even thought that they had heard wrong. However, after spending time in God's domain, everyone's senses had improved considerably. By now, they were already capable of making a rough estimate of another person's strength. Lei Bao also made no attempt to hide his beast-like aura in the slightest. Just basking in his aura made their bodies feel heavier. If not for Shifeng standing beside Lei Bao, they would have fled immediately, as this oppressive feeling was truly unbearable. Although none of them knew Lei Bao's exact strength, none of them doubted that Lei Bao could wipe the floor with all of them in less than 10 seconds. "Master Lei Bao, I'll have to trouble you then." Shifeng could see everyone's surprise and knew how incredulous of a situation was. However, this was all definitely real. Not even famous professional fighters would have access to these benefits. If Blackie and the others could not improve with Lei Bao's help, then he really had no other means of helping them. In the past, under Shadow's arrangement, Shifeng had sought out many masters to learn from. He had not been as lucky as Blackie and the others. Being stood up by a martial arts master after several weeks of waiting was a normal occurrence to Shifeng. As for personal tutorage, that was just a dream. "No problem. Since we agreed upon this beforehand, I will hold up my end of our bargain." Lei Bao nodded. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie and the others. Faintly smiling, he said, "All of you follow me. I'll have a look at your foundations before planning your training." Under Lei Bao's watchful gaze, everyone felt their hair stand on end. They all had a bad premonition about what was to come. Unfortunately, with Lei Bao's personality, even if they did not want the training, he would not show any mercy. "Guild leader." The group sent pitiful looks towards Shifeng. However, Shifeng only waved them off. With Lei Bao's training, Shifeng hoped that they could learn how to control their bodies more efficiently. Once they learned that control, they could display frightening combat power in God's domain. When it came to control over one's body, Lei Bao had reached perfection. That he had reached the standard of tiger roaring showed that Lei Bao knew a unique method to train his physical control. Otherwise, he could never train his body to the degree of merging his internal and external power. Compared to a half-baked martial arts master like Shi Feng, Lei Bao was a powerhouse. While Lei Bao trained Blackie and the others, Shi Feng did not remain idle as he headed towards the Greenwater Villa's gravity training room. Now that Shi Feng's brain activity had significantly improved, if he wished to control the lock on his physical power completely, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, his body would crumble, unable to withstand the sudden release in power. Lei Bao, on the other hand, was different. He was a true martial artist, someone who had trained in the art since he was young. Even if he released the limiter his brain had placed on his body could easily handle the additional power. The gravity training room would help enhance physical toughness immensely. There were also various medicine and healing cabins available for one to recuperate as they needed. Since Shi Feng had access to these facilities, he had to train as much as he could. After Shi Feng had spent half the day training, Liang Jing had finished with her tasks at the Greenwater Villa. Currently, every Zero Wing member had a virtual gaming cabin in their room, coupled with an unlimited supply of A-rank nutrient fluids. However, the most valuable item was still the S-rank nutrient fluids. Each person had received one bottle. With it, everyone could fully replenish their brain's energy. Such expenditure had left even Liang Jing, someone who had seen various aspects of high society before, stunned. Not only was there a top-tier martial arts master serving as an instructor, but everyone had also been provided with a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids. How was this supposed to be training for professional gamers? Those who did not know better might even think that these youths trained to participate in the national fighting competition. Was such extravagance necessary just to play a game? Shi Feng could very much relate to Liang Jing. The chances of a single guild currently spending so much to nurture their experts were nil. The same could be said even for super guilds. However, that was simply because no one had realized the importance of a top-tier expert yet. Moreover, God's domain had only recently become popular, so its influence over the real world was still very faint. However, with the passing of time, God's domain's popularity would grow, and soon, it would become a part of everyone's daily life, becoming a true second world of mankind. People had the chance to live a different life in God's domain. They could explore all the mysteries this new world had to offer and perform feats that were normally impossible. The wealth one could earn in the game was immeasurable, and various fighting competitions would come to God's domain. These competitions were even more exciting than the fights in the real world. After Shi Feng instructed everyone on their combat techniques in-game, he retired to his room and logged in, beginning a new day in God's domain. The moment Shi Feng logged in, he began to open Twilight treasure chests. Without hesitation, he activated Divine Providence and sacrificed 100 life force points. Inside the quiet forging room, the 12 Twilight treasure chests on the floor released a dazzling aurora that filled the room. Can't be right? It's possible to obtain this too? Shi Feng looked at the golden book in his hand. Shi Feng was already relatively happy about being able to obtain several more pieces of Tier 1 set equipment from the 12 treasure chests. However, upon seeing this glowing golden book, his joy became utter shock. The Book of Gold. This was the best possible item a lifestyle guild could obtain from the Twilight treasure chest. This book was not any ordinary item. It was a consumable item that would vanish after use. To an individual lifestyle player, this book's effects were not particularly significant. To a lifestyle guild, however, it surpassed even that of an epic item. Book of Gold, consumable. Permanently increases the proficiency of a single player's lifestyle skill by 1 rank to a maximum of master rank. Can also be used to increase the proficiency of 100 players' lifestyle skills by 1 rank to a maximum of advanced forger for 2 days. With this item, I can temporarily promote those advanced forging apprentices to basic forgers and promote Cream Cocoa and the others to intermediate forgers, significantly increasing their production speed and success rate. Shi Feng could already imagine just how frightening the candlelight trading firm would become with a sudden influx of so many basic forgers. Although there was only a gap of 1 rank between a basic forger and an advanced forging apprentice, it was a massive gap. Using the light stones as an example, while advanced forging apprentices only had a success rate of 20% to 30%, basic forgers had a success rate of 60% or higher. Not to mention many items required one to be at least a basic forger to craft them. Until now there were only 3 basic forgers in all of White River City, Melancholic Smile and the other 2. Other cities might not even have 1 basic forger, let alone 3. If the candlelight trading firm had 100 forgers, its impact on the market would be astronomical. Most likely, even if one added together all the forgers throughout Starmoon Kingdom right now, that number would not even reach half of the candlelight trading firms. Melancholic. Contact all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices immediately and have them gather in the 5th floor meeting room. Shi Feng did not wish to leave the Book of Gold unused. Chapter 534 Fire Dragon Potion. Maple City Overwhelming Trading Firm. Master Aspiration, may I know if you are satisfied with the Overwhelming Trading Firm's advanced alchemy room? Yulan asked softly as she watched the white-haired old man standing beside the workbench. Currently, this old man held a purple glass bottle and gently swirled it around. Yulan was extra careful when dealing with this old man, Master Silent Aspiration, treating him with more respect than even Feng Xianyang. Although this white-haired old man was already past 70 years old, even Underworld's upper management had to show this man great respect, much less a young woman like herself. Before Yulan had even been born, this old man had explored virtual reality games for many years. And throughout all these years he had focused fully on the art of alchemy. In this day and age, nobody in the virtual gaming world's alchemy industry did not know the name Silent Aspiration. Old man Silent Aspiration was already a basic alchemist. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng could see the potion this old man was concocting right now, he would find it both shocking and familiar. The potion in the glass bottle was a fire resistance potion. However, it was not just any fire resistance potion. It was a modified variation. In the past, this potion had been known as the Fire Dragon Potion, and it had been extremely famous throughout God's domain. Not only did it provide more fire resistance than a basic fire resistance potion, but its duration was also much longer. Most importantly, the Fire Dragon Potion increased a player's strength by 10 points during its duration. The Fire Dragon Potion's effects could also stack to a maximum of 50 strength and 100 fire resistance. To an ordinary player, 50 strength was a significant increase, not to mention experts. Not bad. I never expected that you, little girl, could actually obtain such a good bottle. This has finally allowed me to complete my newly developed potion. Silent Aspiration smiled at the red liquid inside the purple bottle. Satisfied, he said, "Sure enough, it is as I surmised. Not only will the fire resistance stack, but the strength bonus will also stack. Seeing as the basic version of the potion already possesses such wonderful effects, let's call this the Fire Dragon Potion. Little girl, consider yourself lucky. Master Aspiration, you truly are amazing. You are actually capable of producing such a powerful potion. May I know the success rate for this Fire Dragon Potion?" Yolan's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the Fire Dragon Potion's effects. In order to convince Master Silent Aspiration to come to Maple City and help Overwhelming Smile, she had to go through much difficulty to obtain this set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment. However, compared to the value of this Fire Dragon Potion, a set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment was nothing considerable. Relax. If this old man crafts the potions personally, my success rate is 50%, and though the success rate of other alchemists might be below 30%, the materials I've used to concoct this potion are all common. It won't do much harm to waste some. Silent Aspiration laughed. To develop the Fire Dragon Potion he had invested a lot of time. Otherwise he would have long since become an intermediate alchemist by now. Many thanks for Master Aspiration's help. Now that we have the Fire Dragon Potion, as long as we nurture a large number of alchemists, the candlelight trading firm will no longer be a problem, Yulan said confidently. As the creator of the Fire Dragon Potion, Silent Aspiration could distribute its recipe to as many people as he wanted. It would be extremely easy for the Overwhelming Trading Firm to develop a small army of alchemists. Moreover, the overwhelming trading firm would have exclusive rights to sell the Fire Dragon potion. It was far more precious than any rare forging design or recipe. It was impossible for anyone outside the trading firm to produce it. With this potion, who could possibly challenge the overwhelming trading firm? I've already produced what you requested. Little girl, if you wish to keep me here, you need to remember the secret silver equipment you promised me, Silent Aspiration reminded her. To this old man, nothing was more valuable than refining his alchemy. In particular, the alchemy in God's domain was unbelievable. If possible, he would have immersed himself in research every day. Unfortunately, his equipment was not good enough. Otherwise, he would not have bothered helping Yuan. Master Aspiration, please rest assured. I have already found some clues leading to the set. I believe that it won't be long before we obtain a set of secret silver alchemy equipment for you, Yuan guaranteed. In the meantime, however, I will have to trouble Master Aspiration to produce a few more Fire Dragon potion recipes. That way I can earn the money required to buy the alchemy equipment quickly. This is a simple task, Silent Aspiration laughed. As time passed by, the various guilds throughout God's domain no longer competed over dungeons. Instead, they had shifted their focus to competing in trade. This competition only grew fiercer as more time passed. This shift had occurred because everyone had seen just how profitable the candlelight trading firm was. After just 2 short days, many guilds had opened their own shops. Even Ouroboros had opened a shop in Starmoon City, though the shop was nowhere near the central district. However, Gentle Snow had not had much choice. She had seen just how much money the candlelight trading firm raked in every day. By the time Ouroboros collected enough reputation points and coins to purchase a golden land, the candlelight trading firm would have monopolized Starmoon City's trade. So she made the decision to set up a shop in the city's outer district first. At the very least, the guild could gain a small income of coins this way. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was even more amazing. Not only had the guild set up a shop in Maple City, but it had also opened another shop in White River City, challenging the candlelight trading firm. Young Master Feng, everything has been prepared. At noon, we should have a sufficient stockpile of the Fire Dragon potion. At that time, our men will announce the sales of the potion throughout White River City. Even if the overwhelming trading firm is not situated in the golden areas, everyone will still swarm the shop. Moreover, the candlelight trading firm only has 3 people capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. When the time comes, it will fall to the overwhelming trading firm. Excellent. Yuan, you've done splendidly this time. You were actually able to obtain something as valuable as the Fire Dragon potion. With this potion, the overwhelming trading firm will lure a large number of players. We'll reduce the prices for the other products as well. I want to see just how the candlelight trading firm plans to compete. Feng Xianyang said gleefully. Underworld had money and manpower. They could easily obtain a large stock of materials. In addition to Silent Aspiration's unlimited supply of Fire Dragon potion recipes, each additional basic alchemist they nurtured would be one more capable of producing the Fire Dragon potion. Currently, the overwhelming trading firm already possessed 6 basic alchemists. As more time passed, that number would only increase. On the other hand, the candlelight trading firm had no way to increase the number of forgers who could craft basic strengthening armor kits, no matter how many basic forgers they hired. Meanwhile, Candlelight's unsatisfied customers would naturally run to the overwhelming trading firm. After all, many level 25 dungeons required players to have fire resistance. One could say that the Fire Dragon potion was more valuable to players than the basic strengthened armor kits. Moreover, every player only possessed limited funds. As the Fire Dragon potion was cheaper than the basic strengthened armor kits, when comparing the benefits one could gain from the 2, players would prioritize the Fire Dragon potion. While Feng Xianyang fantasized about monopolizing White River City's trade with the overwhelming trading firm, Shifeng's work was in full swing. To maximize the benefits of the Book of Gold, Shifeng allowed all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices to become basic forgers and had them produce light stones ceaselessly for 2 days. As for Shifeng himself, after becoming a forger, he had unlocked the forging design for the intermediate mana armor kit. Hence, throughout the duration of the Book of Gold, he focused on forging intermediate armor kits without rest. In addition, during this time Shifeng had secretly recruited Gentle Snow's help to establish a few candlelight trading firms in several other major cities, particularly the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, as Shifeng's money was limited, he had only established basic shops in these cities' outer districts. To establish these shops, Shifeng had invested all of the money he had earned during this time. He even spent the money the guild had earned through guild quests. Guild leader, we have met out intended goal. We can begin operations at any time, Melancholic Smile reported. Although she was somewhat tired, excitement filled her eyes. Chapter 535. Difference in background. Begin selling them in the shops, then. Shifeng nodded. During the past 2 days, Shifeng had nearly 100 basic forgers produce light stones constantly. Their stock of light stones was enough to supply multiple cities. In addition, the proficiency gained during this period had allowed many advanced forging apprentices to earn the promotion to basic forgers. With this, they could meet the public's demand even after their current stockpile ran out. Guild leader, how much should we sell them for? Melancholic Smile asked. Previously, she had focused on her work fully, giving no thought as to how much they should sell the light stones for. The materials used to produce the light stones were very common. A 20-piece stack of light stones cost less than 3 silver to craft. Factoring in a basic forger's success rate which was just slightly above 50%, the total cost would be around 6 silver per stack. Simple. Sell each piece for 1 silver and each stack for 19 silver, Shifeng stated directly. Unlike the basic strengthened armor kits, which were considered luxury items to most ordinary players, light stones were commonly used items. So its price was also very low. In the past, the starting price for light stones had also been roughly 1 silver per piece. Any higher and players would begin to feel cheated. However, as the number of players who could produce the item increased, the light stone's price would eventually fall to 50 copper per piece and 10 silver per stack. What about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic Smile asked. In reality, Melancholic Smile didn't believe that the light stones were candlelight trading firms' trump card. Rather, she believed that their success lay in the intermediate mana armor kits. Only Shifeng could produce the intermediate armor kit as nobody else had the design. This was the candlelight trading firm's greatest advantage. Others might not realize this, but the reason behind Starstreak trading firm's fierce competitive edge was the basic mana armor kit. Even now, the basic mana armor kits were still highly sought after by elite players. Intermediate mana armor kit can be made into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 10, endurance plus 12, agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character. 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60. Intelligence plus 10, endurance plus 12, vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character. 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. If a player equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits, the total attributes they received would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. One could not buy level 25 dark gold equipment through the market even if they had the money. Many people offered prices of 20 gold or more for non-MT dark gold equipment, not to mention dark gold weapons and equipment for MTs. Currently, God's Domain's elite players were around level 25. So they could conveniently use the intermediate mana armor kits. Hence now was the best time to sell them. However, it was also this reason that made it difficult for Shifeng to set the price for the kits. He could neither sell it too cheap nor too expensive. Moreover, there was also the fact that he wouldn't have a lot of free time to produce the intermediate mana armor kits. Let's set them of 5 gold for now, Shifeng said after pondering for a long moment. Although the various guilds currently busied themselves with commerce and had already spent a significant sum of money, they should still possess a small amount of gold. To claim the first clears of large-scale team dungeons, they would have no qualms about spending several hundred gold to equip a team fully with intermediate mana armor kits. following which melancholic smile began to prepare. Meanwhile, the overwhelming trading firm had also begun selling the Fire Dragon potions. This Fire Dragon potion is awesome. It can stack attributes and fire resistance. With this potion, raiding level 25 team dungeons will be a breeze. The only downside is the price. Each bottle actually costs 10 silver. The MT alone will require 5 bottles per run. Everyone else in the team will have to drink at least 1 bottle as well. What can you do about it? The overwhelming trading firm is the only place that sells this potion. However, if we can successfully raid 10 and 20-man hard mode team dungeons, we will more than earn back the cost. Overwhelming Smile's advertising had been very well timed. As the Fire Dragon potions went on sale, people began to promote the potion at the various lively locations throughout White River City. As a result, many teams who had struggled with the level 25 dungeons that required high fire resistance grew interested, and they had promptly run towards the overwhelming trading firm to purchase the Fire Dragon potion. Shortly after the Fire Dragon promotion went up for sale, some of the players visiting the Candlelight trading firm to purchase daily necessities discovered that something had changed. There were several new counters in the hall on the first floor. Initially, due to the recent increase to Candlelight space, the first floor had felt relatively empty. Now, however, it was just right. What is this? Curious players quickly flocked around the new counters. Hello, sir, this is our Candlelight trading firm's newest product, the Light Stone. With this item, you won't have to worry about not being able to grind at night, the NPC beauty slowly explained. To ordinary players, nothing was more of a headache than grinding at night. At night, not only was monsters' vision unaffected, but there was also a certain increase to monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players' vision was considerably limited during nighttime, significantly affecting their combat power. However, this was still not the biggest problem. At night, because of the vision problem, it was much easier for monsters to ambush parties. Hence, ordinary players were normally afraid of grinding monsters in the dark. Meanwhile, the Light Stone just happened to brightly illuminate a large area, allowing players to see as if it were daylight. With this item, not only would monsters' strength remain unchanged, but it was also easier for players to avoid ambushes. Since players would be able to see as normal, they could also fight with their usual combat power, so grinding monsters would be as easy as it was during the day. Crap, there's actually such a good item available? How much is it? A player asked. As this is a new product, we are selling each Light Stone at the low price of 1 silver coin. You can also buy a stack of 20 at a discounted price of 19 silver coins. The NPC beauty smiled brightly as she spoke. It's so cheap. I want 1 stack. Wait, I want 2 stacks. Suddenly, the players inside the hall began to purchase Light Stones madly. Although ordinary players did not make a lot of money, they normally formed parties when grinding in the fields. If they split the cost of 19 silver between each party member, they could easily afford the Light Stones. Moreover, each stack of Light Stones could last a party up to 2 nights. As long as one casually tallied up the accounts, the majority of the independent players would not miss out on this opportunity. An ordinary party could definitely earn more than 19 silver coins from 2 nights of grinding, not to mention an elite party. Very quickly, news of the Light Stones spread. Players who received the news immediately disregarded whatever they were currently doing and hurried to the Candlelight trading firm. For a time, the Light Stones became far more popular than the Fire Dragon potion. What? You're saying that the Candlelight trading firm is selling Light Stones in large quantities? Feng Xianyang was baffled when he heard this latest report from his subordinate. How is that possible? We even have to limit the number of Fire Dragon potions we sell each day. How could they possibly afford to sell Light Stones in large quantities? Where are they finding so many people to produce them? He had spent more than 50 million credits just to poach the 3 people capable of producing the Light Stones from the Candlelight trading firm, yet now the trading firm was still able to offer so many Light Stones. How could he possibly believe such a ludicrous report? Wasn't that item extremely rare and precious? How could there be so many Light Stones suddenly popping up? Even if the 3 forgers of Candlelight focused on producing Light Stones without rest, it would not be possible to produce so many. Young Master Feng, this information has been verified. It is real. Based on our initial estimates, more than 1,500 stacks of light stones have already sold. Even so, the candlelight trading firm continues to sell them without limit. Now, many of the overwhelming trading firm's customers have already run to the candlelight trading firm to shop. Shit. They scammed me of more than 50 million credits. They will pay for this. At this moment, Feng Xianyang finally came to a realization. The previous 3 advanced forging apprentices had been a trap set by the candlelight trading firm. He had lost over 50 million credits just like that. Moreover, it had all been his own money. Instruct someone purchase light stones immediately. Buy as many as you can. I don't believe that they have an unlimited supply. Feng Xianyang commanded furiously. Chapter 536, Unshakable. Under Feng Xianyang's command, Yulan, who was currently in Maple City, gave a new command. Reduce their prices further. Miss Yulan, we won't earn much money if we reduce our prices any more than this, a female assistant cautioned. I don't want this either. Yulan shook her head helplessly. The candlelight trading firm's new move is simply too effective. It actually obtained such a valuable product. Both ordinary players and elites require this light stone. Although our fire dragon potions are also very useful, only elite teams and various guilds can afford to buy them. Meanwhile, our stock of fire dragon potions is very limited. As a competitive edge, it stands no chance against the light stone at all. If they wanted to lure players to the overwhelming trading firm, their only option was to do so with their common products. Right from this moment onwards, halt all sales of the Fire Dragon Potion in White River City, Yulan said after giving it some more thought. Their supply of Fire Dragon Potions had already been insufficient to meet the demands of Maple City. Now that they had opened a shop in White River City as well, their stock had stretched even thinner, further reducing the overwhelming trading firm's competitive edge. Moreover, there was a city tax imposed for selling the Fire Dragon Potions in White River City. This was also a considerable expenditure. So now their best option was to maintain the overwhelming trading firm's competition in Maple City above all else. Understood, the female assistant then left the meeting room. Overwhelming trading firm's price reduction on its common goods had indeed attracted more ordinary players. Common items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, various food and beverages, regeneration potions and mana recovery potions, basic scrolls and more were must-have items when grinding in the fields. Now that the overwhelming trading firm offered a 40% discount on these items, many ordinary players ran to its shops to purchase these items. For a time, the weakened overwhelming trading firm in Maple City suddenly stood on equal footing with the candlelight trading firm. The candlelight trading firm had the basic strengthened armor kits and the light stones. The overwhelming trading firm possessed the Fire Dragon Potion and discounts on common goods. This situation overjoyed Maple City's players. While the candlelight trading firm did not possess too large of an advantage in Maple City, in other cities, however, it was an entirely different story. The trading firm was like the sun at high noon in these cities. Because of the light stones, a large number of players swarmed the candlelight trading firm's shops. Most of these players might have initially arrived with the intention of only purchasing the light stones. However, upon seeing the wide array of products the trading firm offered, they fell prey to temptation and bought other items as well. Suddenly, the candlelight trading firm's income exploded. Meanwhile, the trading firm's most exaggerated sources of income were still Starmoon City and White River City. As the candlelight trading firm had set up its shops on these two cities' golden lands, it had instantly become an unshakable player-owned trading firm there. The traffic other player-owned trading firms enjoyed was nothing compared to what the candlelight trading firm saw. Starmoon City and White River City were Starmoon Kingdom's first and second most populated cities, respectively. Naturally, the income they could offer was astonishing. In a short few hours, the candlelight trading firm had earned over 1,000 gold. Guild leader, why don't we set up a few more shops in other cities? Melancholic smile suggested when she saw the trading firm's profits. This was only the income from 7 cities. If they set up a shop in every city throughout Starmoon Kingdom, there is no rush. Right now, we are relying on the light stones produced by almost 100 basic forgers to barely meet the demands of these 7 cities. If we expand any further, it will do more harm than good. We should focus on nurturing a large number of forgers and alchemists, Feng said with utter calm. As for the income of over 1,000 gold in just a few hours, Feng did not consider it odd in the least. However, players only purchased the light stones in large quantities at the moment due to their lack of the item. Once they had their own stock, they would only need to purchase them to resupply. Hence, the candlelight trading firm's income would decrease gradually as more time went by. Regardless, it would still be a frightening amount of money. Guild leader, what about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic Smile asked. Previously, Feng had told her to hold off on offering the kits for sale, confusing her. Have you not noticed that someone in White River City is buying light stones in absurd quantities? Feng laughed. There seems to be someone like that. When I examined the statistics, I discovered that someone had purchased 500 stacks in one go for a total of 95 gold. Afterward, 2 others had purchased 300 stacks and 400 stacks respectively. Even if these people bought the light stones for their own guilds, they should not need to buy so many. Melancholic Smile nodded. Someone is intentionally trying to clean out our stock of light stones. If we push out the intermediate mana armor kits right now, what would we do if that person stops buying our light stones? Since someone is willingly purchasing our light stones in large quantities, who are we to stop them from giving us their money? Feng laughed. The production of light stones was very fast. If a basic forger crafted them, the process for each stone would typically take around 6 to 8 seconds. After all, the materials only needed a little processing, and the finished product just needed a coating of magic runes. Though the process of adding the magic runes was somewhat troublesome initially, that would not be a problem once the forgers were accustomed to it. After that, the only problem remaining was the success rate. Basic forgers had a 60% success rate for forging the light stones. If they had good equipment and tools, their success rate could be increased to around 70% or so. In other words, as there were 48 hours in each day in God's domain, a single basic forger could produce roughly 20,000 light stones per day. If 100 people worked for 2 days continuously, they would have 4 million light stones. Moreover, this was only with the condition that basic forgers produced the light stones. This time, Feng had distributed all of the light stone forging designs, allowing many other advanced forging apprentices to learn it as well. Only their production speed was slightly slower. 4 million stones were the equivalent of 200,000 stacks. If they sold each stone at 1 silver and each stack at 19 silver, one would have to spend 38,000 gold to purchase them all. In all of God's domain, Feng did not believe that anyone possessed 38,000 gold. And even if someone did, nobody would be so stupid as to spend it all on light stones. They would have long since invested it into buying lands. Currently, Feng Xianyang sat at one of the open-air tables in a high-class restaurant. He held a light stone in his hand, admiring it. This item's effects are truly impressive. If we buy out all the candlelight trading firm's stockpile, they will have no choice but to limit the amount they sell. At that time, it will be the overwhelming trading firm's time to shine. Feng Xianyang laughed coldly. It would be just like the basic mana armor kits. Back then, the supply of the basic mana armor kits had been too limited. As a result, the kit's price had risen from 20 silver to 40 silver when other players resold it. Even then, plenty of people still purchased them. As soon as the candlelight trading firm began limiting the amount of light stones it sold, he could turn around and sell the light stones he bought at an increased price. At that time, even if he sold them at 1.5 times the original price, a large number of players would still buy them. He would not have to fear a lack of customers. Young Master Feng, after using all the coins we bought with credits as well as the coins earned through the overwhelming trading firm, we've purchased over 4,000 stacks of light stones. However, the candlelight trading firm shows no signs of limiting its sales. The slightly chubby middle-aged man reported worriedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What are you worried about? Now that we've purchased so many, they can't possibly have much left in their inventory. It won't be long before it is our time to shine, Feng Xianyang comforted the man, utter confidence filling each word. He had already asked the 3 advanced forging apprentices he had previously poached, so he knew that advanced forging apprentices had less than a 30% success rate for producing the light stones. Moreover, each stone required more than a dozen seconds to craft. Even if the candlelight trading firm had over a dozen people forging light stones constantly, it could not accumulate a large stock over a few days. After they had purchased so many stacks, even if the candlelight trading firm was not currently at its limit, it soon would be. Now all he had to do was wait. Chapter 537, Legend resurfaces. Inside the candlelight trading firm's serene and quiet special forging room, after spending a long time planning for the trading firm's future, the sound of his communicator ringing suddenly entered Shifeng's ears. He sure is fast. Shifeng's lips curled up when he looked at the name of the caller. The person contacting him this time was none other than Everlasting War, the person who had invited him to participate in the Dark Arena before. Shifeng promptly removed the demon mask's disguise, returning to his appearance as Yifeng. He then accepted the call and said, "Brother Everlasting, long time no see. It seems that your strength has risen significantly once again." He could not see Everlasting War's current level through the screen, but judging from the change in the other party's equipment, he could tell at a glance that Everlasting War had undergone quite an improvement. The last time Shifeng saw the Guardian Knight, Everlasting War was geared in a mix of fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the latter numbering only 3 or 4 pieces. Now, however, the majority of his equipment was giving off the glow effect of dark gold equipment. One could easily imagine how much his combat power had increased. "Everything I am wearing right now came from the corporation. As long as Brother Yifeng officially joins the battle team, the corporation will naturally give you their full support as well," Everlasting War laughed. He was delighted with the equipment he was wearing right now. Otherwise, he would not have purposefully revealed their special effects. In reality, his objective in showing off his equipment was to display to Shifeng the strength of the corporation sponsoring their battle team. Such strength was indeed not something the guilds that one could find in the game could compare with. Take level 25 dark gold equipment for example. In the current God's domain, such an item was scarce, and every piece could sell for an astronomical amount. Moreover, even if one could afford it, there was no guarantee that they would have a chance to buy one. Even first-rate guilds only possessed several pieces. On the other hand, the majority of Everlasting War's equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The force backing him was evidently powerful. The time and venue for the test have already been set. It will be held 4 days from now in the Beast Empire's capital city, Beast City. At that time, you only need to come to the underground arena of Beast City. I will be waiting for you there, Everlasting War said, his expression suddenly turning serious. I hope that Brother Yifeng treats this matter seriously. During these 4 days, try to improve your equipment's quality as much as possible. I've heard that the higher-ups of the corporation have also found quite a few experts to participate in the test this time around. Among them, a few even possess powerful backers themselves, and they are mostly apex experts of the virtual gaming world. The competition this time is sure to be very intense. However, as long as you manage to pass it, the treatment you will receive will surely exceed your imagination. Thank you for your reminder. I will make sure to arrive on time, Shifeng laughed, not bothering to add anything else. As for Everlasting War's advice for him to upgrade his equipment, Shifeng had previously thought about doing so before. However, how could epic equipment possibly be that easy to obtain? Epic equipment? Shifeng could not help but ponder. At this point, he had already used up all the excess life force points he had saved up in the Icarus's heart. If he wished to upgrade the necklace to epic rank, he would have to collect the full 5,000 life force points required. However, after using that many life force points to open Twilight treasure chests, he had also obtained quite a harvest. Currently, he had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. There were even a few extra set pieces for a second set. He had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Assassins, Elementalists, and Clerics. As for Berserkers, Rangers, and Druids, he was still missing 1 set piece for each class. He also obtained 2 extra set pieces for Swordsmen. Other than these Tier 1 set equipment, he had also obtained plenty of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Overall, his harvest was quite bountiful. It's been some time since I last targeted Overwhelming Smiles members. If I go for them again right now, they should not be too on guard against me. Shifeng licked his lips. There weren't many Twilight treasure chests remaining. If he could upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and obtain another shop promotion order, at that time the Candlelight trading firm would truly become unstoppable. Saying so, Shifeng immediately went into action. After leaving the special forging room, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to take action during daytime with his standards, he would have no problems ambushing a bunch of elite players. Just as Shifeng arrived at Maple City, Melancholic Smile called him. Guild leader, that group of people has finally stopped buying lightstones in bulk. Do we begin now? Melancholic Smile asked with anticipation. It had been quite some time since the lightstones first went on sale. Now the Candlelight trading firm's income was gradually decreasing as the enthusiasm of players began to cool down. If they added more fuel to the fire at this moment, they were bound to deal the other player-owned trading firms a significant blow, as well as solidify the Candlelight trading firm's position further. Hey, since we've wrung them dry already, begin selling then. Shifeng nodded. The reason why he chose not to sell the intermediate mana armor kits until now was his concern that some people would intentionally purchase them in bulk. Then when the Candlelight trading firm's supply of the kits ran out, these people could take advantage of the situation to deal with the Candlelight trading firm, as well as earn a fortune while they were at it. Hence, Shifeng planned to utilize the lightstones first, to deplete the funds of these people. Soon, another new counter appeared simultaneously in the first floor halls of the various Candlelight trading firms. Why was another counter added to the Candlelight trading firm? A berserker who had come to purchase lightstones asked curiously. Hello, sir. This here is our Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. This item will greatly increase your attributes. Moreover, you can equip up to 3 kits at a time, the beautiful NPC saleswoman explained. What? This is the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. The berserker was stunned. The basic mana armor kits had long since become a legend in the city. Currently each kit sold for 50 silver. Even so, many still wished to buy it. Unfortunately, there just was no supply for the item. Now that the intermediate version of the kits had suddenly appeared, how could this not be surprising? After the berserker read the item description of the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit multiple times, he was finally sure that he was not hallucinating. Such powerful attributes. Just a single intermediate mana armor kit is equal to 3 pieces of the basic version. The berserker's eyes shone dazzlingly, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. The attributes of the intermediate mana armor kit were simply too shocking. As long as one could equip 3 of these kits, it would be equivalent to wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Currently, despite the high demand for level 25 dark gold equipment, supply for it was practically non-existent. Countless people could not buy one even if they wanted to. If he could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits right now, it would be equivalent to having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Just imagining it exhilarated the berserker. Battles in God's domain relied on 2 things: the player's techniques and the player's attributes. At this stage of the game, even if one had passable techniques, they would still have to consider the attributes of their equipment before they could try raiding a dungeon. To an ordinary player, even being fully geared in mysterious iron equipment was a dream, not to mention owning a piece of dark gold equipment. The attributes of a single piece of dark gold equipment could easily rival that of multiple pieces of mysterious iron equipment. If an ordinary player could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits, it would no doubt result in a massive increase in strength. Crap. I was only missing just that bit of attribute to qualify for that 20-man team dungeon last time. If I can equip 3 of these intermediate mana armor kits right now, the team leader will definitely beg me to join them. The berserker could not help but fantasize. However, when he laid his eyes on the price of the kits, each intermediate mana armor kit actually cost 5 gold. Suddenly the berserker was dumbfounded. Although ordinary players could not afford to buy the kit, news about it still spread like lightning. The kits became the headline news on the official forums right away. Shocking emergence of the intermediate mana armor kits. Chapter 538. Causing a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. The appearance of the intermediate armor kits immediately caused a commotion. News about the candlelight trading firms spread like a pandemic throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. In just a dozen minutes or so, the initially fading hype over the candlelight trading firms surged once more. Players throughout the kingdom were behaving even more wildly than before. The light stone was merely common goods. Although it was of significant help to players, it did not provide any direct improvements towards a player's strength. It belonged to the category of support items. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. This was an item whose sole purpose was to increase a player's attributes. Moreover, it provided a considerable increase. Upon receiving news regarding this matter, many elite parties and teams that were out in the field immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to their respective cities. They made a straight dash to the candlelight trading firm to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. If they were even a little too slow, other players would no doubt buy out the kits. It would be just like the basic mana armor kit which had already passed into legend. According to the legend, many players who had managed to purchase the basic mana armor kits when they were initially released had already become experts by now. Some ordinary teams had also become top-tier teams capable of challenging hard mode, and even Hell Mode team dungeons. However, Hell Mode was only limited to 10-man dungeons. To the majority of independent players, 20-man team dungeons were simply too difficult to challenge. The requirement of such dungeons on a player's equipment foundation was just too high. The requisite level in combat techniques was also extremely high. Only a small number of guild elite teams could clear such dungeons. Team leader, I've just received news that the intermediate mana armor kits are selling for a fraudulent price of 5 gold per kit. We can't afford them even if we want to buy them. They are indeed expensive. Even so, we still have to buy them. We must obtain them even if we have to borrow money to do so. I have deeply regretted not getting the basic mana armor kits. You should know our performance inside team dungeons as well. We are always short of just that small amount of damage and defense. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, we aren't able to upgrade our equipment any further. In the end, those teams that had the luck to buy 3 basic mana armor kits managed to brute force their way through the bosses. Right now, a single intermediate mana armor kit could match up to 3 basic mana armor kits. As long as we get our team's MT3 of these kits, we will be able to defeat the bosses of the team dungeon. At that time, won't it be easy to earn back the money we spent? Many independent teams out in the field maps began taking action, using all means to collect money. To elite teams, collecting 5 gold was still relatively easy. However, it would be very difficult if they wished to obtain 15 gold. Even so, they still endured the hardship as they tried to amass 15 gold. After all, the effects of having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment on an MT was quite significant. Normally, 20-man normal mode team dungeons dropped mysterious iron rank. Secret silver equipment only dropped if one possessed heaven-defying luck. Meanwhile, there were only 3 or 4 bosses inside a team dungeon, and each boss dropped just 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On average, one could get roughly 10 mysterious iron equipment with each dungeon run. After factoring in the money and items obtained from the dungeon monsters, a team earned around 4 gold to 5 gold each time they raided a 20-man normal mode team dungeon. There was also the need to factor in the team's various expenses, loss of EXP and such, which further reduced the team's profits. Not to mention the team's 20 members would split this profit. In the end, each member of the team would receive only a meager amount of money. However, the income one could obtain from a hard mode team dungeon was significantly higher. The bosses inside such a dungeon would drop at least 1 secret silver equipment with nearly a 100% certainty. There was even the possibility of bosses dropping 2 or 3 pieces of secret silver equipment at the same time. Even the monsters of the dungeon had a fixed chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment. Another point was that only hard mode team dungeons dropped certain necessary raw materials. After adding up the various types of income, a team would typically earn at least 10 gold from every dungeon run. more than double that of normal mode team dungeons. If a team managed to clear a normal mode team dungeon, they would be able to sate their hunger at most. However, if they succeeded in raiding a hard mode team dungeon, they would be able to dine like kings. Every time inside bars, there was bound to be some amazing teams celebrating their successful raid over a hard mode team dungeon, earning the envy of the surrounding players. Now that everyone received such an opportunity again, the players naturally had to make a desperate effort for it. For a time, players swarmed the candlelight trading firm. However, a majority of the players who came were only here to act as a placeholder for now. That was right, a placeholder. The teams backing these players were currently still in the midst of collecting money. As soon as they gathered enough, they would immediately purchase the intermediate mana armor kits from the trading firm, afraid that the kits would sell out. Although few independent players could afford the intermediate mana armor kits, it was an entirely different story for guilds. Guilds were already willing to invest thousands of gold in a single shop, not to mention spending several hundred gold to equip their core teams with intermediate armor kits. If guilds could fully outfit their core teams with intermediate armor kits, the combat power of these teams would rise to a whole new level. There was no question that it was a worthwhile investment. All the guilds that had received news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits immediately hurried over to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, these guilds were incredibly ambitious, each and every one of them asking to buy 100 or more kits without hesitation. "What did you say? Why aren't you selling it to me?" A guild representative shouted angrily. "Have a good look. I don't lack the money to pay for them." "Sir, my apologies, but since the supply for the intermediate mana armor kits is too limited, we are only selling it in limited quantities. Ordinary players are allowed to buy at most one kit each time. As you are representing a guild, you will only be allowed to buy a maximum of 9 kits. If you are from one of the guilds partnered with the candlelight trading firm, you will be allowed to purchase up to 21 kits at a single time." The beautiful NPC saleswoman smiled faintly, paying no heed to the actions of the angry player before her. "Damn. Give me 9 for now then." The guild representative was helpless about the situation as the guild he belonged to was not a partner of the candlelight trading firm. He had no choice but to buy 9 kits for now and have the guild send more members to make additional purchases. Only, they would have to waste a lot of time using this method. There were just too many players coming to buy the kits, and even lining up was extremely troublesome and time-consuming. Although the candlelight trading firm had only set up shops in a few cities, when players and guilds of other cities heard of the news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits, they had promptly made their way over to cities that housed the candlelight trading firm. Among them, the number of players running over to White River City was the highest. The candlelight trading firms based in White River City had the largest allocation of intermediate mana armor kits. That number was practically the total of all of the branch shops. Hence, many players from the various major cities and guild representatives all came over to White River City. Moreover, this allocation was something Shifeng had deliberately instructed Melancholic Smile to do. He had done so with the intention of increasing White River City's population. Once everyone realized the uniqueness of White River City, some players would surely consider developing themselves here instead out of convenience. Meanwhile, this would indirectly increase Zero Wing's strength. At this moment, the guilds that had previously chosen to partner themselves with the candlelight trading firm were celebrating in joy. Previously, most if not all of them felt that they had taken a huge loss by partnering with Candlelight. Now, however, they had become the envy of all the other guilds. Being able to purchase 21 kits at a single time had saved them plenty of trouble. Right now, the intermediate mana armor kits were priceless. Currently, people were offering to buy the kits for 8 gold coins, and this price was still rising. Even so, nobody was willing to sell their kits. Moreover, under the oversight of the system, independent players could purchase only 1 intermediate mana armor kit. Nobody wished to waste this precious opportunity, so they would not readily sell the kits they had obtained. Just as many guilds were fighting to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits, silence filled Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in White River City. Inside the guild residence's meeting room, several veins were bulging on Feng Xuanyang's forehead. He was very nearly at the point of erupting. Boom, boom, Boom. Feng Xianyang violently slammed his fists down on the wooden table, and after a few consecutive blows, even the wooden table shattered. Young Master Feng, you must calm down. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? Feng Xuanyang's eyes had already turned blood red by now. If possible, he wished he could devour the candlelight trading firm whole right this instant. In order to purchase the light stones in large quantities, he had invested another 100 million of his own money. Meanwhile, he had done so with the intention of earning back the 50 million he had previously lost. He had even thrown in all the earnings of the overwhelming trading firm into the mix. But all he had accomplished was purchasing a bunch of goods that had a seemingly endless supply. The most infuriating part was that upon receiving news regarding the candlelight trading firm, his superiors had immediately ordered him to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits. However, where was he supposed to get so many coins? 300 kits would cost 1,500 gold. Previously, he had indeed possessed this amount of money. Now, however, it was already gone. Chapter 539, Dominant Force. Young Master Feng, if there really is no other way, then let's sell the light stones we bought cheaply. This way we can get back most of the money we lost. Sell them cheaply. Feng Xianyang pondered. He had indeed thought about this method before. However, who would want to buy them? Currently, everyone had their eyes on the intermediate mana armor kits, throwing everything they had into accumulating money. Since the appearance of the intermediate mana armor kits, even the exchange rate for coins had risen significantly. How could anyone possibly bother to buy light stones? Even if someone were to buy his light stones, just how many could he possibly sell? He had a full 10,000 stacks piled up in his hands right now. Forget it. If I have to make a loss, so be it. I have to complete the task the higher-ups gave me. Sell the light stones at a 20% discount then. Sell as many as you can. Even if we can't sell them all, we can at least make some trouble for the candlelight trading firm, Feng Xianyang sighed. The management of Underworld was extremely strict. If he did not complete his assignment, the consequences would be very severe. He had only managed to reach this position in the organization after many difficulties. Naturally, he could not fall short after coming this far. These 10,000 stacks of light stones had cost him 1,900 gold, more than half of which came from Underworld and the overwhelming trading firm. Although he would lose a significant sum of money by selling the light stones at a 20% discount, at least he could earn back Underworld's and Overwhelming Smile's shares of the money. He would also have the 1,500 gold required to purchase the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Sometime later, the overwhelming trading firm also began selling light stones. Moreover, due to Underworld's connections, Feng Xianyang managed to quickly get in touch with the various guilds around Star Moon Kingdom. Light stones were still not available in many cities around the kingdom, which left the demands of many players unsated. So, selling the light stones at a 20% discount prompted many players to fight to purchase them. Only for every stack of light stones sold, Feng Xianyang would feel a painful sting in his heart. Just as the intermediate mana armor kits were selling hotly in White River City, Star Moon City had also gone into a frenzy. Currently, upper managers of the various large guilds based in the capital stood in front of the counter inside the candlelight trading firm, their eyes bloodshot. I am the vice leader of the Wind God Guild. Call out your boss for me. I have a big business proposal that I wish to discuss with him. I am an elder of the Rainbow Guild. Why aren't you calling your upper management to come to greet me yet? Various guilds in Star Moon City were thinking of ways to contact the upper management of the candlelight trading firm. Unfortunately, no matter what words they used, the NPCs hired by the candlelight trading firm completely ignored them, leaving them restless. Initially, the various large guilds in Star Moon City were only somewhat surprised when the candlelight trading firm had set up a shop in the city. They never expected that someone could actually afford to buy a plot of land in the golden area of the city and even set up a shop there. Now, however, they could not help but wish they could purchase the entire candlelight trading firm. Using credits, of course. If they had to buy using coins, even if they added up the funds of every guild in the city, they would not be able to afford to buy the trading firm. Guild leader, I've received information stating that the candlelight trading firm's main branch is in White River City. Although the firm has set up a shop in the capital, its management seems to be based at White River City. A graceful and elegant female elementalist reported to the strong and dignified-looking man beside her. Meanwhile, inside a coffee shop a short distance away from the candlelight trading firm, many male players had promptly shifted their gaze to this tall beauty upon noticing her. In this day and age, with the popularity of nutrition and fitness, one could easily find handsome men and beautiful women. However, it was still extremely difficult if one wished to have a top-tier beauty accompany them inside the game. Not to mention that beauty appeared to be that man's young secretary. "Bro, when do you think we can live like that guy?" a level 24 Guardian Knight muttered enviously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the level 25 Ranger beside the Guardian Knight scoffed. "Do you know who that man is? Isn't he just a little rich? What's there to be proud of? If I had that kind of money, beauties would surely throw themselves at me. I could also look for a group of little secretaries to play God's domain with me," the Guardian Knight replied with disdain. "Look at yourself. It's no wonder you've been in this pitiful state all your life." The level 25 Ranger slowly explained, "Let me tell you, that man is not just some useless Prince Charming. He is someone who has achieved success due to his own efforts. Moreover, he's only 34 years old. I am also certain that you have heard of his name before." "What's he called?" the Guardian Knight asked curiously. "He's the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past," the Ranger laughed. He then looked towards the woman standing beside Galaxy Past, adding, "That beauty is also no ordinary person. She is Purple Eye. She was ranked 931st in the latest God's Domain ranking list. Although her rank is lower than Red Feather's, her strength is even superior to his. Do you think you can hire such a beautiful expert as your secretary just because you have money?" The Guardian Knight fell silent, no longer daring to speak another word. Star Alliance was currently one of the 2 top guilds in Starmoon City. However, as Ouroboros recently had a change in leadership and was facing problems with internal strife, Star Alliance had more or less become Starmoon City's #1 guild. He would simply be seeking his own death if he dared to fool around with Galaxy Past's little secretary inside Starmoon City. He might even end up returning to level 0 in the very next day. "Guild leader, do you think they are talking about you?" Purple Eye laughed. "How could it possibly be me? They are clearly talking about the great beauty at my side," Galaxy Past laughed. "Alright, ignore them. We have more important matters to address. Now that the intermediate mana armor kit has appeared, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can afford to sit still and do nothing. It seems that we'll have to make a trip to White River City." Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region has always been secretly controlled by that mysterious organization named Underworld. We have always minded our own business. If we head over to their territory right now, I'm afraid that it would bring about negative effects, Purple Eye warned. "I don't care. If we let Underworld monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, what will we do about our development then?" A cold glint flashed across Galaxy Past's eyes as he said, "In reality, Underworld has long since been an eyesore. Unfortunately, the organization's strength is altogether too massive and extensive. It has spread its influence across multiple kingdoms and even into the Black Dragon Empire. So, before this, I would only avoid looking for trouble with Underworld if possible. However, if Underworld thinks it can monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, they can think again. The impact of the intermediate mana armor kits was too massive. Just being able to have every member of their core team receive the attributes of an extra piece of level 25 dark gold equipment was already very frightening. Moreover, these kits would not drop upon death. If they could equip even their guild's elite members with these kits, their guild would practically be invincible." Meanwhile, inside Ouroboros's guild residence. "Snow, are you really going to go?" Zhao Yueru asked, her brows knitted together. "We've just managed to stabilize the situation over here recently. If you head over to White River City, it would be troublesome if someone tries something in Starmoon City while you are away. Yueru, you should know that I don't wish to leave at such a time either. However, I must make a trip there personally for this matter." Gentle Snow shook her head. "I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll try to return as quickly as possible." At the same time, The upper managers of the various large guilds in Star Moon City had also begun bringing along their men to White River City. Chapter 540 Grand Gathering. While Feng hunted and harvested members of overwhelming Smile, White River City had become the focal point of Star Moon Kingdom. Many upper managers from first-rate and second-rate guilds had arrived in White River City. What's going on? Why are so many guilds in White River City? I've never seen many of them before. I heard that they've come to partner with the candlelight trading firm. There are even guilds from the surrounding kingdoms, including the Black Dragon Empire, who have shown up, let alone Star Moon Kingdom's guilds. Weren't others saying how Empire players were much stronger than Kingdom players? That doesn't seem to be the case to me. In the end, haven't they still come over to our White River City for some advantage? They've only come here because of the candlelight trading firm. Look at the other kingdoms. Which one of them possesses a shop that sells intermediate mana armor kits? Right now, nobody has any level 25 dark gold equipment for sale at all. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kits are even more powerful than level 25 dark gold equipment, and the candlelight trading firm can produce it in large quantities. Having it and not can make a huge difference to dungeon raiding progress in PvP fights. Naturally, these guilds realize how important such an item is. The players filling White River City's streets and alleyways discussed the large number of guilds gathering in White River City, and a sense of pride bloomed in their hearts. No one would have thought that a lifestyle guild could possess so much influence. Damn, why have so many people come here? At this moment, Feng Xianyang watched the growing number of guild representatives enter the candlelight trading firm, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. To collect the required 1,500 gold, he had gone through a lot of trouble to sell the light stones. He also had to add in a large sum of his own credits. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the reason many guilds had come here today was none other than to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. The candlelight trading firm did not offer a large supply of intermediate mana armor kits. It had been a huge challenge for him to buy 300 kits for himself. Now that more competitors had appeared, his chances of fulfilling that quota had shrunk further. Among the guilds that had arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from the Black Dragon Empire was the most powerful. It was the first-rate guild that was the closest to becoming a super guild. Unfortunately, the pavilion was younger than those true super guilds, having been established later. Otherwise, it would have joined the super guild's ranks by now. Meanwhile, the force and financial prowess backing the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no less than that of an organization like Underworld. Currently, the pavilion was the Black Dragon Empire's #1 guild. Other first-rate guilds stood no chance against it. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sent one of its 2 pavilion masters, the Dragon Pavilion Master, as its representative. In the guild, the Dragon Pavilion Master's status was only below that of the Great Pavilion Master. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's management style was different from other guilds. Normally, a guild's management personnel consisted of the guild leader, vice leaders, elders, and so on. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could be split into 2 pavilions, the Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Each pavilion was the equivalent of a single guild, and both pavilions developed themselves independent of each other. Meanwhile, a pavilion master governed each pavilion. One could say that the pavilion masters were the equivalents of the guild leader of a guild. Moreover, the influence each pavilion wielded equaled that of a top-tier first-rate guild. With both pavilions merged, one could just imagine how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Great Pavilion Master managed the coordination between the 2 pavilions. This Great Pavilion Master was extremely mysterious and secretive. Even until now, there had yet to be anyone who knew the Great Pavilion Master's identity. However, the fact that this person was capable of managing 2 first-rate guilds at the same time showed how capable they were. Young Master Feng, we should be celebrating, the slightly chubby man beside Feng Xianyang said, smiling. Celebratory alcohol, what are you trying to say? Feng Xianyang frowned, saying, with so many competitors here right now, how will I possibly be able to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits? Young Master Feng, hasn't our initial goal been to defeat the candlelight trading firm and establish our own trade empire in White River City? Celebratory alcohol slowly explained, if only little fish and shrimp visit the firm, it would indeed be a good thing for the candlelight trading firm. However, those who have arrived are all tigers and leopards. This is not good news for the trading firm. Think about it. The people that have shown up are either here to purchase the candlelight trading firm or seek a partnership. However, who doesn't want to monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits for themselves? It is especially true for the people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In order to become a true super guild, the pavilion has ignored all costs and recruited a large number of experts. They even managed to recruit 5 of last year's top 10 newcomers to the virtual gaming world, not to mention experts who have already been famous for many years. Currently, the intermediate mana armor kit is the perfect item for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to advance itself. Naturally, the guild will not let go of this chance to obtain the kit for itself. The other guilds should feel the same. However, young Master Feng, you have personally seen the personality of the candlelight trading firm's manager. Even Miss Yulon was helpless against her. One can just imagine what kind of response these newly arrived guilds will receive. At that time, things will definitely end on a sour note, and the candlelight trading firm will make enemies of the various guilds. At that time, not only will we have the opportunity to complete the task given by the higher-ups, but we can also take the opportunity to deal with the candlelight trading firm. When celebratory alcohol finished speaking, realization dawned upon Feng Xianyang. You're right. We'll have a good show to watch this time. Feng Xianyang began laughing madly. On the surface, although this seemed like a grand gathering, in reality, it was a festival of murder. If the candlelight trading firm offended the guilds that had arrived, these guilds would hold nothing back to suppress the candlelight trading firm. If Underworld added fuel to the fire, who would dare to supply the candlelight trading firm? Who would dare sell their materials to the candlelight trading firm? Any guild or workshop that did would lose any hope of succeeding in God's domain. Even if the candlelight trading firm were only a lifestyle guild and could not be dealt with like a combat guild, it could not survive without materials, forging designs, recipes, and other such items. Sooner or later, the items that were highly sought after now would become obsolete. At that time, the candlelight trading firm would be finished. Big Sis Melancholic, there are so many guilds in the first floor's hall today that I nearly lost count. There are over 100 guilds who registered to meet with us to discuss business. Among them, there are over a dozen first-rate guilds. It also seems that they have come with bad intentions. What should we do? One of Melancholic Smile's female assistants asked nervously. No ordinary player would ever have dreamed such a scene. Starmoon Kingdom only had several first-rate guilds. Now, not only had every one of these first-rate guilds arrived, but there were even first-rate and second-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires as well. I understand. Have the NPCs welcome them for now. I'll try to think of a solution in the meantime. Melancholic Smile also struggled with the situation. She had never expected that the intermediate mana armor kits would have such a huge influence. They had attracted a pack of hungry wolves and beasts to their doorstep. If she had known something like this would happen, she never would have suggested that Feng sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Even if they wanted to sell them, they should have only done so after the candlelight trading firm had secured its position in Starmoon Kingdom. Now, however, they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Although Melancholic Smile really wished to solve this problem by herself, she could not come up with any ideas. This situation was different than the previous one she had handled with the guilds. If she approached this forcefully, she would offend the major powers of several kingdoms and an empire. To put it simply, she would be seeking her own death. Helpless, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to contact Feng. She was truly out of options, and she could only hope that Feng had something up his sleeve. Chapter 541, Terrifying Great Demon King. The Barren Ridge was a wasteland located in the Maple City region. The land was parched and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could grow here. Yellow sand choked the wind as it was lifted into the air all year long. Yet at this moment, many players could be seen grinding and leveling in this desolate area. The Barren Ridge was a level 25 to level 32 leveling map. Although it was a wasteland, various kinds of stone beasts lived there. Stone beasts were elemental creatures made of excellent stone materials. There was a 20% chance to obtain advanced stones when killing these monsters, and they even had a small chance of dropping rare ores. Nowadays, the forging industry was very popular, and many lifestyle players who disliked combat would learn forging. Hence, all sorts of forging materials were in high demand right now. Even if the barren ridge did not contain treasure chests or advanced quests, many players still preferred to grind for stones and ores here while leveling up. The various large guilds had monopolized the high-resource maps surrounding every city, leaving no room or access to ordinary players. If an ordinary player were discovered trespassing into a guild-run zone, the guild members would either chase them away or kill them on the spot. Knowing this, ordinary players naturally avoided these high-resource maps. Instead, they could only explore ordinary maps such as the Barren Ridge. However, after Shifeng's last visit to the Dragon Ridge, Overwhelming Smiles members avoided the zone at all costs. Instead, they had come to the Barren Ridge to grind and level up. This resulted in ordinary players flooding the Dragon Ridge, and Maple City's ordinary players came to admire the name Black Flame. One man was capable of forcing an entire guild to concede. Black Flame's strength was inconceivable. Laughing Heaven, Overwhelming Smiles guild leader, wanted nothing more than to hack Shifeng into thousands of tiny pieces. Unfortunately, even Laughing Heaven's hands were tied. Based on Warwolf's report, Shifeng's base attributes were simply too high. He was far beyond experts like them. If they wanted a fighting chance against him, they needed to upgrade their equipment and base attributes first. Before that happened, however, they could only try their best to keep hidden. Of course, there were other methods they could use, such as hunting Shifeng in large teams. However, a team of several hundred players would not be enough. A single large-scale destruction spell would be more than enough to annihilate most of the team. At the very least, they needed to mobilize armies of over 1,000 players. Unfortunately, Shifeng's whereabouts were unknown. It was practically impossible to trap him with thousands of players. So they had no choice but to endure until they possessed a strategic-level expert capable of rivaling Black Flame. Damn, just how long do we have to grind here? A level 24 summoner from Overwhelming Smile grumbled. Since when have Overwhelming Smile members ever suffered such a loss before? We are actually forced to this godforsaken place. Isn't he just one expert? I don't believe that we can't take him out if several hundred of us gang up on him. Shh. Be quiet. What if your big mouth really summons that person? The level 25 elementalist serving as the team's leader warned the summoner softly, frowning as he carefully observed his surroundings. You were lucky that you weren't out that night. If you experienced that volcanic power, you would know that even a team of hundreds of players would be no different than ants. Moreover, not even the shield warriors and guardian knights with high HP and defense survived a single hit from that expert. Many among the team nodded their agreement to the elementalist's words. Although it was currently daytime, they could still recall the madness of that night as if it had happened yesterday. Team leader, aren't you over-exaggerating? Although our current equipment isn't top tier, even someone fully geared with level 25 dark gold equipment should not be able to kill our team's guardian knights and shield warriors in one hit, right? The summoner replied, refusing to believe his team leader's claim. Moments after this summoner finished speaking, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Don't believe it. Why don't you experience it yourself then? The person who had flown down from the sky was none other than Shifeng himself. The barren ridge was ridiculously large, and Overwhelming Smiles members had scattered across the map. For efficiency's sake, Shifeng had no choice but to activate Wind Rider to hunt these people. When Shifeng noticed this 100-man team from Overwhelming Smile, he had immediately flown towards them. The instant Shifeng descended, he switched the aura of wind to the aura of fire and launched a firestorm from above, covering a radius of 30 yards. Flames filled the sky, burning everything in its vicinity to ash and dust. Even the level 27 stone beasts, which possessed high magic resistance and 5,000 HP, died with the first wave of damage, not to mention players whose HPs were below 5,000 and had zero magic resistance. In the blink of an eye, less than 30 players remained of Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team. They're too spread out. After landing, Shi Feng frowned slightly when he noticed that many had escaped his firestorm. However, the massive AoE had dumbfounded Overwhelming Smile's members. Crap. It's the Great Demon King. Split up and run. Contact the guild leader and notify everyone else immediately. The Elementalist team leader responded quickly as he shouted in the team chat. Team leader, what should we be afraid of? He's just one person. Watch me take care of him. Although the summoner was also stunned by Shi Feng's firestorm, he quickly began chanting an incantation and summoned a flame beast, ordering it to attack the newcomer. The flame beast was a fire-type elemental creature possessing extremely high flame damage. Moreover, it also had a very powerful skill. Self-detonate. When activated, the flame beast would self-destruct and cause 300% damage to all enemies within a radius of 10 yards. It was a considerably powerful AoE skill. However, upon activating self-detonate, the flame beast could not be summoned again for another 4 hours. So, self-detonate was not a skill that could be used to grind monsters. Die. The summoner controlled the flame beast to dash towards Shi Feng. However, when the flame beast was only 10 yards away from Shi Feng, a streak of black light penetrated the elemental's body. The flame beast began to dissipate instantly. Impossible. Terror gripped the summon upon losing control over his flame beast. The flame beast was the strongest summoned creature he could currently call forth, and it had an HP of 10,000. Yet before it could even get close to Shi Feng, it was already killed. Even the summoner had not seen how his flame beast had died. To end the battle quickly, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade and Purgatory's power, increasing his attack range and damage. To Shi Feng, the flame beast's 10,000 HP and attack range of 10 yards was nothing. By the time the summoner had reacted, he had discovered that he could not move his body. Someone stood right in front of him, and although this person hid his appearance behind a black cloak, his imposing aura and horrifically cold killing intent shattered any thoughts of resistance the summoner had. The summoner was truly and thoroughly terrified. Is this even a human? He finally understood why his team leader had sounded so unsettled. Just mentioning the name Black Flame was a huge taboo. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng's figure disappeared. Am I hallucinating? Before the summoner could say anything, his vision began to gray. Suddenly his body fell to the ground. When did he even attack me? In a short moment, Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team had been annihilated. I've wasted too much time. They should have already contacted their guildmates by now. It will probably be more difficult to find other members now. Shi Feng sighed as he looked at the loot scattered across the ground. He still had a long way to go to collect 5,000 life force points. Just as Shi Feng finished gathering the drops and was about to search for the next batch of life force points, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Chapter 542, Manager. White River City, inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's first-floor reception hall. Currently, the upper managers from various guilds occupied the large reception hall. Among the guilds present, the weakest were second-rate guilds, while the strongest guild was close to becoming a super guild. Some of these guilds were allies while others were enemies. Hence, the reception hall's atmosphere was extraordinarily intense. Even the NPC beauty receiving these people felt uncomfortable. I didn't think Guild Leader Snow would show up as well. It is indeed a rare sight, Galaxy Past said, laughing as he glanced at Gentle Snow sitting a short distance away. I heard that you have a mountain of work to do back at Ouroboros and that Chao Qinghua is trying to split up the guild. Chao Qinghua has many of his supporters stationed in Star Moon City. Guild Leader Snow, is it really a good idea for you to be here right now? There is no reason for Guild Leader Galaxy to worry. Ouroboros is getting by quite well right now. Otherwise, why would I come here? Gentle Snow did not reveal a trace of weakness as she replied. On the contrary, aren't you, Guild Leader Galaxy, having a bad time right now? I've heard that Star Alliance's branch in the Lion Kingdom has suffered a major loss, losing over 10,000 people in a single guild war. In the end, you even allowed others to profit. First-rate guilds would usually develop themselves in several major regions. Naturally, the Star Alliance was no exception. The Lion Kingdom was west of the Star Moon Kingdom. Though the kingdom only occupied half as much area as the Star Moon Kingdom, the kingdom's player population was still significant. 2 first-rate guilds and multiple second-rate guilds constantly fought over the Lion Kingdom. The Star Alliance was one of the 2 first-rate guilds. However, in order to fight over a treasure, many of the guilds in the Lion Kingdom had gone all out. In the end, the Star Alliance had suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, the other first-rate guild had snatched the treasure. Despite Gentle Snow striking a sore spot, Galaxy Pass did not grow angry. Instead, he laughed and said, as expected of guild leader Snow, "You really are well informed. You truly do possess some of your brother's aura from when he controlled Ouroboros. Unfortunately, the Ouroboros of today is not the Ouroboros of the past." Purple Eye, the beautiful female elementalist sitting beside Galaxy Pass, on the other hand, radiated an intense killing intent as she glared at Gentle Snow. "You want to make a move?" Gentle Snow laughed. Suddenly, a frightening aura surged forth. Smiling at Purple Eye, she said, "I heard that the Star Alliance possesses 5 great experts, and they are Galaxy Pass, Red Feather, Flourishing Willow, Flying Jade and Purple Eye. Among them, Flying Jade is the most mysterious and Purple Eye is the strongest. I really want to know if this rumor is true." "Let's put it to the test then." Purple Eye provoked, showing no intention of backing off. For a time, it felt as if the temperature in the reception hall had fallen by a few degrees. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were known enemies. Both guilds had competed against each other for over a dozen years, and at this point, their rivalry would not stop until one of them was wiped out of existence. Hence, the standoff between the 2 guilds did not seem out of place to anyone watching. The many guild representatives promptly moved to the side, hoping to watch the fight between the 2 beauties. Meanwhile, sitting at the forefront of the reception hall, a robust man resembling Zhang Fei suddenly turned to the handsome and dashing youth seated beside him, respectfully saying, "Pavilion Master, this subordinate will go and remind them of where they are lest they ruin Pavilion Master's good mood." Saying so, this robust man strode towards Gentle Snow and Purple Eye. Suddenly, however, a single hand halted his advance. "Forget it. Doing nothing but waiting here is quite boring. Watching them fight will be a nice change of pace," the dashing youth said, smiling faintly. "Understood." The robust man returned to his seat. Everyone present had seen the handsome youth's actions, and though that high and mighty attitude of his displeased the other guild representatives, nobody felt that the youth's attitude was inappropriate. This handsome youth was one of the 2 pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion had possessed the strength of a super guild for a long time now. It lacked a stage to display its might. Meanwhile, in the eyes of super guilds, first-rate guilds were nothing but children. It was only natural that the handsome youth thought little of the others. Just as Gentle Snow and Purple Eye were about to face off, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the hall. "Everyone stay your hands." A clear, crisp voice swept through the crowd. When everyone turned to look at the owner of this voice, they discovered another great beauty. Unlike Gentle Snow and Purple Eye, this beauty did not possess a frightening aura. However, although she seemed somewhat ordinary, every guild representative took her seriously. This beauty was the Candlelight Trading Firm's manager, Melancholic Smile. "This is the Candlelight Trading Firm, not the arena. All forms of fighting are prohibited here. If someone wishes to challenge the rules of the Candlelight Trading Firm, then I will have no choice but to send you on your way." Melancholic Smile scolded. Nobody doubted Melancholic Smile's power. Inside a private shop, the manager was invincible. The manager of the shop could teleport someone out with a single thought and bar that person from entering the building ever again. Sure enough, she is indeed formidable. It is no wonder why she can ignore even Underworld. Galaxy Past could not help but focus on Melancholic Smile. The upper managers of the other guilds were similarly surprised. They had not expected Melancholic Smile to be so fearless. Every player here was an overlord in their own right. Their status and identities were extraordinary. It was especially true for the first-rate guilds present. Yet Melancholic Smile had not left any room for argument. Her mighty attitude was exactly as the information they received stated, so much so that she appeared even more overwhelming than before. At Melancholic Smile's appearance, Gentle Snow and Purple Eye glanced at each other before turning away. Everyone had come here today to do business. Nothing good would come from provoking the candlelight trading firm. Peace returned to the reception hall, and everyone began to observe Melancholic's smile. Although she did not emit any sort of aura, there were not many people who had the courage to reproach two first-rate guilds. After all, the candlelight trading firm was but a single lifestyle guild. Without any combat power of its own, it would have no choice but to purchase its materials from combat guilds. One could say that the trading firm's survival relied on combat guilds. Moreover, as the game progressed, the trading firm would require more precious materials. At that time, the firm's reliance on combat guilds would grow stronger. Hence, it was not a good idea for the firm to offend powerful combat guilds. At this moment, the Dragon Pavilion Master seated at the forefront of the hall opened his mouth and said, "Miss Melancholic, since you have arrived, shouldn't it be about time to begin our discussion?" Everyone nodded their agreement to the Dragon Pavilion Master's words. They had waited for quite some time now, and they had only waited for so long out of respect for the candlelight trading firm's prestige. Now that its manager had arrived, it was only natural that they began discussing business. Certainly. However, a manager like myself does not have the power to make the decisions you are all looking for. Melancholic Smile shook her head. What are you trying to say? Various representatives asked, curious. Are you saying that you're not going to do business with us? What a joke. They had come from so far and had spent a significant sum on teleportation fees. Now that they were told that there was nothing to discuss. Was the candlelight trading firm just toying with them? Suddenly, the temperature in the reception hall dropped sharply. Not a single person present was someone that should be easily offended. Not only were they powerful experts, but the influence they commanded was also frightening. Standing by the side, Melancholic Smile's assistant felt her legs grow weak, her complexion paling. To an ordinary player like herself, this pressure was immense. Fortunately for the female assistant, everyone focused not on her, but on Melancholic Smile instead. However, even Melancholic Smile did not feel too well right now. This was her first time experiencing such an immense pressure, so much so that even her hand trembled slightly. He found it astonishing. This was merely a virtual reality game, yet she could still feel such intensity. She nearly lost her breath. I am only the manager of the candlelight trading firm. Only my boss can make decisions regarding the business you wish to discuss. If you are really interested in working with us, then you'll be able to meet my boss if you wait for a little while longer. After Melancholic Smile finished speaking, she turned and left the reception hall. For a time, silence overtook the reception hall. Although they had long since guessed that Melancholic Smile was not the candlelight trading firm's proprietor, hearing her statement had surprised them. Since Melancholic Smile had been able to establish such a powerful trading firm, the force backing her would naturally be extraordinary. Moreover, nobody present had yet to uncover the tiniest bit of information about this hidden backer. One could just imagine this mysterious backer's power. Chapter 543. The Boss Behind the Scenes. Just as everyone inside the reception hall pondered the identity of the candlelight trading firm's true boss, Shifeng finally arrived in White River City. Overwhelming Smile's reaction this time was really fast. I just ambushed one group, and it immediately became difficult to find any players. Shifeng had originally intended to collect more life force points after Melancholic Smile had contacted him. However, he never expected Overwhelming Smile to have such decisive precautions. In the end, he had to give up on his endeavor. It was indeed possible for a single top-tier expert to delay the development of an entire guild. However, it was not possible for a person to single-handedly annihilate a large guild, particularly a cautious guild. Otherwise, many guilds would have long since fallen into ruin. After returning to White River City, Shifeng noticed that both the number and quality of players had increased significantly. I wonder what has happened to Zero Wing's recruitment? Shifeng then called up the guild system. Shifeng had busied himself with the candlelight trading firm. He had paid no attention to Zero Wing. He had left the guild's management to Aqua Rose and Blackie. If the two of them had not encountered any major issues, they normally would not contact him. So, Shifeng was not all that worried that anything had happened to the guild while he had been away. Currently, Zero Wing was White River City's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. It stood at the very forefront in every aspect. Although Zero Wing continued to wage war on overwhelming Smile, and plenty of battles still occurred between both guilds every day, with the candlelight trading firm's financial support, this kind of expenditure was practically negligible. On the contrary, the ongoing war had stimulated guild members' motivation, allowing them to improve their combat techniques continuously. They had even made a huge profit through killing their enemies, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon opening the guild system panel, Shifeng suddenly noticed that the guild's population had greatly increased. Previously, the member count had balanced around 40,000. Now, however, there were already more than 50,000 players in Zero Wing. Moreover, this number continued to rise. Throughout this time, Zero Wing had never changed its recruitment standards. On the contrary, the minimum requirements had been raised further in order to increase the quality of the new players. However, instead of seeing a decline in the number of players joining the guild, the opposite had happened. 50,000 people? Shifeng pondered the situation. During the initial stages of God's domain, a guild with 50,000 members could definitely be considered a large guild. Normally, such guilds would split its members and develop themselves in multiple cities. Even for a major city like White River City, having 50,000 members at a time was about the limit. As for why there was a limit, it was because there was a limit to the number of high-resource areas available. Once the player population reached a certain level, the high-resource areas would reach full capacity. Any increase in the player population would result in the decrease in their development speed. Hence, large guilds would usually assign their members to various cities, allowing their members to develop quickly. Zero Wing already had 50,000 members. Moreover, the players Zero Wing recruited all had strong techniques. Even if they had not reached the standards of an elite player, they were not too far. Overall, Zero Wing was stronger than second-rate guilds and only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. Not even first-rate guilds could match Zero Wing's top combatants. Naturally, Zero Wing required more resources to strengthen itself. It seems that I have to begin development in other cities earlier than expected. Shifeng had never expected for Zero Wing to develop so quickly. His initial plan to expand Zero Wing to other cities would not have begun for another month. He had also expected for Zero Wing's member count to reach 50,000 only 2 or 3 weeks after that. Now, however, he had to initiate his plan ahead of time. For now, however, I need to deal with the candlelight trading firm's problem. Shifeng then contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, do you need something? I'm quite busy at the moment, Aqua Rose asked pleasantly, smiling. She had been extremely busy while Shifeng had been away. Fire Dance and the others had focused on their special training, so all important matters regarding the guild had been left to her to handle. However, thanks to Shifeng's massive daily shipments of top-tier equipment, particularly level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and the flood of enthusiastic players who wanted to join Zero Wing, she was quite happy with her work. Currently, Aqua Rose dared to pat her chest and guarantee that no elite members of other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were better equipped than Zero Wing's members. As for Zero Wing's core members, the equipment they wore consisted of a mix of level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with dark gold equipment being the majority. If other guilds discovered this, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. Someone's here to make trouble. What do you think we should do? Shifeng laughed. Who's the blind fool? They actually dare to cause trouble in White River City? Aqua Rose was initially surprised. However, very quickly she laughed and said, "Where are they? This lady will annihilate them this instant." Although Aqua Rose was very busy, her level had not lagged behind the other core members whatsoever. It was the same for her equipment. Currently, she was level 27 and fully equipped with dark gold equipment. The staff she wielded was also a staff exclusive to elementalists that Shifeng had obtained from the Twilight treasure chests. Although the staff's attributes were inferior to Blackie's epic-ranked staff, her weapons attributes were very well suited for elementalists. In PvP battles, it was in no way inferior to an epic-ranked staff. The candlelight trading firm, When Feng uttered those 4 words, a realization instantly struck Aqua Rose. Guild leader, are we really going to do this? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Currently, all players in White River City knew of the gathering of the many upper managers of first-rate and second-rate guilds at the Candlelight trading firm. Presently, however, no one had discovered just who stood behind the Candlelight trading firm. Only a few core members of Zero Wing knew. After all, it wasn't just guilds that were capable of setting up a shop. Individuals could do so as well. Many of the shops set up in minor cities were mostly set up by workshops that focused on lifestyle classes. Not to mention, Feng had also set up the Candlelight trading firm under the name of the Horizon Alliance, making it nearly impossible to trace back to Zero Wing. Everybody will learn the truth sooner or later. This is just a little sooner than we had planned. Feng had never bothered hiding the fact that he had established the Horizon Alliance. It was far more convenient to manage a shop through a lifestyle guild. After all, combat guilds and lifestyle guilds had completely different specializations, and the specialization of lifestyle guilds made them more suitable to develop shops. In the past, after discovering this matter, many large guilds had promptly established a lifestyle guild to manage their shops. Feng had only established a lifestyle guild ahead of time. Guild leader, leave it to me. Aqua Rose also grew excited. Inside the Candlelight trading firm's reception hall. Due to Melancholic Smile's statement, everyone inside the hall had begun to make their guesses of who might be the Candlelight trading firm's owner. However, even if the boss behind the scenes was impressive, what could he possibly do against so many large guilds? As everyone occupied themselves with their discussions, time slowly ticked by. This Candlelight trading firm sure knows how to treat its guests. They've already made us wait for such a long time. Do they really think we are easily bullied? A representative of a second-rate guild complained. Everyone was greatly displeased with the situation. Who were they? They were the overlords of God's domain. Moreover, they had brought both money and sincerity with them. Yet the Candlelight trading firm actually dared make emperors like them wait so long. Whoever was behind the firm must truly be tired of living. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall, Feng Xianyang watched the souring situation with a smile. The Candlelight trading firm might have been able to get away with angering the various small guilds of White River City, but if it angered all of these large guilds, who would dare supply the firm? Without materials, the Candlelight trading firm would not produce a single product. However, Feng Xuanyang's smile had not lasted long as the doors to the reception hall suddenly slammed open. In the next moment, a large group of players, roughly 100, marched into the hall. These players all radiated imposing auras. Not a single one looked ordinary, and they were all level 26 or above. Judging from the dazzling glow effect on their equipment, the most inferior equipment they had was fine gold ranked, with the majority of their equipment consisting of dark gold rank. On their chests, every player wore a 6-winged silver emblem. This was none other than Zero Wing's guild emblem. Sorry I made you all wait for me. Feng suddenly crossed the reception hall's threshold, smiling. Sweeping a glance over everyone present, he laughed and said, I'm the owner of the Candlelight trading firm Black Flame. Chapter 544. Devour Everything. Zero Wing's arrival had silenced the reception hall. At this moment, practically every guild representative in the hall focused on Feng. Why does it have to be him? So that's the case. It is no wonder the Candlelight trading firm set up its headquarters in White River City. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. However, at the same time, the upper managers of the various large guilds reevaluated their impression of Zero Wing. The majority of the people present had not understood Zero Wing's true strength. They had only read some reports about the guild. Before arriving in White River City, each guild had investigated the various guilds residing in White River City. The reports had contained a lot of information about Zero Wing. Moreover, after the guild's intelligence agents' detailed investigation of the number 1 guild in White River City, they had quite the high evaluation of Zero Wing. Practically every agent had evaluated Zero Wing as a guild that was above a second-rate guild, but below a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was even Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. Up till today, Black Flame had yet to suffer a single defeat. Even Overwhelming Smile, the guild secretly supported by Underworld, could only hold the position of #2 in White River City. When everyone had received these reports, they had simply laughed it off and placed no particular importance on Zero Wing. Now, however, the upper managers of the various large guilds even considered firing those intelligence agents of theirs. Just what had they investigated? How can Zero Wing be so powerful? Galaxy Past's expression became grim when he saw the members of Zero Wing. Guild leader, the woman standing beside Black Flame, isn't she Aqua Rose? An indescribable bitterness welled up in Purple Eye's heart when she saw Aqua Rose. They were old acquaintances. In the past, Aqua Rose had once invited her to join Twilight Echo. However, she had rejected the offer. She had been greatly shocked to find out that Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo. Twilight Echo was an even stronger guild than the Star Alliance. However, Aqua Rose had left it without hesitation. Moreover, she had even joined a newly established and unknown guild after the fact. When Purple Eye had received this news, she even thought she had heard wrong. She had also felt it was somewhat unfortunate. A capable gamer such as Aqua Rose had taken such a foolish route. Now, however, it would seem that Aqua Rose's decision had not been the wrong one at all. A guild with a single expert was not particularly frightening. However, it was a different story if said guild possessed a large group of experts. Moreover, looking at the nearly 100 people who had entered the hall, each one of them wore equipment that could rival the best equipment the Star Alliance had to offer, so much so that the best geared members of the Star Alliance were even inferior to some of Zero Wing's core members. Furthermore, the Star Alliance could only scrape together at most enough equipment to gear a team of 20 players. It was absolutely impossible for them to equip a 100-man team. One could just imagine how powerful Zero Wing's background was. Moreover, Aqua Rose's current equipment actually consisted of only dark gold equipment. As for the dark red staff in her hand, Purple Eye could not even begin to imagine its rank. However, judging from the amount of pressure it emitted, it was most likely above dark gold rank. Now that Zero Wing had displayed its strength, even Gentle Snow, who was very familiar with Zero Wing, was surprised, not to mention the Star Alliance, which was also a Star Moon Kingdom guild. Regarding this revelation, Gentle Snow could only reveal a bitter smile. She did not know whether she should rejoice or lament right now. Previously, when Shifeng had offered to annex Ouroboros, she had thought that he was being wildly arrogant. However, looking at this dazzling and imposing 100-man team, there might not be a second guild in all of Star Moon Kingdom capable of building up such a team. With the two first-rate guilds of Star Moon Kingdom reacting in such a way, there was no need to mention the guilds that had come from a foreign country. Pavilion Master, this Zero Wing seems quite amazing. It has actually obtained so much dark gold equipment. Every one of these players also seem extraordinary, with a few even radiating dangerous auras. A blue-haired girl with bright eyes and slender eyebrows sitting beside the Dragon Pavilion Master exclaimed, giggling. Contrary to her words, her actions made it seem as if she did not take Zero Wing seriously at all. As expected of the #1 guild of White River City, it really does possess an impressive number of experts. The equipment it possesses is even more surprising. Only, it is a pity that such good equipment is actually being wasted on these people, the handsome youth stated, his gaze revealing a hint of greed. He could not help but admit that the equipment worn by Zero Wing's members was indeed amazing. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not have so much top-tier equipment, much less first-rate guilds. If he could snatch all of it away. At that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would definitely become a bona fide super guild. It might even become even more powerful than a few current super guilds. Pavilion Master, should I secretly rob them all? The robust man named Blood Dragon asked softly. Let's discuss it first. The handsome youth waved his hand. Faintly smiling, he said, whether it is the Candlelight Trading Firm's intermediate mana armor kits or Zero Wing's equipment, it seems that my trip to White River City has not been wasted. If I deal with this matter properly, the great Pavilion Master will definitely be pleased. Pavilion Master is truly wise. At that time, I want to see just how the Phoenix Pavilion plans to contend with our Dragon Pavilion. Blood Dragon laughed. Even after silence had gripped the reception hall for some time, Feng had not hurried to dive straight into business. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled Melancholic Smile. At this moment, Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here to purchase intermediate mana armor kits, please follow me. As our stock is limited, the Candlelight Trading Firm intends to hold a small-scale auction exclusively for you." Saying so, Melancholic Smile led the way out of the reception hall. In response, however, the guild representatives only turned to look at each other, showing no signs of leaving their seats. Who among them was not here to purchase the Candlelight Trading Firm, hoping to earn a massive profit through the transaction? How could they possibly come all the way here just to purchase a few measly intermediate mana armor kits? Particularly, the Dragon Pavilion Master from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked utterly uninterested in the intermediate mana armor kits. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion taking the lead, everyone would naturally follow. However, among these people, one person stood up from their seat and followed Melancholic Smile. Has Gentle Snow gone insane? Galaxy Past watched Gentle Snow's departing figure. There were so many guilds putting pressure on Zero Wing right now. Even if Zero Wing were strong, it would have no choice but to tread carefully when faced with so many large guilds. Offending so many large guilds at once would be tantamount to suicide. Anyone who had a brain would definitely choose to stay. After all, they could take advantage of the situation to rake in even more profit for themselves, and that was not something a few measly intermediate mana armor kits could hope to compare with. Yet Gentle Snow had actually chosen to leave. Don't tell me that no one else here is interested in the intermediate mana armor kits? Feng asked as he glanced at the seated guests. At this moment, Feng Xinyang stood. Righteously, he said, "Guild leader Black Flame, many of us here have journeyed from far away. We have already shown the Candlelight Trading Firm sufficient respect. If you turn us away empty-handed, our reputations will suffer." That's right, Guild leader Black Flame. Let's prosper together. Wouldn't it be better if we invest into and develop the Candlelight Trading Firm together? That way everybody can profit. Many among the crowd began advising Feng as they laughed merrily. Among those present, aside from the upper managers of a few first-rate guilds, everyone promptly voiced their agreement. "Are all of you of the same opinion?" Feng calmly asked. "You could say that," the Dragon Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, suddenly said. "However, aside from my interest in the intermediate mana armor kits, I am also very interested in the equipment you all wear. Why don't you state a price? I'll buy all of it." Although Nine Dragons Emperor wore a lukewarm smile, his tone indicated that he would not take no for an answer. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Many of the guild representatives sucked in a breath of cold air. Initially, they had thought that the conditions they had proposed were sufficient. They had never expected that this Dragon Pavilion Master would be even greedier than they were. He actually wanted to devour both the Candlelight Trading Firm and Zero Wing. Chapter 545, Super Guild. Although Nine Dragons Emperor's words were quite arrogant, all of the various guild representatives present knew that this handsome youth before them had certainly earned his arrogance. The fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was hailed as a super first-rate guild, which was the closest existence to a super guild, was not without reason. Great strength had built that reputation. In today's era, virtual reality had long since integrated into everyone's life. Practically everyone would come into contact with virtual reality games in some form. Meanwhile, there were countless virtual gaming guilds. Any guild that the public officially recognized became a third-rate guild. Even though third-rate guilds were nowhere near the top of the gaming industry, they still stood out among the countless guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not only did a third-rate guild possess a certain degree of financial support, but it also possessed a large number of members. Normally, third-rate guilds had also earned some form of achievement in some virtual reality games. Standing above third-rate guilds were second-rate guilds. Not only did second-rate guilds possess abundant capital, but they also possessed quite a number of experts. These experts were normally those who held some fame in the virtual gaming world. As for a second-rate guild's member count, there was no need to even mention that. Normally, A second-rate guild would develop itself in multiple cities simultaneously. As for first-rate guilds, they were normally guilds that had been crowned as overlords in at least a dozen large-scale virtual reality games. Such guilds generally had over a decade of history, having overcome countless, painstaking trials. First-rate guilds had perfected expert training programs and a large network of contacts. Most importantly, these guilds had recruited a large number of experts over the years. Practically all up-and-coming experts of the virtual gaming world would be split between these first-rate guilds. With more experts joining the guild every passing year, there would always be a large number of experts present to support, to battle for, and to bring endless glory to the guild. They were existences far above second-rate guilds. As for super guilds, they were the titans of the virtual gaming world. There were even many virtual reality games that these super guilds had produced personally. They also had their own research teams that were set up to study and improve a person's gaming skills. Super guilds had no shortage of ordinary experts. Aside from recruiting some experts who possessed extraordinary talents, they would usually nurture their own army of experts. As for the various major competitions held in the virtual gaming world, these super guilds organized practically all of them. Meanwhile, the majority of the top-tier experts that had emerged from these competitions every year were usually experts that these super guilds had nurtured. Take Purple Eye and Aqua Rose for example. Both had been nurtured by the same super guild. After undergoing the sharpening of various major competitions and emerging victorious, both had become Rookies of the Year. They had then separated from the super guild they had belonged to develop themselves separately. In fact, this wasn't just limited to the two of them. Many well-known experts in the virtual gaming world had originated from super guilds. This was the amazing part about super guilds. With this aspect alone, super guilds were already leaps and bounds above first-rate guilds. Take the financial prowess backing super guilds for example. All super guilds already stood at the peak of the virtual gaming industry. In a society where virtual reality was so well developed, the economic value of the virtual industry constantly rose. Whether it regarded financial prowess or influence, super guilds were not one bit inferior to international corporations. There were some super guilds that were even stronger. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not a super guild, in reality, it was not far from becoming one. Only the pavilion was somewhat young. However, that was only true when compared to actual super guilds. When compared to other first-rate guilds, the pavilion's history was a lot longer than many first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. This should be fun, Galaxy Pass said as he looked at Shifeng standing near the door, a meaningful grin appearing on his face. Guild leader, you still have the heart to make jokes. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really buys out the Candlelight trading firm, wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Purple Eye asked as she frowned at Galaxy Pass. She had come from a super guild, so she knew full well just how powerful a super guild's background could be. Although Black Flame was very strong, his strength only mattered in Star Moon Kingdom. If he were in a super guild, he would be considered average. As for the other experts of Zero Wing, a super guild had armies of such individuals. Not to mention super guilds also possessed plenty of old monsters. Those players were no longer considered human. Only these old monsters would not normally appear in the public eye, so not many people knew of them. A single flick from a super guild could easily annihilate Zero Wing. If it came down to a fight, Zero Wing wouldn't even be powerful enough to resist. In reality, even an amazing first-rate guild would stand no chance against a super guild, much less Zero Wing. At most, it could only provide a momentary struggle. This was also one of the reasons why there was only a small number of super guilds, despite there being a large number of first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. The only reason why super guilds did not go out of their way to compete with first-rate guilds, only contending with opponents of the same level, was because they did not like bullying the weak. It was the same concept as for how an adult would not participate in a fight between children. Doing so would only harm to their reputation. It seems that Gentle Snow's decision was correct. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have gone along to purchase some intermediate mana armor kits. Galaxy Pass sighed ruefully. Once the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion purchased the Candlelight trading firm, it definitely would not sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Rather, it would use those kits to strengthen itself and challenge those super guilds. If he wanted to buy the intermediate mana armor kits, now was his only chance to do so. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner of the reception hall, Feng Xianyang was thoroughly dumbfounded. The situation left him utterly speechless. The higher-ups of Underworld had instructed him to purchase 300 intermediate mana armor kits. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bought the Candlelight trading firm, how was he supposed to buy the kits? Melancholic Smile entered the reception hall on the second floor with Gentle Snow behind her. The location Melancholic Smile had led Gentle Snow to was still inside the reception hall. Only it was situated on the building's second floor. It could be considered a VIP room of sorts. And while the occupants of the first floor could not see the occupants on the second floor, the reverse did not hold true. Not only could one see everything that went on inside the reception hall on the first floor, but one could also hear the first floor's ongoings clearly. "Why have you brought me here?" Gentle Snow asked, surprised. "Miss Snow, please wait a moment," Melancholic Smile said. "Guild leader knows that you want a large number of intermediate mana armor kits. However, the supply for the kits is truly too scarce. As the demand for it is very high, he plans to hold an auction for the kits. Meanwhile, the auction will be held right here. As soon as he sends away the guild representatives below, the auction will begin." "Send them away?" Gentle Snow could not help but glance at the Nine Dragons Emperor. She had seen the Nine Dragons Emperor many times before, so she knew this man's temper. He was the very definition of the word hypocrite. If both sides were on equal footing, then there wouldn't be a problem with discussing business. However, if the other side's strength were inferior to his, only a painful slaughter awaited them. Nine Dragons Emperor was also willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and that included unscrupulous means. Hence, very few people were willing to deal with him. However, it was also this personality that had allowed him to reach the position of Pavilion Master. In a super first-rate guild, it was not easy for one to reach the position of Pavilion Master. Knowing a few tricks was far from enough. One also needed strength and ability. Otherwise, one would not be able to secure their position even if they did manage to obtain it. The fact that Nine Dragons Emperor had held his position firmly for so many years spoke volumes about his strength. "Hopefully he wouldn't do anything stupid," Gentle Snow said somewhat worriedly as she glanced at Feng. Inside the reception hall on the first floor, silence filled the venue. Everyone had focused on Feng, waiting for his reply despite having already guessed what the outcome would be. "You want to buy the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing?" Feng laughed. Smiling at the Nine Dragons Emperor calmly, he said, "Sure, but I want 60% of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's shares." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.